Aiden Albero was remembered as the hero who brought down the demon lord and saved the world, yet he was also feared as the man who drenched half the continent in blood. The legendary dragon slayer had carried humanity to victory, only to meet the cruelest fate imaginable. The moment the demon lord fell, a curse descended upon him. Rage burned inside Aiden as he stared at the companions he had trusted with his life. They had known the truth from the very beginning. With a bitter grin, he repeated an old saying passed down through the imperial palace, that anyone who sought to destroy sin would eventually become sin itself. One of his comrades met his gaze and explained that there had been no alternative. The demon lord was a true legacy being, and whoever killed him would inherit his existence and become the next demon lord. That was the unavoidable consequence. Aiden laughed coldly, so if he killed the demon lord, he would become him. To his companions, that outcome had apparently been acceptable. Then came the final betrayal. With shameless smiles, they told him he should sacrifice himself for the sake of the nation. They claimed they had no choice, yet not a single one of them intended to beg for forgiveness. Aiden looked at them with pure contempt. What disgusted him most was not the betrayal itself, but how calmly they justified it. Then a young woman stepped forward with a smug expression and told him it was time for him to rest. Raising her power, she activated an enormous magical seal. For a moment, Aiden could hardly process it. These people had been his friends, his comrades, the people he had fought beside, yet every bit of trust he had placed in them now felt like a lie. Hopelessness swallowed him whole. As he sank deeper into despair, he realized there was only one thing worse than death, remaining trapped forever in such a cursed existence. Darkness wrapped around him as he fell into an endless abyss, descending through a spiral that seemed to stretch on forever. At first, it felt like an eternal fall. Then a single thought surfaced. He wanted every one of them destroyed. The instant that thought crossed his mind, several young people suddenly froze in confusion. Their master had awakened. Aiden slowly opened his eyes, completely disoriented. Before him stood a crying woman and a man shouting joyfully that his son had finally regained consciousness. He struggled to understand what he was hearing. Whose son? What was going on? Rising from the bed, he looked around and bluntly demanded to know who they were. The woman seemed startled by the question. She gently explained that he had been unconscious for several days, so his confusion was understandable. Then she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she introduced herself as his mother and called him her precious son. She told him his name, Aiden Ramise. Aiden's mind stalled. He knew his name was Aiden, but the surname was completely different. Then agony exploded through his head. The woman immediately panicked and asked if he was all right, but the pain only intensified. His vision darkened as unfamiliar memories flooded into him. Fear and confusion gripped him. He couldn't understand where these memories were coming from. Then he realized they belonged to someone named Aiden Ramise. As countless memories poured into his mind, a shocking truth emerged. According to the imperial calendar, he had traveled 15 years into the past. Aiden was certain he had died in the void between worlds after being abandoned by his companions. Before the curse could fully transform him into the next demon lord, he had been forced to take his own life. Yet somehow he was here, alive, 15 years earlier. The realization ignited a terrifying fury within him. The people who betrayed him were still alive. And this time he intended to hunt them down one by one. As murderous intent leaked from him, everyone in the room instinctively recoiled. Fear spread across their faces and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. While sorting through his new memories, Aiden quickly learned what kind of person Aiden Ramise had been. Trash. The previous owner of this body ignored everyone around him, treated women however he pleased, and abused his status without hesitation. Aiden couldn't understand why fate had placed him inside such a person. From the memories he received, he learned that Aiden had gotten drunk, collapsed outdoors, and remained there for hours, soaking in the rain. Had he not been the son of a duke, he likely would have been beaten to death long ago. Sometime later, Aiden stood before a mirror, studying his unfamiliar reflection. A question lingered in his mind. Was he truly Aiden Albero, or had his previous life been nothing more than a dream? Then another thought crossed his mind. He should test his strength. Without hesitation, he called out for the system. The system was a unique power obtained after consuming the heart of a berserker and inheriting the title of Dragon Slayer. The response came immediately. It was real. None of this was a dream. Although he noticed certain abnormalities, including issues surrounding his name, he ultimately decided it didn't matter. A wide smile spread across his face. To him, this was a gift from the gods themselves. The people who betrayed him were now within reach. This time he would make them pay. Lost in thoughts of revenge, he failed to notice a servant entering the room. The young man was visibly nervous. Aiden glanced toward him and casually asked if something was wrong. The servant nearly jumped. In a shaky voice, he explained that he had only come to bring a drink. Aiden accepted the cup with a smile and thanked him. The servant froze. For a second, he genuinely wondered if he had heard correctly. His master had thanked him. Color drained from his face as confusion overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, Aiden calmly sipped the drink, clearly enjoying it. The servant remained tense, unable to stop worrying about whether the drink was satisfactory. As he watched his master smiling while staring out the window, he couldn't stop questioning reality. Had the young master really thanked him, and had he meant it? Aiden eventually turned toward him and asked whether he wanted to say something. Caught completely off guard, the servant immediately denied it. Soon afterward, he rushed outside and met another servant. His friend looked puzzled, unable to understand how he had escaped the room unharmed. Still trembling, the servant explained that the young master had simply thanked him. Aiden let out a long sigh. The entire situation felt absurd. Pushing those thoughts aside, he focused on the far more important issue. He had returned 15 years into the past. But what had happened to his original self? If history remained unchanged, then Aiden Albero should already exist somewhere in this era as the disciple of the former mercenary king. He needed answers immediately. Calling for Philip, Aiden surprised everyone nearby. The servant stared in disbelief. The young master had never called anyone by name before. Aiden smiled and told Philip that he wanted to ask a question. Philip immediately turned pale. The version of his master standing before him felt completely unfamiliar. Trying to stay calm, Aiden casually asked whether everything was all right. Then he patted Philip on the back and even thanked him. Philip nearly collapsed from shock. His body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't understand what his master wanted. The entire situation felt so strange that he was practically on the verge of tears. A few minutes later, Philip hesitantly asked if his master was truly interested in the mercenary king. Aiden carefully questioned him about the mercenary king's disciple, someone who had once been fairly well known. Philip replied that rumors claimed the mercenary king had disappeared some time ago. Aiden already knew that much. Then Philip nervously added something else. He had never heard of the mercenary king having any disciple at all. Aiden's expression stiffened. No disciple? The statement made no sense. If that were true, then where was his younger self? What had happened to the past version of Aiden Albero? Far away from those questions, another scene was unfolding. A man strolled casually through the slums. Nearby, a young boy kept glancing over his shoulder before suddenly colliding with someone. The boy hurried deeper into the alleyways and checked repeatedly to see whether he was being followed. A grin spread across his face as he admired the riches he had just stolen. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get long to celebrate. Someone approached from behind. The man looked at him with a dangerous smile and asked whether he really had the nerve to pull something like that. The boy instantly froze. Standing before him was the mercenary king. The man couldn't help finding the situation amusing. He had no idea how the boy had convinced himself it was a good idea to steal from him. Then he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy flinched violently and immediately began stammering out apologies. The mercenary king examined him for a moment before grinning. The kid had a surprisingly sturdy build. Then, without warning, he made a decision. The boy would become his disciple. The young thief stood there in stunned silence, completely unprepared for what he had just heard. Valken immediately pulled the boy to his feet and declared that he would personally turn him into the greatest mercenary alive. That encounter became the beginning of everything. The boy eventually rose to fame as Valken's disciple, and after slaying the Mad Dragon, he earned a title that shook the continent, the Dragon Slayer King, which was exactly why Aiden found Philip's words so unsettling. Philip had never heard of the mercenary king having a disciple. For a moment, Aiden simply stared in silence. A chilling realization settled over him. The life he remembered, the path he had walked, seemed to have vanished entirely from this timeline. Meanwhile, life inside the estate continued as usual. Servants carried out their duties while quietly exchanging rumors about the young master. To them, Aiden had changed almost overnight. Not long ago, Philip had accidentally spilled wine, yet instead of flying into a rage, the young master had let the mistake pass. Since then, he had even started thanking people and calling servants by their names. None of it made sense. They had heard stories about people changing after surviving serious illnesses, and looking at him now, they almost believed those stories were true. Still, something about him felt off. Lately, he always seemed distant. There was a strange sadness lingering behind his eyes, as if he carried a burden no one else could see. As for Aiden himself, he spent his days searching for answers. There was little else for him to do. The servants handled the cooking. They cleaned everything. During his free time, he investigated every clue related to his former existence. But no matter where he looked, he found nothing. No trace of another Aiden Albero. The mystery continued to bother him, but even that wasn't enough to distract him from the bitterness burning inside his chest. The betrayal, the humiliation, the hatred, all of it remained fresh. And above all else, revenge still occupied his thoughts. One day, while wandering the estate, his attention shifted toward a group of men sparring nearby. They were the family's knights. Aiden watched quietly. The duchy possessed many knights, all of them constantly training or carrying out duties. Then his gaze landed on someone familiar, his younger brother. Carl had apparently been observing him for some time. The two brothers looked at each other. Unlike the original owner of this body, who had been little more than a spoiled disaster, Carl was everything a noble should be. Despite being the second son, he had already become a knight and even held rights in the line of succession. The difference between them was obvious. Carl frowned and demanded to know why his brother was sitting around instead of drinking himself senseless like usual. Aiden immediately noticed the lack of respect in his tone. He understood perfectly well why. To Carl, his older brother was a joke, a lazy noble who wasted every day drinking and playing around while others worked. The irritation on Carl's face made it clear who he considered superior. Aiden merely sighed and admitted that he was bored, so he had been watching the knights train. Carl's expression darkened. Training was not entertainment. If his brother had no intention of participating, then he should leave immediately. Aiden considered those words for a moment. Truthfully, it had been a very long time since he had held a sword. After a brief pause, he agreed. Carl blinked. For a second, he wondered if he had heard correctly. Then Aiden smiled and calmly stated that he would train. Not long afterward, he found himself standing inside the training grounds. His opponent respectfully introduced himself and greeted the young master before the match began. Aiden studied the young knight in silence. Around them, the other knights watched carefully. Most assumed the sparring match would be fake. Surely the knight intended to go easy on the young master to avoid losing his position. Basin looked visibly uncomfortable. The situation was terrible. Regardless of rank, he couldn't imagine losing to someone as weak as the infamous young master. The very idea was absurd. Meanwhile, Aiden could practically see what the knight was thinking. The man was already planning how to lose gracefully. That alone amused him. After all, he had come here hoping for a proper warm-up. With a faint grin, he told Basin not to hold back. There was no reason to lose on purpose. A knight's apprentice who couldn't defeat a weak opponent would be worthless. Then Aiden casually added that if Basin somehow lost, he might have to expel him from the order. The knight's eyes widened. That was not what he had expected to hear. The spectators exchanged puzzled looks. The young master was known for being rude and reckless, but nobody remembered him ever taking swordsmanship seriously. Yet here he was, demanding a real fight. Basin tightened his grip and announced that he would begin. The duel started instantly. The moment their swords collided, pain shot through Aiden's body. His expression stiffened. This vessel was even weaker than he had expected, yet strangely enough, that only made him smile. It had been so long since he had felt something like this. A moment later, he moved forward and launched the next attack himself. The observing knights grew uneasy. They couldn't understand what their comrade was doing. If he wasn't careful, he could seriously injure the young master. Basin felt frustration building. The way Aiden fought made no sense. Yet as the duel continued, the atmosphere around the training ground gradually changed. The spectators could hardly believe what they were seeing. Aiden was still standing. Even after taking repeated blows, he refused to fall. Carl watched in stunned silence. He had never expected anything remotely similar from his older brother. Basin was equally bewildered. No matter what he did, the young master continued pushing forward. By all logic, the fight should have ended already. Yet somehow his sword failed to finish the job. Then Aiden struck back once more. The impact sent a thrill through him. Every exchange made his blood race faster. Every clash reminded him of the life he once lived. The knight stared at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Aiden continued attacking with genuine enjoyment as though he had rediscovered something precious. Then the impossible happened. The young master forced Basin backward. The surrounding knights could hardly trust their own eyes. Carl's mind nearly stopped. Could his worthless older brother actually defeat a trained squire? This was the same brother who had once lost a fight against a neighbor's dog. Yet now his swordsmanship looked completely different. Carl began wondering whether Aiden had been hiding his true abilities all along. Basin was no less confused. The young master's movements carried an experience that simply shouldn't exist. Aiden himself recognized some flaws. Years of laziness had dulled many of his instincts. This body lacked muscle, stamina, and proper conditioning, but none of that changed who he truly was. He was the Dragon Slayer King, the man who had brought down the mad dragon, and he had no intention of losing. With renewed force, he launched another attack. Basin's eyes widened. In the next instant, Aiden's blade, overflowing with power, was already inches away from him. Aiden grinned and casually asked whether his opponent was planning to surrender already. Silence fell across the training ground. Nobody could believe the outcome. Their comrade had lost to the young master. Aiden turned toward Carl and thanked him, admitting that the sparring session had been exactly what he needed. Carl struggled to process the situation before awkwardly admitting that he was glad to hear it. As Aiden prepared to leave, he announced that he would be visiting the training grounds more often. He wanted to test himself again. With a smile, he wished everyone good luck and walked away. Carl remained frozen where he stood. The question lingered in his mind. Was that really the same brother he had known his entire life? Nearby, one of the young knights found himself wondering exactly the same thing. Later, sitting alone in his room, Aiden reflected on the duel. The result had exposed a harsh reality. This body could barely endure a simple sparring match. Still, he felt refreshed. For the first time since his return, some of the frustration inside him had finally been released. More importantly, he understood something else. This was a second chance. The heavens had handed him another life. A chance to settle every score. Yet he also knew the road ahead was terrifying. The people who betrayed him were monsters in their own right. Each one possessed power capable of overwhelming entire armies. Among them stood the King of Knights, Silbit, heir to the Grand Duchy of Sayas, Spica, the iron-blooded saint chosen by the cult of slaughter, the great magician Shur, Callus, the great alchemist and second commander of the immortal empire. Just thinking about them made the scale of his task obvious. In his current state, he stood absolutely no chance. Worse, he might have to face them completely alone. Aiden understood that revenge would only be possible if he destroyed them before they united. Once those monsters gathered under the same banner, stopping them would become nearly impossible. He only had 5 years before the coalition against the dark magicians would be formed. 5 years to change everything. And before he could even think about challenging his enemies, he needed to fix the most immediate problem. This body. Right now, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary goblin. Facing his future enemies like this would be suicide. Which was why Aiden finally came up with a plan. A method that might allow him to overcome what seemed completely impossible. Sometime later, Aiden handed a lengthy list to Philip. The servant scanned it once, then again, his expression becoming increasingly strained. After a moment, he looked up and cautiously asked whether his master genuinely intended to purchase every item written there. Philip had already noticed how unusually calm the young master had been lately, but that only made the situation more unsettling. He couldn't figure out what strange idea his master was chasing this time. Aiden merely smiled and asked whether there was a problem with the list. Philip stared at the paper and immediately pointed out the obvious issue. Every ingredient on it was absurdly expensive. Worse, they were all poisonous. The list included troll excrement herbs, hellflowers, flowers of despair, sleepwalking blossoms, and numerous other toxic plants that most sane people would avoid at all costs. Aiden let out a quiet sigh. Even if he explained the purpose behind those ingredients, Philip would never believe him. There was no point trying. Besides, considering the reputation of this body's previous owner, it wouldn't be strange if everyone assumed he was planning something insane. With a playful grin, Aiden remarked that knowledge itself could be dangerous. Then he fixed Philip with an amused look and suggested that perhaps he should explain everything. After all, it might be entertaining. The smile on his face grew even wider. Since he had been behaving himself lately, perhaps it was time to revisit the good old days. Philip immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His imagination supplied countless horrifying possibilities. Without wasting another second, he practically vanished from the room, shouting that he had absolutely no objections and would purchase everything immediately. Watching him flee, Aiden sighed. In his previous life, he never would have relied on methods like this. Things were different now. He was the son of a duke, a noble with wealth to burn, and that wealth could buy shortcuts. Having already reached the level of a swordmaster and experienced the mortal boundary transcendent body once before, he possessed knowledge that nobody else did. That meant he could return to that level far faster than anyone could imagine. A month and a half passed. During that time, his body underwent remarkable changes. After another brutal training session, Aiden glanced toward Philip and casually asked for a mana potion. The servant hurried over and immediately handed it to him. Aiden drank it without hesitation. His entire training method revolved around a simple principle: destroy the body, restore the body, then repeat. He constantly pushed himself beyond his limits before using mana potions to recover. The process was brutal. The cost was even worse. A single mana potion was worth roughly what an ordinary commoner might spend surviving for an entire month. Fortunately, being born into a ducal family made such extravagance possible. As he finished the potion, Aiden turned toward Philip with a predatory grin and asked about the ingredients he had requested earlier. Philip quickly informed him that everything had already been delivered to his room. Truthfully, he desperately wanted to know what his master planned to do with those materials. But every time curiosity surfaced, he remembered the terrifying version of the young master from before. That memory alone was enough to kill his interest. At this point, he had accepted his fate. Whatever his master asked for, he would simply provide it. Later, Aiden examined the ingredients spread before him. Philip had managed to acquire every poisonous plant on the list. Looking at them, Aiden released another long sigh. He never thought he would resort to this method, yet he had no better option. His thoughts drifted back to a theory developed by both his former comrades and former enemies. The concept was simple. When poison ravaged the body itself fought desperately to survive. In that struggle, hidden potential could be forced to awaken. Aiden picked up one of the beautiful flowers and studied it carefully. It looked harmless, yet he knew it could kill him with ease. Fortunately, he had already prepared a high-grade holy potion. As dangerous as the process was, he was confident he would survive. After all, this wasn't the first time he had challenged death. Gathering his resolve, he cursed it under his breath and swallowed the poisonous flower. Moments later, he drank the prepared elixir. Then everything hit him at once. Aiden collapsed onto the floor. A burning agony spread through every inch of his body. It felt as though his flesh itself was being consumed from within. Despite the pain, he understood something immediately. This wasn't a one-time process. He would need to repeat it over and over again. Yet as the suffering continued, he noticed a clear change. His mana flow had become noticeably smoother. A tired smile appeared on his face. As much as he hated admitting it, his former companions had been right about this method. Then suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the room. A mocking voice. A voice that casually addressed him as the Dragon Slayer King. Aiden's entire body froze. The color drained from his face. He spun around immediately. There was no way he could mistake that voice. Even after death, he could never forget it. At that moment, the door burst open. Philip rushed inside and demanded to know what had happened. The servant looked around in confusion. Aiden instantly ordered him to leave. Philip hesitated and explained that he had heard a loud crash. Aiden's expression darkened. He demanded to know whether Philip intended to make him repeat himself. Then he shouted for him to leave immediately. Philip lowered his head and retreated without another word. The moment the door closed, Aiden's rage returned. That voice had been real. He was certain of it. This wasn't a hallucination. Then laughter echoed through the room, a voice filled with amusement. The speaker declared that he had finally found him. With a malicious smile in his tone, he greeted the Dragon Slayer King Aiden Albero. Aiden stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure continued mocking him. Fury exploded within Aiden. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He had personally witnessed this being's death. Yet here he was, alive, talking. The ruler merely joked that Aiden seemed to have missed him. Unfortunately, lacking a physical body meant he couldn't show himself directly. Aiden struggled to comprehend the situation. If the ruler had truly lost his body, how was he still able to speak? The answer came immediately. The ruler explained that Aiden appeared to have forgotten something important. When he died and became the ruler, certain events had unfolded afterward. Aiden felt his expression stiffen. He demanded an explanation. Clenching his fists, he asked the question directly. Was the ruler inside him right now? The answer was both yes and no. According to the ruler, the moment he died, he transferred his soul into another body. Originally, he had planned to seize control of that vessel and resurrect himself, but Aiden's unexpected suicide had ruined everything. The plan had failed. Aiden thought carefully before asking the obvious question. Did that mean the ruler's soul currently existed within him? The ruler admitted that was essentially the case. Aiden's first reaction was immediate. Shouldn't he simply destroy that soul? Perhaps flooding his body with holy power would solve the problem. The ruler instantly tried to stop him. But Aiden calmly pointed out a flaw. Wouldn't they both die together? The ruler practically shouted in frustration. He insisted that he was no longer the same being Aiden remembered. That statement made Aiden pause. He asked what exactly had changed. After all, the ruler he knew had been a monster obsessed with chaos and madness. The ruler sighed. Then he revealed something unexpected. The madness had never truly been his own. It had originated from a connection with a god, a demon god. Fortunately, that connection had been severed after they became trapped within the void. Now Aiden finally understood why this version felt so different. The ruler he remembered had been completely insane. Holding a normal conversation with him had been impossible. This version was noticeably calmer. The revelation only raised more questions. Aiden admitted that this was his first time hearing about a demon god. The ruler then explained. The demon god, also known as Original Sin, was a being of pure evil feared even by other gods. Long ago, the ruler himself had been cursed to act according to that god's will. Aiden listened carefully. While he could understand the explanation, one question still remained. Was this entire situation part of the ruler's plan? The ruler sounded genuinely confused. What situation? Aiden clarified. He had traveled 15 years into the past and awakened inside Aiden Raymai's body. Was the ruler responsible? After thinking for a moment, the ruler admitted partial responsibility. When he entered Aiden's body, he had attempted to manipulate the dragon mana he possessed. His goal had been to reverse time itself. Aiden found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't even known such a thing was possible. The ruler explained that dragons were created as agents of the gods. Their dragon mana allowed them to interfere with the laws governing the world. Compared to that, reversing time was not nearly as impossible as it sounded. Still confused, Aiden asked why the ruler hadn't used that power to escape the void instead. Why rewind time? The ruler's answer was absurdly simple. He had become tired. He wanted to rest. Aiden nearly exploded. He immediately shouted at him not to disappear. Another month passed after that conversation. The ruler rarely spoke. Meanwhile, Aiden continued training relentlessly. Every day was spent refining his body, reviewing plans, and preparing for the future. Then one day, something caught his attention. His latest training target had been completely shredded. For a moment, Aiden simply stared. The results spoke for themselves. This training method worked. At this rate, ordinary scarecrows would no longer be enough. Slowly, his gaze shifted toward the nearby training grounds. A group of knights stood there. A dangerous smile spread across his face. The scarecrows had served their purpose. Now it was time to upgrade. As far as Aiden was concerned, those knights had just become his new training dummies. At that moment, the ruler couldn't help but comment that Aiden seemed far more suited to standing with villains than heroes. Aiden immediately told him to be quiet. While continuing his dangerous training regimen with poisonous herbs, he had discovered something interesting. Every time he consumed a holy potion, the holy power caused noticeable pain to the ruler residing inside him. As a being born from evil, the ruler clearly wasn't fond of divine energy. Aiden uncorked another small bottle and grinned maliciously, almost as if warning his unwanted passenger to brace himself. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. A familiar face had entered his view. The man looked strangely recognizable, yet Aiden couldn't immediately remember where he had seen him before. Nearby, a knight instructor barked at one of his apprentices, pointing out that he was falling behind the others. The young man clenched his teeth and promised he would work harder. The moment Aiden heard the apprentice's name, his body froze. For a brief second, everything else disappeared. That name couldn't be real. Memories from his previous life surfaced instantly. He stared at the young knight and struggled to reconcile what he was seeing. The man standing before him looked completely different from the person he remembered. Back then, he had been a mercenary operating under the title of the Free Knight. Now he was disguised as an ordinary knight apprentice. Aiden knew the man's flaws better than anyone, but he also knew something else. More than once, that man had saved his life. His thoughts drifted toward an old battlefield. High-ranking mercenaries had stood alongside the heroes, and among them was this very young man. In the end, every one of them had fallen while fighting against the mad dragon. A small smile appeared on Aiden's face. He never expected to see him again. For the first time since arriving in this era, the past finally felt real. Without hesitation, he approached the training grounds and called out to the knights. The commander immediately hurried over and respectfully asked whether something was wrong. Ignoring everyone else, Aiden looked directly at Lo and called his name. The young knight blinked. For a moment, he struggled to understand why the infamous young master was speaking to him specifically. Aiden walked closer. Then his expression hardened. He coldly asked whether Lo had forgotten the proper procedure when addressed by a superior. Shouldn't he state his name and rank immediately? Realizing his mistake, Lo hurriedly bowed and apologized before introducing himself. The sight nearly made Aiden laugh. Meanwhile, Lo's irritation steadily grew. He couldn't understand why the young master had suddenly singled him out. Aiden stared at him with an amused grin and casually asked whether he had just been wondering why a rude noble was bothering him. Lo nearly jumped. He immediately denied it. Truthfully, he was completely confused. He had no idea whether the young master intended to fire him, punish him, or simply torment him for amusement. Seeing the young knight squirm under pressure brought genuine enjoyment to Aiden. For perhaps the first time, he appreciated being trapped inside the body of a scoundrel. Then he delivered his real message. Lo was ordered to meet him at the training grounds that evening. Before leaving, Aiden stepped closer and quietly whispered something into the knight's ear. Lo's eyes widened. His mind instantly went blank. Before he could even ask a question, Aiden had already turned away, leaving with a satisfied smile while the young knight remained rooted in place. Aiden understood exactly what this encounter meant. It felt like fate. And because of the debt he owed Lo from his previous life, he intended to offer him a gift. Evening eventually arrived. Aiden sat patiently at the training grounds waiting. Not long afterward, he sensed someone approaching. Lo appeared visibly nervous. His voice trembled as he demanded to know how the young master had discovered his secret. Then the fear broke. Like a desperate child, he began pleading. Could his hand truly be healed? Aiden's thoughts briefly wandered to happier memories. In his previous life, he and Lo had spent carefree nights drinking together in taverns. He remembered conversations filled with laughter, dreams, and regrets. One regret stood above all others. Lo had always wished for a normal life. Unfortunately, circumstances had turned him into something entirely different. This time, Aiden intended to repay his debt. Lo lowered his gaze and admitted that if his right hand could be restored, he could finally live as an ordinary knight. Tears filled his eyes as he asked the question again. Was healing truly possible? The situation made no sense to him. He had never told anyone about his condition. Yet earlier that day, the young master had casually revealed that his hand suffered from numbness. The knowledge alone had left him deeply unsettled. Aiden calmly explained the truth. Lo was suffering from mana deficiency syndrome. The knight immediately recognized the name. It referred to disorders affecting the mana channels. Suddenly, years of unexplained pain finally made sense. There was only one problem. The illness was considered incurable. Aiden nodded. That was what people believed. Lo frowned and quickly pointed out the contradiction. If the disease couldn't be cured, why had Aiden claimed otherwise? The answer was simple. The cure didn't exist yet. It would only be discovered years in the future. Aiden already knew the solution. and he was willing to provide it. Lo stared at him carefully. Hope flickered in his eyes, but caution remained. Nothing in life came for free, so he asked the obvious question. What did the young master want in return? Aiden's grin widened. He reminded Lo that nothing in this world was free. Then he produced a contract. Lo accepted the document and began reading. The deeper he got, the stranger it became. He was required to spar with Aiden every day. He also had to swear absolute obedience to every order given by the young master. By the time he finished reading, he could hardly believe it. This looked less like employment and more like a slave contract. Aiden openly admitted that wasn't entirely wrong. Then he casually asked whether Lo disliked the arrangement. The knight found himself hesitating. Trusting someone like Aiden felt insane. The disease was supposedly incurable, yet somehow this same scoundrel claimed he could heal it. The situation reeked of danger, but it was also the first opportunity he had ever been given. After a long silence, Lo accepted reality. Whether it was a trap or not, he couldn't afford to walk away. With a resigned smile, he signed the contract. Aiden watched with obvious satisfaction. Never in his previous life had he imagined a day would come when Lo would voluntarily place himself under his command. The entire situation felt strangely exciting, and healing Lo's hand wasn't the only thing Aiden intended to gain from this arrangement. There was another prize he planned to take as well. Inside his mind, the ruler immediately started laughing. Once again, he pointed out that Aiden looked nothing like a hero. A few days later, the pair traveled together to a remote location. As they approached, Lo glanced around uneasily and asked whether this was truly the correct place. Aiden looked offended that anyone would doubt him. Lo immediately backed down and insisted he meant no disrespect. Soon afterward, the coachman announced their arrival. Aiden stepped out of the carriage and ordered Lo to follow. The knight complied, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Nothing about the location inspired confidence. Moments later, they arrived at a small, gloomy building. Then they noticed the sign hanging outside. The message was impossible to ignore. The owner informed visitors that this was a pharmacy, not a clinic. People were also advised to stop showing up looking for drugs. Drug addicts in particular were encouraged to leave immediately. The bizarre warning almost made the place look suspicious. Aiden wasn't bothered. In his previous life, one of his companions, Yu, had come here seeking treatment for an illness. Based on what he knew, others had likely searched for a cure to mana deficiency syndrome here as well. Unfortunately, none of them had succeeded. Even so, Aiden remained confident. Without hesitation, he entered. The interior appeared completely empty. Lo looked around in confusion. Then his attention shifted toward a painting. After studying it for a moment, he asked Aiden what he thought it represented. Aiden examined the artwork and immediately recognized it. The Philosopher's Stone, a legendary object surrounded by myths. Some magicians and alchemists believed it could interfere with the authority of the gods themselves. Others claimed it could even restore the dead to life. Most people dismissed such stories as nonsense. Yet after personally transcending the domains of death and time, Aiden knew those claims weren't necessarily impossible. Before either man could continue, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the room. The owner of the pharmacy had finally appeared. The woman seemed intrigued. Few ordinary people knew anything about the Philosopher's Stone. The fact that Aiden recognized it immediately caught her attention. Aiden simply shrugged and claimed he had heard about it before. The woman grinned. It had been a long time since she had encountered an interesting visitor. Then she casually mentioned that she wasn't conducting business at the moment. Aiden immediately asked Lo to step outside. Once they were alone, he decided to skip the formalities. He addressed the woman directly by name, Cassie. The reaction was immediate. She clearly hadn't expected a stranger to know who she was. Aiden wasted no time. He explained that his knight suffered from mana deficiency syndrome. He also mentioned that he knew she had spent years researching the disease. Then he casually revealed another secret. Cassie was a beastkin alchemist. For the first time, her composure cracked. She had not expected such detailed knowledge from an unknown noble. Curiosity quickly replaced caution. With a grin, she asked exactly how much he knew. At the same time, she mockingly referred to him as the infamous young master. Aiden remained calm. Looking directly at her, he explained that both she and his knight suffered from the same disease. This revelation hit even harder. Cassie couldn't understand how he had uncovered something so carefully hidden, yet Aiden continued. He knew her symptoms were far more severe than Lo's. Without the leaves of a specific herb, her condition would continue worsening. Lo's illness had only affected his hand. Cassie's condition had already spread much further. Cassie's situation was far worse than Lo's. His illness had only damaged a single hand, but her condition had spread throughout her entire body. Every organ had been affected, and the disease was slowly consuming her from the inside. With a weary sigh, she explained that the young master didn't fully understand the situation. It was true that she had spent years searching for a cure, but the fact remained that she hadn't found one. If she couldn't heal herself, then there was no way she could restore Lo's hand. She genuinely sounded apologetic. Aiden remained calm. Then he made an offer. If she successfully treated his knight, he would personally guarantee her protection and support her research within the Duke's territory. Cassie tried once more to explain that he wasn't listening. No matter how many times she said it, the answer remained the same. She couldn't cure the disease. Without responding, Aiden quietly placed a folded parchment on the table and asked her to read it. Cassie released another sigh but eventually complied. The moment her eyes moved across the contents, her entire expression changed. She read it again, then once more. Aiden calmly informed her that the document contained information related to a treatment for mana deficiency syndrome. In his previous life, one of his companions had spoken about the cure countless times. That was the only reason he remembered the formula at all. Unfortunately, his memory wasn't perfect. Several details were missing. That was exactly why he had come to her. He needed someone with enough knowledge to reconstruct the missing pieces. Then, with complete confidence, he asked whether curing them was possible. A tremor ran through Cassie's body, not from fear, from excitement. For the first time in years, genuine hope appeared in her eyes. With a bright smile, she asked for half a month. That was all she needed. She could hardly believe such a method actually existed. Aiden nodded before pointing out another issue. Obtaining the ingredients listed in the formula would be extremely difficult with her current resources. Cassie immediately narrowed her eyes. The fact that he brought that up meant he wanted something in exchange. Aiden didn't deny it. He simply asked for her ring. The request left her staring at him. A ring? That was all he wanted. She jokingly pointed out that it was a woman's ring and accused him of having questionable tastes. Aiden sighed. He already knew the ring's true value. There was no point pretending otherwise. The playful mood faded from her face. She admitted that if he understood its purpose, then he should also understand how important it was to her. The ring was an artifact of speed, and that artifact was exactly why Aiden wanted it. In his previous life, Lo had inherited the same item and used it as a keepsake. Even after losing the use of one arm, that artifact allowed him to reach heights most people could never dream of. It dramatically increased physical speed, making it invaluable during combat, escapes, and surprise attacks. For someone as physically fragile as Cassie, it was also her greatest source of protection. Aiden looked directly into her eyes. If she agreed to move to the Duke's estate, he would personally guarantee her safety. Under his protection, she would no longer need to rely on the ring. Then he asked for her answer. Cassie hesitated briefly before smiling. As long as she was allowed to continue her research, she had no objections. Still, she couldn't help bringing up another concern. If a beastkin woman suddenly moved into the Duke's household, rumors would spread immediately. People would talk. Aiden simply laughed. His reputation was already terrible. Everyone already considered him a scoundrel. A few extra rumors wouldn't make any difference. Cassie froze for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. The more she spoke with him, the more interesting he became. Eventually, she handed over the ring. Then she casually asked whether he intended to provide her with food and a room. Aiden smiled. He promised to provide far more than that. However, earning his complete trust would still take time. Some time later, they returned to the Duke's estate. The mansion had once felt unfamiliar. Now it felt strangely comfortable. The moment Aiden stepped inside, something unexpected happened. Philip came sprinting toward him at full speed. The urgency on his face immediately caught Aiden's attention. He asked whether something had happened. Philip was clearly struggling to stay composed. In a panicked voice, he announced that the situation was extremely serious. Aiden's expression darkened. Whatever it was, it had clearly shaken his assistant. Then Philip finally delivered the news. Carl had disappeared inside Monster Mountain. For a brief moment, Aiden couldn't process what he had just heard. Philip quickly explained. Several days earlier, reports had arrived regarding a missing person somewhere within the mountain region. Carl had assembled an investigation team and personally joined the mission. But after leaving, neither he nor his group had returned. Aiden immediately understood something was wrong. Monster Mountain was only supposed to contain low-level monsters. Carl and a squad of trained knights shouldn't have vanished without a trace. He quickly asked what had happened to the search party. Philip explained that a rescue team was preparing to leave immediately. Aiden's thoughts raced. If Carl died, the entire line of succession would change. That would place responsibilities on Aiden that he absolutely couldn't afford. His revenge, his plans. Everything would collapse, no matter what Carl had to survive. Without hesitation, Aiden announced that he would be joining the rescue mission. He then instructed Philip to escort Cassie to her room. Philip blinked in confusion. Before he could question it, Aiden turned toward Cassie and mentioned that he had a small favor to ask. Curious, she asked what he needed. Meanwhile, Philip was still staring at her in disbelief. A beastkin woman appearing beside the young master was confusing enough. The timing only made things stranger. Not long afterward, Aiden met with the Duke. His father listened carefully before asking if he was truly insisting on joining the search operation. Aiden answered without hesitation. The Duke immediately refused. The response caught him completely off guard. His father explained that Carl and dozens of knights had disappeared together. This was no ordinary rescue mission. He had already lost contact with one son. He refused to risk losing another. Aiden's eyes suddenly filled with tears. He insisted that Carl was his brother. If anything happened to him, he would never forgive himself. The sight left the Duke speechless. This wasn't the son he knew. Never before had he seen such concern from Aiden. Meanwhile, inside his mind, the ruler couldn't resist commenting that his performance was somewhat disgusting. Aiden immediately told him to be quiet. The truth was simple. If Carl died, all of his future plans would be thrown into chaos. He couldn't allow that outcome. The Duke eventually pulled his son into a tight embrace. Tears filled his own eyes. For the first time, he truly believed his sons cared deeply for one another. After a long silence, he finally agreed. Aiden could join the mission. However, he had to promise to be careful. The Duke then turned toward Sir Spire. Among everyone present, Spire was the only person he trusted completely. He asked the knight to protect his son. Spire immediately assured him that they would do everything possible. Not long afterward, the rescue party departed for Monster Mountain. As they advanced through the area, the vice-captain carefully examined the surroundings. With a grim expression, he reported that the previous search team had clearly been attacked. Their trail was fading fast. Then he spotted something unusual, a goblin weapon. Aiden narrowed his eyes. Too many details didn't add up. There was no way ordinary goblins could have defeated Carl and an entire force of knights. Even stranger, the tracks appeared to have been deliberately concealed. Low-level goblins weren't intelligent enough for that. There was only one explanation: a goblin king, more specifically a hobgoblin. Unlike ordinary goblins, those creatures possessed intelligence, leadership, and combat ability far beyond their lesser kin. If a goblin king was involved, the disappearance suddenly made sense. Aiden immediately shared his conclusion with the vice-captain. The man's expression stiffened. If a goblin king truly existed in the area, even he couldn't guarantee victory. His first instinct was to retreat and prepare properly before returning. Aiden rejected the idea immediately. Every second mattered. The longer they waited, the greater the chance Carl and the others would be killed, or worse, eaten. They needed results now. Then he demanded a search dog. The vice-captain explained that they had already tried that approach. The scent trail had vanished completely. The dogs had been unable to track anything. Aiden's patience snapped. He ordered them to stop arguing and bring the dog immediately. A short while later, a large tracking dog was brought before him. Aiden smiled. Then, to everyone's confusion, he pulled out a potion and fed it to the animal. The knights exchanged bewildered looks. Nobody had any idea what he was doing. Several minutes passed. Then the dog's behavior suddenly changed. It immediately picked up a scent. The entire rescue team stared in disbelief. Aiden calmly explained that he had given the animal a potion that enhanced its tracking capabilities. Fortunately, he had purchased it before leaving. He remembered using the same potion during a search mission in his previous life. The gamble had worked perfectly. Soon afterward, the dog picked up the trail and began leading the group forward. Aiden glanced at the others and announced that it was time to move. After following the trail for some time, the rescue party finally reached a goblin settlement, and what they found there immediately confirmed their fears. Carl was alive, so were the missing knights. All of them were being held captive. Relief swept through the rescue team. At least they hadn't arrived too late. But that relief didn't last long. Something about the village was wrong, very wrong. Aiden carefully observed the enemy forces, then his eyes narrowed. There wasn't just one goblin king, there were several. For a moment, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. A single village should never have multiple leaders of that level. The vice-captain noticed it as well. His expression grew serious. The situation was far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Still, retreat was no longer an option. The prisoners were right in front of them. Everyone present understood what came next. They would have to commit everything they had to this battle. The vice-captain quickly assessed the battlefield and warned everyone not to underestimate their enemies. These weren't ordinary goblins. Every one of those leaders possessed strength comparable to accomplished knights, making them far more dangerous than the monsters people normally imagined. Then he turned toward Aiden. During the coming battle, the young master's mission was simple: rescue the prisoners and get them out alive. Aiden agreed without argument. Although he still couldn't understand why a single village contained multiple goblin kings, he believed the gathered knights were more than capable of dealing with the enemy forces without his direct involvement. Not long afterward, the vice-captain gave the signal. The assault began instantly. The goblins never saw it coming. Knights surged into the village from every direction, their anger impossible to hide. These monsters had dared to capture members of the Duke's family. That alone was unforgivable. The vice-captain drew his sword and declared that he would wipe every one of them out before charging straight into battle. Meanwhile, hope returned to the prisoners. For the first time since their capture, rescue had finally arrived. Aiden wasted no time. He rushed to the cages and immediately checked on everyone inside. Carl's eyes widened the moment he saw who had come. Of all people, he never expected his brother to appear here. Aiden quickly glanced around and informed the prisoners that the knights would hold the enemy back. Their only job was to escape. There wasn't time to waste. Carl immediately warned him. His voice trembled as he told Aiden that powerful monsters were nearby. Then his expression suddenly changed. Looking behind his brother, he shouted a warning. There was a monster directly behind him. Aiden casually asked whether there really was one. The answer arrived instantly. A thunderous impact shook the area. The creature attacked. Several knights felt a chill run down their spines as the monster launched its strike toward the young master. Fortunately, Aiden reacted in time and leaped backward. Yet even as he avoided the attack, a troubling realization surfaced. He had overlooked something important. That missing piece finally clicked into place. The reason there were multiple goblin kings in one village was because something stronger existed above them. A much more terrifying monster. Among humanoid demons, few creatures inspired as much fear as a troll. Aiden immediately ordered Carl to take the prisoners and leave first. Carl stared at him in disbelief. His opponent was a troll, a real troll. Aiden could die fighting something like that, but Aiden only grinned. Of course he knew what he was facing. Still, he had no intention of dying. After all, he was the older brother. Carl opened his mouth to respond but couldn't find any words. The next moment, the battle began. The troll roared and charged forward. Retreat wasn't even a consideration. Its massive attack came crashing down with monstrous force. Aiden narrowly avoided the strike and immediately counterattacked. His sword landed a clean hit. A serious wound opened across the troll's body. Then the injury began healing almost instantly. Aiden clicked his tongue. The creature's regeneration was absurd. At normal strength, killing it would be nearly impossible. Still, he wasn't worried. Unlike most people, he had prepared a trump card. A fierce grin appeared on his face. If anything, this fight was becoming interesting. Elsewhere, the knights grew increasingly alarmed. They couldn't understand why a troll was hiding in a place like this. Spire immediately called out to Aiden. He wanted to deal with the monster himself. A goblin king was already a dangerous opponent. A troll was on an entirely different level. Spire could only hope the young master would survive long enough for help to arrive. The troll continued attacking relentlessly. Every strike carried enough force to crush a human body, yet Aiden avoided every single blow. Before leaving, he had borrowed the Ring of Swiftness from Cassie as a precaution. Now he finally understood why. Without hesitation, he activated it. Although this version of himself was nowhere near the level he had reached in his previous life, the artifact bridged part of that gap. Suddenly, his movements accelerated. Aiden launched himself forward. Sword strikes rained down on the troll from every angle, blow after blow connected. The monster could only roar in fury. Its anger grew with every passing second. Then Aiden pushed even further. For a brief moment, he crossed into the realm of sword aura. The next attack was devastating. His blade flashed. The troll's head separated from its body. The battle ended instantly. Nearby, the vice captain finished eliminating the remaining enemies and looked around. Realizing the fighting on his side was over, he shouted for everyone to assist the young master. Then the knights saw something impossible. Aiden was suspended in the air. Behind him, blue energy shimmered visibly. Everyone froze. That sight simply shouldn't have existed. The vice captain struggled to process what he was seeing. The young master had just entered the sword aura stage, a level even he himself had failed to reach. Moments later, Aiden landed atop a nearby tree. The instant the battle ended, pain flooded his entire body. Every muscle screamed in protest. He quickly realized the truth. He had only maintained sword aura for a few seconds, yet the strain had nearly crippled him. His body couldn't properly support that level of power. The experience taught him an important lesson. The ring was incredibly effective in battle, but using it recklessly could destroy him. The following day, the Duke listened to reports regarding the incident. Many lives had been lost. Others had suffered serious injuries. After hearing the details, he instructed his subordinates to ensure that every affected family received the maximum compensation possible. Then another report reached him, one involving his eldest son. The Duke stared at the vice captain and asked whether the stories were actually true. Had Aiden really defeated a troll? The vice captain confirmed everything. Not only had he witnessed it personally, but so had countless other knights. The Duke found himself at a loss for words. His son had used sword aura. His son had slain a troll. The person being described sounded nothing like the boy he thought he knew. That night, Aiden sat alone in his room. Quietly, he circulated mana throughout his body. Although he had only touched sword aura briefly, the experience had been real, and because of it, his mana reserves had grown. Still, his excitement didn't last long. The battle had exposed a harsh reality. He was still weak, far too weak. His enemies from the future were monsters capable of shaking nations. At his current level, he couldn't hope to challenge them. The realization filled him with frustration. He needed power. And he needed it fast. Inside his mind, the Demon Lord appeared once again. With an amused grin, he admitted that he liked Aiden's determination. Aiden immediately frowned. He hadn't even noticed when the ruler appeared. The Demon Lord casually explained that he was the same ruler as before. The problem wasn't his identity. The problem was his appearance. The moment Aiden got a proper look at him, he burst out laughing. The legendary Demon Lord looked absurdly cute. The contrast was too much. The ruler became furious and demanded that he stop laughing. Unfortunately, that only made things worse. Aiden laughed even harder. The mighty overlord who had once terrorized countless people now looked completely harmless. The ruler eventually snapped and blamed Aiden for everything. It was only because Aiden remained weak that his form looked like this. Still laughing, Aiden asked how the situation actually worked. The ruler explained that only Aiden could see him. Since they were connected, his form became visible whenever Aiden's strength increased. Aiden wasn't thrilled by the explanation. The entire situation felt ridiculous. The ruler immediately accused him of being rude toward his savior. Aiden ignored the complaint and instead brought up something important. The ruler had once claimed that he was a cursed existence created through the demon god's influence. Now that the connection had been severed, Aiden wanted to know his real name. For the first time, the ruler's expression softened. Sadly, he admitted that he had long since forgotten it. His original name was gone. Only his existence remained. Aiden thought about it for a moment. Then he made a decision. From now on, his name would be Curse. The ruler stared at him. That was genuinely the best name he could come up with. Aiden nodded. The logic seemed obvious. The ruler was literally a curse attached to him. Therefore, Curse was a perfectly suitable name. The ruler buried his face in his hands and called the idea stupid. Aiden casually told him to be quiet. Then he called him Curse again. A week later, Aiden paid a visit to Cassie. Entering her workspace, he cheerfully asked how the treatment process was progressing. Cassie smiled and asked whether he had really come all the way there just to visit. Then she greeted him with a new nickname, Mr. Troll. Aiden immediately understood what she meant. Officially, people had started calling him the Troll Slayer because he killed a troll. Unfortunately, Cassie seemed to be suggesting that he actually looked like one. Needless to say, he wasn't pleased. Ignoring the comment, he asked where Lo was. Cassie pointed him toward another room. A moment later, Aiden entered. Lo turned around. The instant their eyes met, tears began pouring down his face. His body trembled uncontrollably. His hand was moving completely normally. The numbness was gone, the damage was gone, his hand had been restored. Unable to contain his emotions, Lo dropped to his knees. Through tears and shaking breaths, he thanked Aiden repeatedly. The young master had discovered his illness. The young master had given him hope, and most importantly, the young master had cured him. Lo declared that he was insignificant compared to someone like Aiden. Even so, he swore upon his very life that he would dedicate his existence to serving him. Aiden watched the scene with a deeply satisfied smile. Everything had gone exactly as planned. From this moment onward, Lo would stand firmly on his side. Without hesitation, Aiden accepted the oath. Afterward, he turned toward Cassie and asked whether she had managed to cure herself as well. She smiled and explained that her own mana deficiency syndrome was much more unusual. There were still many things she needed to study before she could fully solve it. Aiden nodded. He understood. Then he praised her efforts and encouraged her to keep up the good work. Cassie smiled and admitted that things were going well. In fact, she owed him thanks. If Aiden hadn't revealed that new treatment method, she never would have made this much progress. Then, as usual, she called him by that ridiculous nickname again, Troll Master. Aiden immediately frowned. The title continued to bother him far more than it should. Meanwhile, Lo stood nearby, desperately trying not to laugh. His shoulders shook so much that it was obvious he was struggling. Aiden quickly decided he had suffered enough. He informed Lo that his treatment was complete, which meant it was time to stop resting. There was plenty of work waiting for him. Lo's face lit up immediately. With genuine enthusiasm, he declared that he was ready to carry out any task his master assigned. A short while later, that enthusiasm disappeared. The newly recovered knight stared at his first assignment with burning resentment. Physical labor. That was apparently the glorious future awaiting him. Some time later, a merchant greeted Aiden with obvious excitement. His attention was fixed entirely on the troll corpse the young master had brought. The man examined it with admiration. A troll in such condition was incredibly rare, which meant it would sell for an excellent price. Aiden informed him that he intended to use the proceeds from the sale to purchase specific goods. Then he handed over a detailed list. The merchant confidently assured him that his trading company could acquire everything requested. However, after looking closer, his expression changed. The list wasn't filled with ordinary herbs. It was packed with poisonous plants. Aiden immediately responded with a dangerous grin. If someone called them herbs, then they were herbs. That was all there was to it. He calmly asked whether the items could be obtained. The merchant found himself at a loss for words. After a brief internal struggle, he immediately agreed that they were definitely herbs, very normal herbs. After all, disagreeing with the young master sounded significantly more dangerous. Not long afterward, Aiden returned home in high spirits. Easy money was always welcome. Inside his head, Curse couldn't help commenting that Aiden still possessed the instincts of a veteran mercenary. Some habits never disappeared. Later, Philip approached him with an unusual expression. The Duke was looking for him. That news caught Aiden off guard. Not wasting any time, he headed toward his father's office. After entering, he politely asked whether he had been summoned. Then he noticed someone sitting inside. For a moment, his expression stiffened. This was not someone he expected to see. The guest smiled warmly and remarked that the rumors were apparently true. The young master really had slain a troll. He seemed genuinely pleased to meet such a promising young hero. Aiden forced himself to remain polite. Unfortunately, this was someone he remembered from his previous life. And those memories were not pleasant. Back then, the man had always looked down on mercenaries. Aiden had never particularly liked him. Still, he introduced himself properly before respectfully greeting the defender of the northeastern border. Margrave Tita Sejusa. The Margrave appeared mildly impressed. He hadn't expected the young man to recognize him so quickly. Aiden simply explained that of course he knew who the Margrave was. After all, this was one of the very few individuals in the Empire who had reached the level of Swordmaster, a realm countless swordsmen dreamed of attaining. Those who crossed into that transcendental stage surpassed ordinary human limits. They could split mountains with a blade and shake the very air with their presence. Aiden knew that level well. He had once stood there himself, and he intended to reach it again. The Margrave turned toward the Duke with obvious satisfaction. Contrary to the rumors, his son seemed surprisingly respectful. In fact, he complimented the Duke on raising such a fine young man. The Duke could only smile awkwardly and insist that Aiden still had much to learn. Soon the conversation shifted. The Duke asked whether the Margrave could really leave his territory at a time like this. After all, reports suggested recent orc attacks near the border. The Margrave sighed. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't limited to one region. Strange monster activity had appeared in multiple locations. Even the Slaughter Tower within the Death Wasteland, territory controlled by the Cult of Slaughter, had begun showing unusual movement. The moment Aiden heard that name, his mood darkened. The Cult of Slaughter. That organization wasn't just another faction. One of the future traitors who betrayed him had become the iron-blooded saint of that very cult. Naturally, he had unfinished business there. The Margrave continued explaining that abnormal monster activity was occurring across several different regions simultaneously. That level of coincidence felt suspicious. After considering the matter, the Duke agreed. The situation definitely sounded unusual. That was precisely why an investigation force was being organized. The Margrave wanted the Duke's cooperation. Then, without warning, he approached Aiden. A grin spread across his face. Would the young man like to join the Knights of Sejusa? The room immediately fell silent. The Duke stared. Aiden blinked. Neither had expected that invitation. The Margrave explained that he had heard countless stories about the young master. Apparently, Aiden had reached Sword Aura after less than half a year of serious training. At first, he thought those rumors were exaggerated nonsense. Now, after seeing the young man in person, he wasn't so sure. A fierce smile appeared on his face. He boldly declared that he could turn Aiden into the greatest swordsman on the Western continent. He even swore it upon his name. The Duke hurriedly tried to stop him. The Margrave simply laughed and reassured his friend. There was no reason to worry. He would personally guide the boy. Then he turned toward Aiden. The final decision belonged to him. Aiden smiled politely. He genuinely appreciated the offer, but he refused. The answer left the Margrave completely caught off guard. He immediately asked whether Aiden understood what he was turning down. The Knights of Sejusa were among the most famous knightly orders in the Empire. Aiden calmly replied that he understood perfectly. Then he added something even more outrageous. He was confident he could become a swordmaster on his own. The statement wasn't arrogance, it was certainty. He had already walked that path once before. Reaching that level again was simply a matter of time. Then Aiden looked directly at the Margrave and casually claimed that if they fought right now, he could at least leave a scratch on him. For a moment, the room went completely still. The Margrave stared. The Duke nearly stopped breathing. Then the Margrave burst out laughing. The idea was absurd, yet somehow hearing it from Aiden only made it entertaining. Meanwhile, the Duke was silently panicking. His son had somehow managed to provoke a swordmaster. Again, the Margrave shook his head and called the boy incredibly rude, yet his laughter only grew louder. There was something genuinely amusing about him. At that moment, Aiden felt the Margrave's presence intensify. The pressure became tangible. Even the air itself seemed to tremble beneath his murderous aura. Aiden immediately activated fear resistance. The Margrave noticed. His expression changed. Most people couldn't remain standing beneath that pressure, yet the young man hadn't collapsed. The old warrior looked at him with growing interest. Then he asked whether Aiden truly intended to stand by his ridiculous claim. Aiden grinned. Not only was he serious, he wanted to make things more interesting. A bet. The suggestion instantly caught the Margrave's attention. Aiden knew exactly why. The old man had always loved gambling. The terms were simple. If Aiden failed to leave even a single scratch, he would join the Knights of Sejusa. But if he succeeded, the Margrave would hand over his sword. The old warrior froze. Now things were getting interesting. That weapon wasn't just any sword. It was a treasured family heirloom. The Margrave glanced toward the Duke and remarked that his son was nothing like him. Aiden quietly released the breath he had been holding. At least he had survived long enough to make the proposal. Then the Margrave looked toward his old friend. Only now did he notice that the Duke had completely failed to endure the pressure from his fear aura and had fainted. The sight made him laugh even harder. Finally, he accepted the bet. Inside Aiden's mind, Curse immediately pointed out that he had clearly been targeting the sword from the very beginning. Aiden didn't bother denying it. Given the opportunity, anyone would want such a weapon. After all, the blade before him was one of the legendary Belub swords. Curse simply shook his head. The more he watched Aiden, the more convinced he became that the young man belonged on the villain's side. Not long afterward, preparations for the duel were completed. Aiden faced the Margrave with a smirk and asked whether he really intended to use the Ogre Slayer sword against someone he kept comparing to a goblin. The Margrave immediately fired back. Frankly, he wasn't sure whether Aiden was closer to a goblin or an ogre. Either way, a knight's duty was always the same: fight seriously. Neither side had changed. Even after all these years, the Margrave's irritatingly polite knightly mannerisms remained exactly the same. The rules of the duel were then established. Neither combatant could use an aura blade. Additionally, the Margrave would not move his right leg. To ordinary people, those restrictions sounded significant. To a swordmaster, they were barely inconveniences. Aiden understood the reality immediately. If he charged recklessly, the duel would end before it even started. The Margrave glanced around and noticed a surprisingly large audience gathering to watch. Apparently, neither of them would be fighting in private. Finally, he turned back toward Aiden and announced that they should begin. Aiden smiled. He agreed. Then, without warning, he attacked first. For the first time that day, the Margrave's expression changed. He hadn't expected the young man to charge directly at him. Still, he calmly intercepted the strike with ease. A grin spread across his face as their blades met. Then he jokingly asked whether Aiden had truly decided to throw himself at a swordmaster's throat from the very first move. The Margrave immediately noticed something unusual. This wasn't the swordsmanship of someone who had only trained for a few months. The young man standing before him had experienced real combat. Aiden answered with a faint smirk. Of course, he knew that opening strike would be blocked. Against a swordmaster, expecting anything else would have been ridiculous, but he had never intended to win in a single exchange. His goal was simple: pressure his opponent, observe him, find even the smallest weakness. Without hesitation, he charged forward again. The Margrave's eyes narrowed. The style Aiden was using felt strange, unrefined, unorthodox. Then recognition flashed across his face. This was the sort of swordsmanship often favored by rough mercenaries who relied on experience rather than proper training. With a laugh, he remarked that if Aiden ever joined his knightly order, fixing that ugly fencing style would become their first priority. Inside his mind, Curse immediately snorted. Apparently some things never changed. Aiden felt irritation rise instantly. Even now, the old man couldn't resist mocking mercenaries. Still, anger wasn't enough to distract him. He pressed forward. If the Margrave thought his swordsmanship was crude, then he would simply show him how dangerous that crudeness could be. Again and again, Aiden attacked. Each strike flowed into the next. Every movement contained techniques he had learned during his years beside the mercenary king. The Margrave blocked them all, but his expression gradually changed. The pressure was relentless. Aiden refused to let him breathe. The swordmaster grinned and declared that he had no intention of losing to some reckless fool. Then something unexpected happened. Aiden suddenly used a knight's charge. For the first time, the Margrave looked genuinely caught off guard. The technique appeared so abruptly that even he hadn't expected it. Aiden's grin widened. The next strike was already on its way. Around them, the spectators watched in stunned silence. The young master wasn't being overwhelmed, he was pushing forward. At that moment, everyone finally accepted that the stories about the troll were real. This wasn't a rumor, this wasn't luck. The Duke watched nervously. No matter how talented his son had become, the man standing opposite him was still a swordmaster, one of the strongest warriors in the Empire. Meanwhile, the Margrave's amusement slowly disappeared. He had no intention of losing, yet another barrage of attacks came flying toward him. The more he watched, the stranger it became. Aiden's swordsmanship looked chaotic. His attacks appeared random, but every strike targeted a critical point. There was logic hidden within the madness. The realization only increased the Margrave's interest. The more he fought, the more convinced he became that this young man needed to be recruited. Then Aiden attempted another strike. The Margrave blocked it cleanly. A moment later, the swordmaster retaliated. Aiden barely avoided the counterattack. The swing looked casual, simple, yet he instantly understood something terrifying. Had he tried to block it, he might have been cut in half. Even Curse couldn't resist pointing it out. The difference in skill was still overwhelming. Aiden immediately retreated and created distance. The Margrave smiled. He admitted that Aiden's swordsmanship was interesting. But if that was everything he had, victory was impossible. Breathing heavily, Aiden looked back and calmly pointed out one thing: he was still standing. The comment made the Margrave burst into laughter. That stubborn confidence hadn't disappeared. His eyes were still sharp, his spirit was still intact. At that rate, the old man joked that he might as well welcome Aiden into the knightly order already. Aiden thanked him in advance. Then he smiled, a dangerous smile, because he had no intention of walking the path the Margrave had prepared for him. The next moment he vanished. The Margrave froze for a brief instant. His opponent had disappeared from sight. Even he struggled to process what had happened. The speed was absurd. Then realization struck. The boy had been hiding something. Before he could fully react, pain appeared across his body, a sharp cut. Aiden had slipped through his defenses and landed a strike. The Margrave's expression stiffened. He hadn't even noticed the attack. For the first time in the duel, he felt genuinely tricked. Aiden lowered his sword and smirked. Looks like he would be taking good care of that sword after all. The spectators stared in confusion. Most hadn't even seen what happened. One moment the duel was ongoing. The next it was over. Then the realization spread. Aiden had won. The crowd erupted. Cheers exploded from every direction. The Duke stood there speechless. His son had actually succeeded. Soon everyone began chanting Aiden's name. The knights, servants, and spectators celebrated together. They had believed in him, and now he had proven them right. Afterward, Curse asked whether Aiden wasn't worried about relying on the ring so heavily. He also reminded him once again that he acted more like a rogue than a hero. Aiden ignored the complaint. Curse insisted that the entire victory had been built on deception, in other words, cheating. The Margrave approached with a smile. Far from being angry, he looked delighted. He admitted that Aiden had played him perfectly. The young man had hidden his abilities, lured him into complacency, and created the perfect opening. Aiden modestly claimed it was merely luck, yet inwardly he couldn't understand something. The cut should have been much deeper. He had genuinely expected to take the old man's arm. Instead, he had only managed a scratch. The difference between them was still terrifying. Without hesitation, the Margrave handed over the sword. Aiden respectfully bowed and thanked him. He promised to take good care of it. Inside, however, he was barely containing his excitement. This wasn't just a sword. It was a treasure, a priceless one. Curse sighed dramatically. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that Aiden wasn't a hero at all. He was a complete swindler. Later, Aiden sat quietly while examining the legendary blade. The weapon seemed ordinary on the surface, yet he knew better. Turning toward Curse, he asked why he had called him a crook earlier. Curse simply grinned. The young man still didn't know how to properly use the sword. More importantly, there were secrets about the legendary blades that most people had never learned. That immediately caught Aiden's attention. He wanted answers. Was it some hidden secret or another curse? Curse laughed. Information like that wasn't free. If Aiden swore loyalty to him and promised never to force another holy potion down his throat, he would reveal everything. A moment later, Aiden smiled. Then he informed Curse that he was already too late. A blood pact had already been established. The demon lord's expression instantly darkened. He had been outplayed, again. Aiden reminded him that he wasn't ignorant. After all, hadn't the rulers of the underworld wielded dark swords? Belub was one of the legendary blades. Most people saw them as durable weapons and nothing more. The truth was far darker. Each one had been forged from the remains of corrupted rulers who once governed the ancient underworld. Only much later did people discover that the swords were cursed. Every blade contained the power of a different fallen lord. To awaken that hidden power, several conditions had to be met. One of those conditions involved offering blood and forming a blood pact. Curse looked utterly defeated. For the first time, he had genuinely thought he might win an argument. Aiden only smirked. Why would he serve someone who was already dead? Then he informed Curse that another holy potion session was coming soon. The reaction was immediate, pure horror. The following day, Aiden met with his father. The Duke sighed and asked whether he truly intended to join the Margrave's investigation force. Aiden confirmed it without hesitation. His father looked conflicted. He knew his son was talented. He knew his son was growing stronger, but this mission was different. Monster Mountain was one thing. This investigation could become far more dangerous. Granting permission wasn't easy. Aiden spoke sincerely. He wanted to accompany the great Margrave. Yet finding the right words proved difficult. Before he could continue, the Margrave stepped in. Laughing confidently, he assured the Duke that they would remain together. No matter what happened, he would personally protect Aiden. The Duke listened in silence. The Margrave promised that he would safeguard the young man with everything he had. Even then, the Duke remained reluctant. This wasn't some leisurely trip. It wasn't a picnic. Aiden nodded. He understood that perfectly. But if the mission was meant to protect their territory and its people, then he wanted to contribute. The Margrave immediately supported him. The Duke should let him go. The Duke rubbed his forehead. Neither of them was making this easier. Aiden watched quietly. In his previous life, he had often been powerless. This time would be different. This time he intended to prove his worth. Inside his head, Curse couldn't help exposing the truth. Aiden wasn't joining for noble reasons. The real goal was the sword, specifically awakening it. The next requirement involved feeding the blade an enormous amount of life force. That meant killing monsters. Lots of them. Aiden didn't even bother denying it. He fully intended to carve through every monster standing in his path. Curse sighed. For the first time in his life, he almost felt sorry for the monsters. Meanwhile, chaos was already spreading throughout the Payan Mountains. Creatures fled in every direction. Their instincts sensed danger approaching, and they weren't wrong. Some time later, the investigation force finally reached its destination. Aiden looked toward the massive fortress standing before them. The structure had supposedly been built to defend the region against the demonic beasts lurking within the mountains. At first glance, it looked impressive. Then he looked closer. Immediately, something felt wrong. The soldiers looked exhausted. The fortress itself was poorly maintained. Discipline was practically non-existent. The entire place felt disorganized. Aiden couldn't understand how these people expected to survive a serious assault. At this rate, even a goblin horde would be difficult to stop. Holding back powerful demonic beasts seemed almost impossible. As he examined the surroundings, a man approached the group. The fortress commander greeted them politely and introduced himself. The investigation had officially begun. The fortress commander introduced himself as Dasvalt Timon, the officer responsible for overseeing the stronghold. After greeting the Margrave, his eyes shifted toward Aiden. A grin immediately spread across his face. Without hesitation, he greeted him as the Troll Master. The nearby knights quickly joined in. To them, Aiden was still just a spoiled noble with an inflated reputation. They laughed, mocked him openly, and repeated the nickname over and over. Some even claimed there was no way he had actually killed a troll. Lo's expression darkened instantly. He looked ready to draw his weapon and settle the matter right there, but Aiden stopped him. There was no point wasting energy on people like this. Curse watched the situation with confusion. He couldn't understand how Aiden remained so calm. Yet Aiden had heard the same nonsense too many times already. Getting angry every single time would accomplish nothing. Meanwhile, the Margrave's attention drifted elsewhere. Something felt off. Fresh air flowed through the area, but for some reason, an unusual number of insects buzzed around the fortress. The constant noise bothered him. His gaze sharpened. When he looked toward the fortress knights, several immediately stiffened under the pressure. The mocking laughter vanished. No one wanted to attract the swordmaster's attention. Some time later, the group toured the outskirts of the fortress. Dasvalt casually mentioned that reports of monster attacks were arriving from territories all across the region. Aiden listened carefully before asking an important question. Had anything unusual happened near the fortress itself? Dasvalt smiled confidently. There was nothing to worry about. The fortress was perfectly safe. The Margrave immediately questioned that answer. Monsters lived directly beyond the walls. How could there possibly be no danger? The commander continued smiling. According to him, the orcs had settled deep within the mountain range. In fact, he believed the orcs were keeping the other monsters away. Aiden almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. Monsters protecting people by frightening away other monsters? The explanation sounded ridiculous. Then Kerr suddenly called out to him. His tone was serious. Something big was coming. Aiden frowned. At first, he couldn't sense anything. Then he looked into the distance and immediately saw it. Without hesitation, he informed the commander that monsters were approaching and the gates needed to be closed right now. Dasvalt stared at him. He genuinely thought Aiden was joking. There were no monsters nearby. The young master's imagination had simply gone too far. Before he could continue, the Margrave interrupted. Close the gates immediately. The command was absolute. Dasvalt looked completely confused. He couldn't understand why someone like the Margrave would take such a claim seriously. Then it happened. A deep rumble echoed across the land. The ground began to shake. The Margrave's expression hardened instantly. A monster wave, a real one. Within moments, an enormous tide of monsters emerged from the distance and rushed toward the fortress. Panic exploded among the soldiers. The fortress knights completely lost their composure. Nobody knew what to do. Shouts erupted from every direction as they desperately called for orders. Dasvalt stood frozen. For a moment, he couldn't even respond. The Margrave's patience snapped. He roared at them to stop standing around and close the gates immediately. That finally broke the paralysis. The knights rushed into action. Massive doors slammed shut while terrified soldiers watched the approaching horde. But they weren't fast enough. One monster managed to squeeze through the narrowing gap. The creature immediately lunged at the nearest knight. The soldier screamed. Its fangs tore into him and the pain was unbearable. Then a flash of steel appeared. The monster collapsed, dead. Aiden lowered his sword calmly. The creature's body hit the ground with a heavy thud. He glanced toward his newly acquired blade. The result wasn't enough to satisfy him. Still, he could clearly feel the weapon absorbing life force. The process worked exactly as expected. Nearby knights stared in disbelief. They had just witnessed sword aura. Again, the realization spread rapidly. Maybe the stories weren't exaggerated after all. Maybe the troll master rumors were true. The moment the nickname resurfaced, Curse burst out laughing. Aiden looked ready to strangle someone. The injured knight hurriedly thanked him for saving his life. Instead of accepting the gratitude, Aiden scolded him. This wasn't the time for thanks. It was time to grab a weapon and defend the wall. The same order applied to everyone. Lo arrived beside him almost instantly. Concern filled his face as he checked whether Aiden had been injured. Aiden simply pointed toward the horizon. Lo followed his gaze, then he froze. The sheer number of monsters approaching left him speechless. He had never seen anything like it. An endless sea of monsters stretched across the landscape. Aiden stared at the advancing horde with a dangerous smile. To him, those monsters looked less like enemies and more like future nourishment. Lo looked completely confused. He had no idea what his master was talking about. Aiden lowered his gaze toward the legendary sword and quietly asked whether it wanted to eat them. The words left his mouth before he fully realized what he was saying. A moment later, even he looked confused. Then Curse's laughter echoed through his mind. The explanation was simple. The blade he carried was the Sword of Gluttony. It awakened the hunger hidden within its owner. Curse admitted that hearing Aiden's true thoughts was surprisingly entertaining. Aiden immediately realized he needed to be careful, much more careful. Still, one fact remained: this battlefield was perfect. Every monster that died would feed the sword. Every life taken would help awaken its hidden power. Not far away, the Margrave smiled confidently. He announced that he would return after cleaning up the monsters himself. Aiden immediately protested. Those monsters were supposed to be his. He shouted for the old man to stop. Unfortunately, the Margrave ignored every word. With a single step, he launched himself skyward. Aiden could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster looked at the approaching horde with obvious excitement. He intended to erase all of them. The surrounding knights watched in stunned silence. Then they saw it. An aura blade, the ultimate symbol of a true Swordmaster. Only individuals at that level could wield such power. Aiden nearly cried. He desperately begged the Margrave to leave at least half the monsters alive. The old man paid him absolutely no attention. Wave after wave of attacks descended. Monsters fell by the dozens, then by the hundreds. Nothing survived. By the time the battle ended, the battlefield was covered with corpses. The Margrave laughed loudly. It had been far too long since he had unleashed his strength properly. Using his full power felt incredible. Meanwhile, Aiden stood nearby looking like a man who had just watched someone steal his life savings. He genuinely questioned why he had even come here. The Viscount thanked them repeatedly. Without the Margrave and the investigation team, the fortress would have suffered catastrophic losses. A short time later, Curse spoke again. Aiden immediately assumed he had returned to mock him. Instead, Curse revealed something far worse. The monster wave wasn't what he had been talking about earlier. Aiden blinked. If that wasn't the great threat, then what was? The answer arrived moments later. A strange feeling crawled up his spine. Something was wrong. He turned around, then froze. A massive sphere of fire hung high above them. The sight instantly triggered alarm bells. Without hesitation, Aiden shouted for everyone to evacuate immediately. Confusion spread through the fortress. Nobody understood what was happening. The Margrave narrowed his eyes. At first glance, it looked like a fire spell. Naturally, he assumed a powerful mage was responsible. Aiden knew better. This wasn't magic cast by a human. Curse asked whether he recognized the creature behind it. Aiden's expression darkened. Of course he did. In his previous life, that monster had nearly killed him. There was no chance he would ever forget it. Fear began spreading among the soldiers. They watched in horror as countless figures emerged from the distance. The sight made no sense. Orcs, trolls, wasteland creatures, all advancing together. The Viscount stared in disbelief. Those races constantly fought each other. They should have been mortal enemies, yet now they were marching side by side. The situation was completely unnatural. The Margrave prepared himself for battle. He informed Aiden that he would return shortly. Aiden immediately sighed. There were simply too many enemies. Even the Margrave looked confused by that statement. Then Aiden told him to stop looking at the front lines. Instead, he should focus on the very rear of the horde. The true threat was waiting there. The Margrave followed his gaze. Then his expression changed completely. For the first time that day, he saw something that genuinely unsettled him. At the back of the army stood a monster overflowing with magical power. Its presence alone rivaled a swordmaster. Everyone quickly reached the same conclusion: a supreme troll. The Margrave immediately issued new orders. All civilians were to be evacuated at once. Drawing upon his power, he stared toward the approaching monster and declared that he could buy them some time. Aiden, however, wasn't satisfied. There was another option. The Margrave looked at him with disbelief. Then he asked the obvious question. How exactly did Aiden plan to deal with a creature that even a swordmaster considered difficult? Aiden turned toward Lo and immediately issued an order. The soldiers had to be evacuated. No matter what happened, they needed to hold the creatures back for as long as possible. Lo bowed without hesitation. He swore that he would do everything in his power. Then he rushed off to carry out the command. The Margrave watched him leave before turning back to Aiden. There was clear confusion in his eyes. Did the young man truly understand what they were facing? A supreme troll alone possessed power comparable to a swordmaster. This wasn't an enemy that could be overcome through determination alone. Aiden released a slow breath. Of course he understood. The moment a supreme troll succeeded in creating an army of trolls, the difficulty of defeating it multiplied several times over. Even if powerful warriors challenged it directly, survival was far from guaranteed. Then he looked directly at the Margrave. There was still one path left, one way for everyone to survive. Unfortunately, time was running out, so he explained his plan as quickly as possible. The reactions were immediate. Several people struggled to process what they had just heard. The Viscount openly called the idea absurd. If the Margrave left now, the fortress would become rubble within minutes. Then a massive explosion thundered somewhere behind them. The battlefield seemed to shake. The Margrave stared at Aiden and demanded to know whether he truly understood how reckless his proposal sounded. Aiden met his gaze without backing down. He knew exactly how insane it was, but he also knew it was their only option. They didn't have the luxury of searching for a better solution. All he needed was their trust, just this once. The Margrave fell silent. This wasn't the first time Aiden had suggested something ridiculous, and yet every previous gamble had somehow worked. For several moments he weighed the risks. Then a smile slowly appeared. The young man's ingenuity never failed to amaze him. This time he would trust him again. Of course, he couldn't resist adding a condition. If Aiden's plan failed, he would immediately join the knightly order. Aiden sighed. Even in a crisis, the old man couldn't stop trying to recruit him. Still, there was no time to argue. He accepted. The Margrave laughed, unleashed his strength, and vanished toward the forest. Aiden watched him go. Inside his mind, Curse finally spoke. He wanted to know something. Was there really only one supreme troll in the world? Why was Aiden so certain that this was the same monster from his previous life? Aiden answered with a question of his own. How much did orcs and trolls hate each other? The answer was obvious. They despised one another. Only one creature could force those races into cooperation. Only one creature could unite them beneath a single banner, and Aiden knew exactly how that monster accomplished it, through overwhelming cruelty. Meanwhile, the battlefield descended further into chaos. Monsters tore through everything in their path, buildings collapsed, defenses shattered. Screams echoed across the fortress, yet Lo continued fighting. No matter how many enemies appeared, he refused to retreat. Aiden watched his knight with a satisfied grin. Lo had become much stronger, strong enough to kill trolls. Apparently, the poisonous herbs Aiden had forced upon him had produced excellent results. Curse reluctantly admitted that the bizarre training method had actually worked. Still, Aiden knew the real problem wasn't killing trolls. It was keeping them dead. The monsters serving the Supreme Troll weren't known as the Immortal Army for no reason. Moments later, the Supreme Troll raised its magic. The battlefield trembled. Several knights celebrated after successfully killing a troll. Then their smiles vanished. The severed head began moving, fire wrapped around the corpse. Before their eyes, the troll's head reattached itself to its body. The creature stood up again. Everyone froze. The realization was horrifying. The Supreme Troll could revive its followers. Normally, destroying such creatures required an aura blade, a swordmaster, or an archmage's magic. But Aiden possessed something different, something better. He looked down at his sword and smiled. The blade had missed its meal earlier. Now it finally had a chance to feast. He promised to feed it plenty of trolls. Curse sighed heavily. That sword truly had the worst possible owner. Elsewhere, Lo found himself facing another powerful opponent. Ever since consuming the young master's so-called medicinal herbs, he had become dramatically stronger. Even so, the enemies before him remained overwhelming. The frustration ate at him. He still hadn't repaid Aiden for everything he had done. Then a massive troll charged directly at him. Lo gritted his teeth and prepared himself. If this was where he died, then so be it. Silently, he apologized to his master. Then something unbelievable happened. His eyes widened. Aiden was riding a troll, actually riding one. The young master casually praised him for his hard work while standing atop the monster. Lo could hardly believe what he was seeing. He immediately warned Aiden. Even decapitation wouldn't kill those creatures. Aiden simply glanced at his sword. Lunchtime. That was apparently all he had to say. He lacked the power of a swordmaster, but his blade possessed something else. The power of gluttony. Unlike ordinary weapons, the sword of gluttony devoured existence itself. Once consumed, the target wasn't merely killed. It was erased completely. Even the Supreme Troll reacted when it witnessed the phenomenon. Meanwhile, Aiden burst into laughter. The trolls were delicious. Every one of them contained vitality equivalent to dozens of wolves. The sensation was intoxicating. Then he slowly turned toward the remaining creatures. A terrifying grin spread across his face. Even monsters hesitated. Some instinct deep within them recognized danger. Aiden stared at the orcs next. Now he was curious. Were they tasty too? He even asked the sword if it wanted to find out. After some time, countless enemies lay defeated around him. Yet the hunger remained. The trolls had filled the sword, but somehow it still wanted more. The surviving creatures either trembled with fear or burned with rage. Then the Supreme Troll finally unleashed its full power. Aiden welcomed the challenge. Without hesitation, he rushed toward his enemy. Curse immediately criticized him. Instead of running around, shouldn't he confront the monster directly? The old Aiden probably would have, but this wasn't his previous life. running was survival. One hit from that fire magic would be enough to end him. His only goal now was to survive until the Margrave returned. Then Kerr suddenly warned him. An enemy was directly above him. The warning came just in time. Aiden leaped backward. The attack narrowly missed. After landing, he glared at the troublesome orcs interfering with the battle. Kerr sounded genuinely confused. Why hadn't Aiden absorbed the orcs from the beginning? They weren't as nutritious as trolls, but they still possessed considerable vitality. Aiden smirked. The answer was simple. He had another use for them. If the Margrave arrived on schedule, keeping the orcs alive would be far more valuable. For now, he only needed to endure. Then the Supreme Troll released another wave of fire magic. This time, the power behind it was completely different. Aiden immediately realized the monster had stopped holding back. His expression stiffened. The scale of the attack was terrifying. The Supreme Troll intended to burn everything. Enemies, allies, it didn't matter. Aiden launched himself skyward with everything he had. Without the Ring of Swiftness, he would have become ashes long ago. Even Kerr seemed uncertain now. How exactly was Aiden supposed to survive the next attack? The question hit harder than expected, because Aiden had been wondering the same thing. For the first time, he genuinely wasn't sure. Frustration filled him. There was no way he could die here, not after everything. Yet the end felt dangerously close. Then he saw it. A familiar aura, a sword aura. A moment later, a familiar voice followed. The Margrave had returned. The raging flames vanished almost instantly. Aiden couldn't hide his relief. The old man had arrived far faster than expected. Covering such a distance in that amount of time was absurd even by Swordmaster standards. The Margrave surveyed the battlefield and raised an eyebrow. Things had gone surprisingly well. The Supreme Troll growled. An old enemy had entered the field. Most people couldn't understand what was happening. Aiden, however, immediately recognized the shift. The situation had changed. Then Kerr suddenly informed him of a different problem. He was falling. Aiden's expression stiffened. Only then did he realize the truth. He had completely exhausted himself. His body no longer had the strength to remain airborne. Before he could crash into the ground, someone caught him. Moments later, he found himself standing safely once again. Still dazed, he thanked his unexpected savior. At the same time, a strange reaction spread through the battlefield. The monsters began trembling, fear, pure fear. The knights were equally confused. Because the person who had saved Aiden wasn't human. It was an orc. The orc immediately dropped to one knee and apologized. He begged forgiveness for failing to protect the king. Then he turned toward his kin and roared. The trolls had humiliated them. The trolls had enslaved them. Now it was time for revenge. The orcs charged. The trolls froze for a brief moment. The knights watched in stunned silence. Just moments ago, those races had been fighting side by side. Now the orcs were attacking the trolls with everything they had. No one understood what was happening. Except Aiden and Curse. Curse stared at the unfolding chaos and could hardly believe it. Everything was happening exactly as Aiden had predicted. Aiden let out a long breath and admitted that the Demon Lord was right. The Supreme Troll had exploited the orcs' greatest weakness, their loyalty. By taking the tribe's chief and children hostage, it had chained the entire race to its will. With a faint grin, Aiden glanced toward the battlefield and remarked that sometimes an enemy's enemy became the most useful ally. That was exactly why he had resisted the urge to absorb the orcs earlier. Meanwhile, the Supreme Troll roared with uncontrollable rage. Its carefully crafted plan had completely fallen apart. The Margrave wasted no time. The moment an opening appeared, he launched himself into battle. At first, he expected to overwhelm the creature. Instead, he found himself facing an opponent capable of defending against his attacks with powerful fire magic. The more he fought, the clearer the truth became. This monster possessed strength that rivaled a swordmaster. If he had been fighting alone, victory would have been nearly impossible. Fortunately, he wasn't alone anymore. With allies supporting him from every direction, they still had a chance. The troll fought back ferociously. Attacks came from every side, yet it refused to fall. The Margrave gritted his teeth. All he wanted was for the creature to stop resisting and finally die. Then suddenly the troll erupted into a furious scream. It roared that it would never forgive the people responsible for killing its parents. Everyone froze for a brief moment. The statement came completely out of nowhere. Before anyone could process it, something even worse happened. The flow of mana around the troll changed. Violently, unnaturally. The creature began gathering every ounce of power within its body. Then it declared its intention to detonate all of that mana and drag everyone nearby into death with it. The Margrave's expression immediately darkened. Even he couldn't stop an explosion on that scale. The knights certainly couldn't survive it. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to run. Immediately. Then his expression stiffened. Because instead of retreating, Aiden charged straight toward the troll. The Margrave shouted at him to stop. If he continued forward, he would die. Aiden only grinned. To him, the monster wasn't a threat anymore. It was a gift. The final blow belonged to him. Then the world exploded. A deafening roar shook the battlefield. Even within the chaos, Aiden's grin remained. The troll was already being devoured. The main course had finally arrived. Flames twisted around him from every direction. The knights desperately called out to him, but their voices couldn't reach through the inferno. The Margrave watched with growing confusion. How exactly was Aiden planning to survive an explosion of that magnitude? Did he really have another insane plan? Then Aiden realized something. The amount of life force and mana pouring into him was far greater than expected. Even he hadn't anticipated this much energy. For the first time, he wondered whether the sword could truly absorb everything. The troll continued screaming in agony. Its strength was disappearing piece by piece. Aiden knew the end was close. Then he shouted for Curse's help. The demon lord immediately complained. He couldn't believe Aiden was asking for assistance at a moment like this. Still, he eventually agreed, on one condition: no holy potions for an entire week. Aiden hated the deal. But he didn't have the luxury of negotiating. He accepted instantly and demanded that Curse hurry. The sword had already absorbed enough life force. Now only one condition remained. It needed demonic energy. Only then could the corrupted lord sleeping inside the blade awaken. A moment later, demonic energy flooded into the weapon. Something ancient stirred, something vicious. The corrupted lord sensed a presence it hadn't felt in ages. Fury erupted immediately. Who dared awaken it? Aiden felt the overwhelming pressure of ancient evil crash down upon him. An ordinary person would have lost their mind instantly and become nothing more than a puppet. But Aiden possessed something far more terrifying, something even that ancient being feared. Curse greeted the awakened lord casually. The corrupted lord immediately demanded answers. Why had it been awakened? The demon lord looked utterly unimpressed. Instead of explaining, he ordered the creature to stop talking and surrender its power. Immediately, the lord froze. For a moment, it couldn't believe what it was seeing. Then panic set in, because standing before it was the former ruler of the underworld. Without further argument, the corrupted lord surrendered. Aiden watched the exchange with an amused smile. It made perfect sense. After all, the demon lord had once conquered every corrupted lord and ruled over them all. Fear was only natural. He admitted that Curse could occasionally be useful. The compliment left the demon lord strangely conflicted. Still, he reminded Aiden not to forget their agreement. Aiden shouted that he would keep his word. Then the power arrived, like a flood. Aiden endured it with everything he had. At the same time, he ordered the sword to absorb every last drop. The blade finally broke free of its restrictions. Like a starving beast, it consumed the troll's mana. The troll howled in agony. Its life force vanished faster and faster. The Margrave couldn't see clearly through the chaos, but he still shouted warnings for Aiden to be careful. Everyone felt an overwhelming gust of wind sweep across the battlefield. Aiden pointed his sword toward the troll and declared that it would become his strength. The troll resisted desperately. It had no intention of surrendering. Then suddenly, silence. The wind disappeared, the noise vanished, everything stopped. The Margrave stared ahead in confusion. The supreme troll was gone completely. Lo looked around in disbelief. Just moments ago, the battlefield had been filled with destruction. Now it was over. Aiden exhaled slowly. So this was the true power of the Lord of Gluttony. Then another realization hit him. His expression stiffened. He had absorbed too much, far too much. Curse immediately blamed him. This was exactly what happened when someone tried to devour everything in sight. No matter how powerful a force might be, excessive consumption eventually turned it into poison. Whether Aiden liked it or not, he would have to release part of that energy. Aiden absolutely hated the idea. After coming this far, he wanted every bit of it. Then something unexpected caught his attention. He froze. Directly in front of him sat something impossible. Curse calmly identified it, a phoenix. Aiden wasn't entirely surprised. After all, the supreme troll had been using powerful fire magic. Slowly approaching, he touched the egg and wondered if the creature had somehow been swallowed by the troll and forced into a dormant state. Phoenixes were as rare as dragons. Finding one in a place like this made no sense. Then another thought entered his mind. If he absorbed it, he might gain the ability to use fire magic. Curse immediately questioned whether he had learned absolutely nothing. Hadn't he just nearly exploded from overeating power? Aiden admitted that was true, but fire magic was a completely different matter. The temptation was enormous. The demon lord sighed. Watching humans chase power never stopped amazing him. With a grin, Aiden silently thanked the heavens for presenting such a feast. Then reality struck him. The Margrave suddenly appeared and slapped him on the back while congratulating him on his victory. That was all it took. Everything Aiden had been forcing himself to hold down came rushing back out. The Margrave stared in confusion and asked whether he was all right. Meanwhile, Curse laughed mercilessly. According to him, this was simply karma for greed. Then the Margrave noticed the egg. His expression immediately changed. A phoenix. What was a creature like that doing here? Aiden's thoughts were far less noble. His mana reserves were nearly exhausted. He still wanted to absorb it. Then cracks began spreading across the shell. His eyes widened. The absorption wasn't happening. Moments later, the egg opened. The phoenix awakened. According to Curse, the creature had revived after receiving the excess mana Aiden had released. Everyone present watched in stunned silence. Few people ever saw a phoenix even once in their lives, yet one stood before them. Aiden glared at the Margrave. Because thanks to that interruption he had lost an opportunity that might never come again. Then something even stranger happened. The phoenix hopped directly onto his head. Everyone froze, no one knew what to make of the scene. Aiden was equally confused. Why was it sitting there? Before he could figure it out, flames suddenly wrapped around his body. The knights immediately panicked. None of them had ever witnessed anything like this. Aiden's first thought was simple. The phoenix must have realized he had tried to eat it. This was probably revenge, yet something felt wrong. The fire wasn't hot, not even slightly. Curse finally explained. The phoenix had blessed him. By reviving through the mana Aiden had released, it likely viewed him as its savior. As a result, he had gained powerful resistance against most forms of fire. Aiden immediately remembered several dangerous situations from his previous life. A blessing like this would become incredibly useful in the future. A few minutes later, he watched quietly as the phoenix spread its wings. With effortless grace, it rose into the sky. It flew toward the distant horizon, leaving behind only a single feather. For a brief moment, everything felt peaceful. Then the Margrave rushed over in alarm. Only minutes earlier, Aiden had been engulfed in brilliant flames. Now the old man demanded to know whether he was truly all right. Aiden smiled and assured the Margrave that he was perfectly fine. The old warrior stared at him for a moment before letting out a tired laugh. Ever since meeting Aiden, one unbelievable event after another had followed him like a curse. Aiden casually replied that he was just as confused since many of these situations were first-time experiences for him as well. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. The orc chieftain was still standing nearby. Aiden frowned slightly. Why was he still here? Did he seriously intend to continue fighting? The answer came immediately. The chieftain lowered his head and declared that an oath had been broken. The price for that crime was death. Therefore, Aiden needed to take his head. Everyone nearby froze for a moment. The statement was so sudden that nobody knew how to react. The chieftain repeated himself. His head had to be taken. Only then could the debt be repaid. Aiden stared at him in confusion and asked what oath he was talking about. Only after hearing the explanation did everything finally make sense. Long ago, the head of the Rem family and an orc chieftain had fought a duel over those lands. The orc leader lost. As punishment, he swore that his tribe would return to the mountains and never descend again. From that day onward, the orcs remained in the mountains and protected the region from afar. Suddenly, all the missing pieces fell into place. Now Aiden understood why the orcs had stayed hidden for generations. Now he understood why the Viscount had reacted the way he did. Looking at the chieftain, Aiden knew one thing. Orcs valued their oaths more than their own lives. The chieftain lowered his head and said that his death alone would be enough. All he asked was that his clan be spared. Aiden immediately turned away. Casually, he informed the orc that he had no use for his head. The chieftain could simply return home. The response almost caused the orc to explode. He shouted that this was an ancestral oath. The debt had to be paid. There could be no exceptions. The chief continued arguing at the top of his lungs. Aiden's patience began wearing thin. The man was unbelievably loud. For a brief moment, he genuinely considered cutting him down just to restore some peace and quiet. Still, the orcs had protected the territory. That fact alone earned them some tolerance. Then a grin slowly appeared on Aiden's face. There were other ways to repay an oath besides losing one's head. The chieftain immediately looked confused. He had absolutely no idea where this conversation was heading. The following day, even the Margrave struggled to understand what he was seeing. Aiden, meanwhile, looked completely satisfied. To him, the situation was practically perfect. Nearby, one of the young knights groaned while carrying a massive sandbag. The weight felt unbearable. Then he glanced sideways. The orcs were carrying several at once, as if they weighed nothing. The sight left him speechless. Even the Margrave couldn't hide his reaction. History had never recorded something like this. Humans and orcs working side by side, yet there they were, building together, transporting supplies together, strengthening defenses together. Aiden explained that projects like this normally took months. With orc labor, they could finish within a week. The orcs were helping protect their chief's life. The humans were receiving free labor. Everyone benefited. A perfect trade. Aiden described it as a win-win arrangement. The Margrave simply sighed. The more time he spent around Aiden, the less he understood him. After observing the situation for a while, the Margrave suggested leaving the matter of the slaughter tower to someone else. Now that even monsters from the wasteland were appearing, the problem had grown beyond their authority. Aiden didn't argue. Truthfully, he had already achieved everything he wanted. His sword had awakened. He had received the blessing of the Phoenix. Everything beyond that was someone else's responsibility. Now all he needed was more training. Eventually, he returned home. The moment he arrived, he froze. Crowds had gathered. People were cheering, shouting his name, praising him, thanking him for saving the territory. One person claimed he had heard that Aiden defeated the Supreme Troll with a single swing. Another insisted the young master could command phoenixes. Someone else swore he could control entire armies of orcs with a flick of his finger. The rumors became more ridiculous with every sentence. Aiden stared in disbelief. Where had all this nonsense come from? He hated public celebrations. He hated exaggerated praise. And most of all, he hated flower crowns. Unfortunately, one had already found its way onto his head. Inside his mind, Curse laughed endlessly. According to him, the crown suited Aiden perfectly. Then the demon lord pointed out something unexpected. The people gathered there genuinely saw Aiden as a hero. Their gratitude wasn't fake, it was sincere. Aiden didn't really understand why that mattered, not to him anyway. Some time later, he visited Cassie's laboratory. The atmosphere immediately became heavier. Aiden asked if there was truly no way to fix her condition. Cassie apologized. Unfortunately, the situation was worse than they had initially believed. Her mana deficiency syndrome had spread far beyond what they expected. The medicine that restored Lo's hand wasn't enough. Her case required something far more delicate. Aiden immediately asked about the cost. No matter the amount, he could pay it. Cassie shook her head. Money wasn't the problem. They needed a master alchemist capable of producing a highest-grade elixir. Someone at that level could probably only be found within the imperial court. Even so, she thanked him. If she had remained alone in her old shelter, she would have died before ever finding a cure. Aiden remained silent for a moment. Then he asked a simple question. If they obtained the right alchemist, could she be saved? Cassie blinked. Had he not listened to anything she just said? As Aiden turned to leave, he casually mentioned that he knew someone useful. Then he told her not to worry. She only needed to wait at the estate. Soon, he would bring the alchemist himself. Cassie stood there in stunned silence. From the very beginning, Aiden had been impossible to understand. He appeared out of nowhere and offered a treatment for a disease considered incurable. He funded her research without hesitation. When hope disappeared, he kept moving forward anyway. Most people spoke warmly and acted coldly. Aiden did the opposite. His words often sounded harsh. His actions never did. For the first time in a long while, she felt genuine warmth. Tears gathered in her eyes. Still smiling, she told him to bring that alchemist. After all, her research would be ready. Later, Curse stared at Aiden suspiciously. Helping someone else like this seemed completely out of character. He jokingly warned that sudden personality changes could be fatal. Aiden simply shrugged. He was only honoring a promise. To mercenaries, promises mattered. Besides, he intended to visit that alchemist anyway. Time was running out. A few days later, he arrived in the largest freight trade city within the Macurlan Empire. The city overflowed with life. Merchants shouted. Workers hurried through the streets. Everyone seemed busy. The demon lord wondered whether Aiden had visited the city before. Aiden sighed. In his previous life, he knew this place well. Unfortunately, it no longer existed. The mad dragon had erased it from the map. The memory left a bitter taste. Sometimes it felt like he was the only person who remembered such tragedies. Eventually, Curse reminded him about the alchemist. Where exactly was this famous expert? Aiden simply replied that he would find him. The demon lord only needed to stay quiet. Meanwhile, deep within the slums on the city's outskirts, chaos was unfolding. A furious man stood before an exhausted alchemist named Joseph. The thug demanded to know whether Joseph had prepared the order. Joseph desperately explained that even if he worked as fast as possible, completing it would take at least a week. Producing several times more highest-grade elixirs would take even longer. The explanation changed nothing. The man didn't care. Either Joseph delivered the goods or he would suffer the consequences. Terrified, Joseph could only nod. Then an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the area. A cheerful voice, far too cheerful for a place like this. The newcomer loudly announced that anyone suffering from threats, extortion, or blackmail might be interested in hearing a solution. Everyone immediately turned toward the source. The thugs exchanged confused looks. Their leader frowned and ordered his men to deal with the troublemaker. One of them approached the stranger and demanded to know what he was doing there. This wasn't a place for jokes. The young man needed to leave. Immediately, Aiden completely ignored the threat. Instead, he smiled at Joseph and calmly asked whether he was being blackmailed, threatened, or attacked. The gang leader's patience finally snapped. This stranger wasn't just interfering, he was treating them as if they didn't exist. Furious, the man charged forward. He intended to end the conversation himself. Then everything happened in an instant. A heavy impact echoed through the alley. The thug slammed into a wall and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers could hardly believe what they had witnessed. Aiden slowly lowered his hand and glared at the remaining men. His patience had run out. They should leave. Immediately. After all, he was here to meet a client. The gang leader staggered back to his feet. Rage twisted across his face. He couldn't understand how some random noble brat dared humiliate him in front of everyone. With murderous intent burning in his eyes, he swore that he would kill Aiden. Aiden slipped past the man's attack with ridiculous ease. Then, before anyone realized what had happened, he appeared behind his opponent wearing a vicious grin. The next second, the mercenary's pants were gone. Silence fell over the alley. Aiden glanced at the unexpectedly cute underwear now exposed to the world and casually asked where he had bought them. The mercenary's face turned bright red. Embarrassment and fury collided at once. Unable to endure the humiliation, he shouted that Aiden looked like a troll. Inside Aiden's mind, Curse immediately burst into laughter. Apparently the nickname fit perfectly. Aiden, however, was not amused. His expression darkened instantly. The mercenary continued yelling, insisting that Aiden had insulted important people and would pay dearly for it. Then his voice abruptly stopped. His eyes widened. The sword in his hand cracked. A moment later, it shattered into pieces. The man froze. His body trembled. He stared at Aiden and demanded to know who he really was. Only now had he realized what he was facing: Sword Aura. The young man standing before him was wielding Sword Aura. Aiden slowly approached. The smile had vanished from his face. According to him, the mercenary clearly needed his eyesight checked. After all, comparing him to a troll was an unforgivable mistake. With a snort, he informed the man that he was lucky Aiden was being unusually patient today. Even Curse found the situation absurd. Of all the ways to use a legendary sword, this was certainly a first. The mercenary's confidence evaporated completely. Fear replaced it. He couldn't understand why someone capable of using Sword Aura was wandering around a slum. Aiden crouched down beside him and smiled. Then he brought up his earlier offer. Did the man still need help? His rates were surprisingly reasonable. Joseph stood nearby, staring in confusion. An awakened swordsman capable of using Sword Aura was offering assistance for a low price. The situation felt unreal. At the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that this strange noble might ask for something outrageous later. Trusting him wasn't easy. Unfortunately, Joseph had run out of options. Tears filled his eyes. In the end, he begged for help. Joseph was a renowned alchemist within the criminal underworld. His daughter had been kidnapped by a criminal organization known as the Cerberus Guild. No matter what he tried, he couldn't rescue her. The guild master had approached him years ago with a smile and an offer disguised as kindness. Joseph would provide pills every week. In exchange, the guild would protect both him and his daughter. Considering the dangers of the slums, it sounded almost reasonable, at least on the surface. In Aiden's previous life, Joseph spent years making those pills. Then one day he learned the truth. His daughter had already died long ago. After seeking revenge, Joseph eventually followed her into the grave. But that future hadn't happened yet. This time, things could still be changed. Joseph broke down completely. He swore he would give Aiden anything he wanted. All he asked was that his daughter be saved. Aiden immediately grinned. Of course he would help. However, Joseph needed to remember one thing. When the time came, he would have to honor his end of the bargain. Curse couldn't help commenting. Even the Sword of Gluttony seemed convinced Aiden possessed a greater appetite than its own master. Aiden calmly replied that this was simply a fair transaction. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. One of the gang members was quietly trying to sneak away. Aiden turned. The man immediately stiffened. Aiden informed him that he had been spared for a reason. The thug struggled to process those words. Aiden still had several questions. And while he doubted the man would answer voluntarily, a few broken bones might improve his memory. The thug instantly folded. He promised to answer everything. Meanwhile, peace and comfort filled the headquarters of the Cerberus Guild. The guild master sat comfortably, counting future profits. With Joseph's pills arriving regularly, business had never looked better. He even considered taking one himself. The products were simply too effective. Then suddenly his office door opened. The guild master frowned. Who would dare enter without permission? At first, he assumed a subordinate had arrived with another shipment. But as he looked closer, confusion replaced annoyance. Something was wrong, very wrong. Aiden smiled from the doorway. At last, he had found him. The guild master frowned. He had never seen this young man before. More importantly, where were his subordinates? As quietly as possible, he activated an emergency artifact hidden nearby. A simple pulse of mana would alert every guild member in the building. His confidence returned. Soon, dozens of men would rush in. Then this arrogant brat would learn his place. Seconds passed, nothing happened. A minute passed. Still nothing. The guild master's expression stiffened. Was the artifact broken? Eventually, panic got the better of him. He shouted for help. Anyone, everyone. Aiden looked at him with amusement. Was he looking for his guild members? Unfortunately, Aiden had arrived earlier than expected. All of them were currently enjoying a very deep sleep. The smile vanished from Aiden's face. Unlike the others, this man wouldn't be sleeping peacefully. Not yet. First, he wanted answers. Specifically where Joseph's daughter was being held. The guild master suddenly burst into laughter, so that was it. Joseph had hired a mercenary. Even so, the guild leader wasn't worried. Defeating a handful of guards meant nothing. He was the strongest person in the guild. Without hesitation, he attacked. Several painful lessons later, his confidence disappeared. A short while afterward, he obediently guided Aiden through the building. Eventually, they arrived at a dungeon. Aiden frowned. Keeping a child in a place like this was disturbing even by criminal standards. The guild master casually explained that the girl wasn't ordinary. Before he could finish, something exploded out of the darkness. A violent impact sent him flying across the room. The guild master crashed into a distant wall with a roar. A young girl stood before them. Her eyes blazed with fury. She declared that she would kill him herself. Aiden glanced at the battered guild master. Then he shifted his attention toward the girl. She was surprisingly beautiful. Unfortunately, admiration lasted only a second. Curse suddenly warned him. The girl was charging straight at him. Aiden barely had time to react before she attacked with everything she had. While dodging her strikes, Curse noticed something unusual. The power she was using felt familiar, very familiar. In fact, it belonged to someone he absolutely hated. Aiden didn't care. Whatever secrets she carried were irrelevant right now. His mission was simple: save the girl, return her to Joseph. The girl continued shouting. She demanded to be taken back to her father. She wanted to see him again more than anything. Aiden calmly told her that was exactly what they were going to do. The girl froze. She stared at him as if she hadn't heard correctly. Could he really take her back? Aiden smiled. Her father had asked him to rescue her. Now they were going home. The girl's body trembled. Then her emotions finally broke. She threw herself into Aiden's arms. Moments later, tears streamed down her face. She had been terrified. She had missed her father desperately. Aiden sighed softly. A child shouldn't have been left alone in a nightmare like this. But it was over now. Everything would be okay. From the sidelines, Curse observed the scene carefully. The Aiden he remembered from the previous life wouldn't have handled things this way. Something had definitely changed. Sometime later, father and daughter finally reunited. The moment Alice saw Joseph, she ran toward him without hesitation. Then she practically launched herself into his arms. The reunion ended in tears, happy tears. Joseph apologized again and again for failing to protect her. Nearby, Aiden quietly watched the scene unfold. Eventually, Alice fell asleep peacefully. Only then did Joseph approach Aiden. His gratitude was endless, but Aiden immediately informed him that their business wasn't finished yet. Now came the important part. Joseph nodded. Of course, compensation. He asked how much money Aiden wanted. Aiden's grin returned. Instead of answering, he asked a different question. How much was Alice's life worth? Joseph didn't hesitate. His daughter's life was worth more than his own. If necessary, he would spend the rest of his life repaying the debt. Aiden casually dismissed the topic of money. He already had plenty of that. What interested him was something else entirely. Then he stared directly at Joseph. The thing he wanted was obvious: Joseph's alchemical skill. The alchemist froze. For a moment he simply stared. Then he asked if Aiden was truly talking about his alchemy. Aiden nodded. That was exactly what he wanted. After all, he had been searching for an alchemist with abilities like Joseph's for a very long time. Joseph let out a long breath and admitted that he finally understood everything. The young noble hadn't helped him out of simple kindness. He had come because he knew exactly how valuable Joseph's alchemical talent was. Then, without another word, Joseph presented a small pill. Holding it up carefully, he explained that this was one of the highest-grade elixirs he could currently produce, created through techniques only someone with his expertise could achieve. He encouraged Aiden to try it. The moment Aiden saw the pill, his eyes lit up. He almost looked like a starving man staring at a feast. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked if he could really consume something that valuable. Joseph smiled. Not only could he take it, it was already part of the promised compensation. Inside his mind, Curse groaned. Watching Aiden practically drool over a pill was apparently a painful experience. Aiden immediately dismissed the criticism. The demon lord simply didn't understand how valuable this elixir truly was. Moments later, the pill was gone. Then both of them felt it. Aiden's eyes widened. His mana reserves had nearly doubled from a single elixir. Even he hadn't expected results on that level. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he praised the potion without hesitation. Joseph appeared pleased by the reaction. As repayment, he offered to continue producing elixirs of that quality in the future. But Aiden had a different idea. Rather than remaining alone, Joseph could join the Duke's household. If he agreed, both he and his daughter would receive permanent protection. Joseph hesitated. The proposal caught him completely off guard. After a brief silence, he finally asked the question that had been bothering him from the beginning. Who exactly was this young man? Aiden apologized for the delayed introduction. Then he calmly revealed his identity. He was Aiden Ramise, the eldest son of the House of Rem. Joseph stood speechless. His expression stiffened as realization hit him. Was this really the same man the entire city had been talking about recently? The infamous troll prince? Aiden immediately looked annoyed. Once again, that ridiculous title had returned. Meanwhile, Curse was laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. Joseph quickly recovered and asked what someone of Aiden's status was doing in a place like this. Aiden answered honestly. He needed Joseph's help. If Joseph assisted him with a certain matter, the ducal house would protect his family for the rest of their lives. According to Aiden, it was an extremely profitable offer. Joseph took a cautious step back. The proposal was certainly tempting. The problem was that he still didn't know what Aiden actually wanted from him. Aiden simply suggested that they begin with the urgent matter first. Sometime later, they arrived at Cassie's laboratory. After examining her condition, Joseph's expression grew serious. He quietly stated that this was one of the worst cases of mana deficiency syndrome he had ever seen. In truth, she should have died long ago. Only the exceptional vitality of the beast race had allowed her to survive this long. Even so, Joseph believed treatment was possible. If they followed the method Aiden had provided, there was hope. The true problem lay elsewhere. They still needed several extremely rare ingredients. Aiden casually suggested acquiring them through the ducal house. Joseph immediately frowned. These weren't ordinary ingredients. Money alone wouldn't solve the problem. While reviewing the treatment documents, Joseph explained that mana deficiency syndrome occurred when mana channels became severely obstructed. According to the proposed treatment, they needed mana infused with an extreme fire attribute to restore those damaged pathways. Aiden asked the obvious question. Where exactly were they supposed to find that kind of power? Cassie answered before anyone else could. Such mana could theoretically be obtained from things like a fire dragon's heart or a phoenix feather. Unfortunately, both belonged to legendary creatures. Finding one was nearly impossible. She accepted reality and thanked them for trying. Then Aiden quietly reached into his pocket. A moment later, he pulled something out and casually announced that he happened to possess a phoenix feather. The room fell silent. Everyone stared. For several seconds, nobody knew what to say. Phoenix feathers existed only in stories and legends, yet Aiden was holding one as casually as if it were a common herb. Confused by their reactions, Aiden explained that a phoenix had dropped it recently and he had simply picked it up. Joseph's face immediately brightened. With that feather alone, everything became possible. All he needed was a few days. After that, he would handle the rest. The atmosphere relaxed considerably. The group continued talking for a while until Philip suddenly entered the laboratory. He informed Aiden that the Duke was looking for him. Aiden blinked. Only then did he remember that he had disappeared without informing his father. Some time later, he arrived at the Duke's office. The Duke immediately mentioned hearing about his trip to the city. Aiden admitted it was true and apologized for leaving without proper notice. However, the Duke had not summoned him to scold him. That response left Aiden slightly confused. If it wasn't a reprimand, then why had he been called? The Duke finally revealed the reason. An invitation had arrived from the Imperial Palace. A grand banquet would soon be held in celebration of the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday. The Duke wanted Aiden to attend. For a moment, Aiden struggled to process what he had just heard. Normally, events like this were handled by his younger brother. Why was he being sent instead? Besides, he had more than enough work already. The Duke explained that Charles had declined the invitation. He claimed he needed to remain behind and oversee the nights. At the same time, many influential people specifically wanted to meet Aiden. That only made Aiden sigh even harder. He tried to argue that he was busy as well. The Duke remained firm. This banquet was important. Whether Aiden liked it or not, attendance was mandatory. Then something changed. Aiden suddenly remembered exactly what year this was. His expression shifted immediately. Without hesitation, he agreed. The Duke looked mildly confused by the sudden reversal. Aiden simply smiled and explained that since Charles was occupied, he would attend in his place. The Duke appeared pleased and reminded him to be careful during the journey. Once they were alone, Curse immediately demanded the truth. Why had Aiden changed his mind so quickly? Aiden revealed the real reason. This year's Imperial Banquet would become the target of a major attack by black magicians. At the center of the incident stood the Silver Witch herself, the Queen of Black Magic. This time, Aiden intended to recruit her. Curse couldn't understand the logic. Why would he want an alliance with someone he had once opposed? Aiden explained that unlike the radical black magic factions, the Silver Witch led a moderate group. In his previous life, their relationship had ended in bloodshed. Yet even in her final moments, she had spoken without hatred. She had admitted that under different circumstances, they might have become close allies. Her greatest regret had been failing to restore Florence's will and failing to correct the corruption consuming black magic itself. This time, Aiden believed things could unfold differently. Not long afterward, the journey toward the Imperial Banquet began. An enormous entourage accompanied him. The sheer number of attendants left Aiden slightly bewildered. Lo explained that the size of the procession reflected the prestige and influence of the Duke. During the trip, Lo noticed something strange. Instead of taking the fastest route, they were making a lengthy detour through a village. Curious, he asked if there was a special reason. Aiden casually claimed that he simply preferred a more relaxed journey. The truth was completely different. He was searching for ingredients. Joseph wanted to create additional high-grade elixirs, but one critical component was missing. They needed ent tears, a rare substance originating from tree spirits that were nearly extinct. Aiden had never encountered such an ingredient in either of his lives. However, he knew someone who possessed information about it. Eventually, the group stopped near a forest. Aiden wandered inside alone. Curse assumed he was heading there to meet someone. Aiden laughed and explained that no person was waiting for him. As they traveled deeper, Curse eventually noticed something odd. A seemingly ordinary stone stood nearby, yet it looked strangely artificial. Aiden smiled. The stone was actually a gift left behind by his former master, prepared specifically for the student destined to find this place. Curse found that explanation bizarre. Still, the stone itself clearly wasn't normal. Aiden explained that his mentor had always enjoyed hiding things inside elaborate layers of nonsense. This time, however, Aiden intended to claim the reward himself. With a single strike, he split the stone apart. What appeared beneath it was not another rock. It was the entrance to a hidden cave. Curse stared in disbelief. Aiden could only smile. His master had always been eccentric. Naturally, he wouldn't leave behind a simple inheritance. Instead, he had built an entire dungeon to test whoever entered. Back in his previous life, Aiden had genuinely believed his mentor was trying to kill him. Now, looking back, he couldn't help feeling grateful. As he stepped forward, countless monsters came into view. Rather than panic, Aiden smiled. The gift had finally been opened. Then Curse pointed toward a particular creature lurking among the undead, a lick. A pitiful being that had once been a black magician, before willingly transforming itself into an undead monster. Aiden knew exactly what kind of monster stood before him. For anyone unaware of its weakness, a lick was among the most troublesome enemies imaginable. The undead sorcerer glared at the intruder with pure hostility, unable to understand why someone had entered its domain without even a trace of fear. It roared that he would become another corpse in its undead army just like everyone else who had come before him. Aiden didn't waste even a second listening. The instant the threat left the lick's mouth, he charged. The creature visibly faltered. It had expected caution. It had expected fear. Instead, it got a man sprinting directly toward death. Aiden already knew the answer. Destroy the master and the entire undead force would collapse with it. There was no need to waste time fighting endless minions. A single decisive strike was enough. Closing the distance in an instant, he unleashed a crushing blow. The lick never even had the chance to comprehend what had happened. Its dream of restoring the kingdom of black magicians ended right there. Moments later, the undead army began fading away alongside its master, vanishing piece by piece until nothing remained. As the dust settled, Aiden noticed a simple-looking pendant hanging where the lick had fallen. Curse wondered if this was the treasure Aiden's mentor had intended him to find. Aiden stared at it for a moment. He had never seen the item before, yet the strange engraving etched into its surface felt oddly familiar. Unable to shake that feeling, he decided to keep it. Then Curse reminded him of something else. The lick's bone dust. Aiden paused in confusion. The demon lord immediately asked whether he had forgotten the reason he was searching for the Ents in the first place. Apparently, lick bone dust was something they desperately wanted. Aiden had no interest in taking advice from the demon lord, but he also knew far too little about the subject to argue. Reluctantly, he began gathering the remains. Curse couldn't help laughing. Only minutes earlier, Aiden had questioned the idea, and now he was stuffing piles of bone dust into storage. Aiden simply replied that useful things should never be wasted. Some time later, he continued exploring the hidden dungeon at a relaxed pace. No matter how eccentric his mentor had been, Aiden doubted the man would leave behind a death trap with no reward waiting at the end. Curse disagreed. In his opinion, hiding a monstrous lick inside a cave was already insane enough. Then both of them stopped. Even Curse found himself staring. Aiden asked whether he had ever encountered something like this before. The demon lord hesitated. If he had possessed an item like this in the past, he claimed he never would have lost their battle. Aiden immediately recognized it, the Tower Spirit Shield. It had been a very long time since he last saw that cursed artifact. The shield carried the madness of the Tower Spirit itself, and anyone who used it would gradually be affected by that insanity. It had caused him endless trouble in his previous life. Still, he believed things would be different now. Compared to before, he was far more prepared to resist its influence. Besides, the shield possessed one advantage he genuinely loved. Unlike most equipment, it could be worn as a simple bracelet and summoned whenever needed. Practicality alone made it valuable. Looking at it stirred old memories. For a brief moment, he was reminded of his days as the Dragon Slayer King. Then he suddenly turned and announced that he wanted to make a deal. He called for someone to show themselves. A rabbit appeared almost instantly. With a cheerful smile, the spirit greeted his newest customer. Introducing himself as Rabbits, a merchant representing the spirit market, he explained that he specialized in trading valuable goods. If Aiden ever needed anything, he only had to call. Trade spirits valued profit above everything else. The spirit market itself existed because countless merchant spirits had gathered under one organization led by a central figure. Whenever adventurers conquered dungeons, spirit merchants often appeared to purchase leftover treasures. Rabbits immediately eyed the Tower Spirit Shield. He asked if Aiden intended to sell it. The spirit market would gladly pay an impressive amount. Aiden rejected the idea without hesitation. The answer left Rabbits visibly confused. If he wasn't selling the shield, then why call a merchant? Aiden got straight to the point. He wanted information. Specifically, the location of the Ent settlement somewhere on the western continent. The merchant's smile widened. Information of that level wasn't cheap. Even directions to an ordinary village required considerable payment. Then Aiden doubled the amount being discussed. Rabbits nearly choked. At the same time, he became extremely interested. Curse immediately asked why Aiden had raised the price himself. Had he owed the merchant money in a previous life? Aiden simply replied that he was following something his mentor taught him. The demon lord remained confused. What Aiden actually remembered was a lesson about tricking merchants. Then he delivered the real offer. He wanted the Ent settlement's location and 4,000 gold. Rabbits froze. That wasn't a purchase. That was a completely different transaction. Aiden wasn't asking for information in exchange for money. He was demanding information and money together. The merchant wondered if his customer had finally gone insane. Aiden calmly informed him that he intended to sell something instead, something hidden behind his back. Rabbits immediately grew suspicious. Aiden merely smiled. If the merchant wasn't interested, that was fine. He could simply destroy it. Curse stared at him. Was he seriously planning to sell something to the spirit market? Aiden nodded. This was actually his mentor's secret method for making money. The true treasure inside any dungeon wasn't the loot. It was the dungeon core. Most people considered dungeon cores worthless. They usually threw them away. But every dungeon conqueror technically owned the core as part of the reward, which meant it could be sold. Aiden once found that ridiculous. His mentor never explained why the spirits wanted them so badly. He only knew that they did. So now Aiden intended to profit from that knowledge. When rabbits hesitated, Aiden casually threatened to destroy the core. The merchant nearly exploded. He couldn't believe someone else knew the truth. Every other adventurer discarded dungeon cores because they had no idea what they were worth. If rabbits returned without it, his superiors would destroy him. If he bought it for too much money, they would still mock him endlessly. He was trapped. Then Aiden repeated the threat. The core could still be destroyed. That finally broke him. Rabbits screamed that he would buy it. Aiden immediately looked delighted. Meanwhile, Curse admitted he was becoming curious about where Aiden planned to extort money next. For Aiden, however, this was simply excellent business. Before leaving, he cheerfully remarked that perhaps they would meet again someday. Rabbits practically cried. He sincerely hoped that day never came. Still, the merchant watched him leave with a grim expression. No one had ever successfully reached the Ent settlement and returned. As far as Rabbits was concerned, Aiden was walking toward disaster. Meanwhile, Aiden happily counted what he considered honestly earned money. The information alone had made the trip worthwhile. Eventually, he returned to the carriage where Lo had been waiting. The knight had become increasingly worried. Half a day had passed without any sign of his master. He had nearly gone searching for him himself. Then he finally spotted Aiden strolling back with an unusually cheerful expression. Lo immediately admitted how concerned he had been. For a brief moment, Aiden wished he could speak to him the way they had in the previous timeline. Instead, he simply announced that they would leave for the imperial capital immediately. That same night, another visitor entered the Tower Spirit Dungeon. A young woman ventured into its depths. The moment she arrived at the boss chamber, she froze. Someone had already cleared it. Confusion spread across her face. The treasure she expected to find should have been right there, yet the chamber was completely empty. The next day, Aiden finally arrived at the imperial capital. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, an attendant greeted him and explained that accommodations had already been prepared within the imperial palace. The man maintained proper manners, but inwardly he wasn't pleased. He had expected the famous young Master Carl. Instead, Aiden had arrived. Even in the capital, Aiden's reputation wasn't exactly flattering. Still, no one intended to offend the son of a duke. Some time later, Aiden settled into his assigned room. As he rested, he quietly reviewed everything he remembered. Tonight would be the night. The black magicians would launch their attack. And just like in his previous life, countless people would be caught in the chaos. Curse finally asked the obvious question, why not warn everyone beforehand? Surely preventing the disaster would be the easiest solution. Aiden already had his answer. This incident was too valuable. He couldn't afford to waste an opportunity like this. Aiden had already mapped everything out in advance. The opportunity was too valuable to waste, and he intended to make full use of it. That evening, the reception hall buzzed with life. Nobles laughed, exchanged pleasantries, and discussed trivial matters as if the world itself had no problems. Then Aiden walked in. The atmosphere shifted almost instantly, conversations quieted. Eyes followed him from every corner of the room. The whispers started immediately. Some called him the villain prince. Others spoke about the troll he supposedly defeated. Most of them didn't believe the story at all. In their minds, someone like Aiden could never have accomplished such a feat. Surely he had stolen the achievement from someone else. Aiden almost found it nostalgic. It had been a long time since people looked at him that way. Then again, the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Whether they were nobles or mercenaries, people loved rumors just as much. Fortunately, he wasn't here for them. There were only a handful of people he actually needed to meet. Across the hall, a young man was rapidly emptying another drink. Aiden approached him without hesitation. Stopping nearby, he greeted the mage Gustav Dora with a friendly smile. Gustav blinked. He clearly hadn't expected someone to recognize him. Curious, he asked whether Aiden truly knew who he was. Aiden calmly replied that of course he did. Gustav Dora of the strange magic tower of Angus, one of the finest minds in the field. The mage immediately looked away. If this was an attempt to curry favor with the Magic Tower, then Aiden had chosen the wrong target. Gustav openly admitted that he wasn't good at dealing with influential people. Aiden ignored the dismissal and mentioned a specific book instead, The Possibilities of Magical Engineering. He claimed he found it fascinating. For the first time, Gustav's expression changed. He froze briefly. Then he asked whether Aiden had truly read it, and more importantly, whether he actually found it interesting. Aiden smiled and praised the concept. The field presented an entirely new direction that few people even considered. To Gustav, those words were worth more than gold. His face lit up immediately. Embarrassed but delighted, he declared that Aiden possessed remarkable insight unlike most people. Aiden continued praising magical engineering as a useful and promising discipline. Internally, however, the truth was much less impressive. Every time he had attempted to read the book, he had nearly fallen asleep. He wasn't even sure he had finished the first page. Unfortunately, Gustav took the encouragement seriously. Very seriously. Before long, he launched into an enthusiastic explanation of every chapter, every theory, and seemingly every sentence he had ever written. Even Curse eventually begged Aiden to make him stop talking. Aiden simply advised the Demon Lord to pretend he no longer had ears. Curse couldn't understand why Aiden cared about someone obsessed with a field most mages considered worthless. But Aiden knew better. Right now, magical engineering was mocked and rejected. Years later, it would become a revolutionary technology used throughout the world. And Gustav would become one of the most infamous figures in history, not because of his achievements, because of the disaster he caused. Aiden remembered it clearly: a failed experiment, a catastrophic accident, his mana sealed. His exile from the country. Then came revenge. Using weapons born from magical engineering, Gustav would attack the Magic Tower itself. One man would nearly bring the entire nation to its knees. Only the intervention of the great mage Shara stopped him. Ironically, that disaster was what finally forced the world to recognize magical engineering. Gustav continued talking excitedly, completely unaware of the future waiting for him. He admitted that this was the first truly in-depth discussion he had ever had on the subject. He even worried that he might have talked too much. Aiden assured him otherwise. It had been an enlightening conversation. When they met again, he hoped they could discuss it further. Then a furious voice cut through the room. Aiden turned. Someone was glaring at him with open hostility. The face felt strangely familiar, yet he couldn't immediately place it. The young noble pointed directly at him and accused him of theft. According to him, Aiden had stolen his family's heirloom, and he had no intention of forgiving it. Aiden stared in confusion. He genuinely had no idea who this person was. Even Gustav looked puzzled and asked whether something had happened between Aiden and Master Tyne. Aiden immediately denied it. As far as he knew, this was their first meeting. Then realization struck. The resemblance finally clicked. Standing before him was Tyne Cetus, the eldest son of the Margrave. Aiden smiled. Now he understood why the face looked so familiar. The young man looked almost identical to his father. He cheerfully admitted as much. That only made Tyne angrier. He immediately told Aiden to shut up and called him a swindler. According to Tyne, Aiden had deceived his father and stolen the family relic. The surrounding nobles immediately began whispering. The rumors spread through the crowd in seconds. Perhaps Aiden hadn't defeated the troll at all. Perhaps he really was a fraud. Aiden calmly explained that there had been a wager. He won fairly. The sword was his by right. Tyne refused to believe a word of it. He had heard stories about Aiden's recent changes, but there was no way someone like him could defeat the Margrave and win such a prize. Aiden's smile twitched slightly. The conversation was becoming exhausting. Even Curse couldn't help commenting that Aiden apparently possessed more patience than anyone expected. Tyne demanded proof. If Aiden truly earned the sword, then he should prove it in a duel. If Tyne lost, he would kneel and apologize. If Aiden lost, he would return the relic and kneel himself. Aiden stared at him. The absurdity was impressive. Was this fool really trying to arrange a duel during the Crown Prince's birthday banquet? Before he could answer, another voice interrupted. The entire hall fell silent. The Crown Prince had arrived. Every noble immediately bowed. Tyne's expression stiffened. The timing couldn't have been worse. The Crown Prince smiled. Apparently, he had overheard everything. Tyne quickly apologized for causing trouble. Aiden followed suit. The Crown Prince waved both apologies away. Then he revealed the last thing either of them expected. He wanted to watch the duel. The room fell completely silent. Neither young man had anticipated that response. The Crown Prince seemed delighted. Tyne was famous for his combat talent. Aiden had recently become the center of countless rumors. What better birthday entertainment could there be? Aiden immediately remembered one important detail. The Crown Prince was considered the leading candidate for the throne. Unfortunately, he also happened to be completely obsessed with fighting. Refusing wasn't really an option. Meanwhile, Tyne accepted instantly. The fact that his father acknowledged Aiden while refusing to acknowledge him had bothered him for far too long. This was his chance. He looked at Aiden with a confident grin. Only moments ago, Aiden had appeared relaxed. Now in Tyne's eyes, he looked like someone finally realizing he was in trouble. Aiden merely sighed. He didn't particularly enjoy fighting. Still, the Crown Prince had spoken. Refusing was impossible. As much as he sympathized with the Margrave, it seemed his son needed a lesson in manners. Not long afterward, the duel began. The two young men stood facing one another. The Crown Prince cheerfully announced the rules. No sword aura, no artifacts, safety came first. He wanted to see pure skill. Tyne confidently promised a fair match. With a grin, he declared that he would expose the truth behind Aiden's reputation once and for all. Aiden responded with a casual yawn. Then he asked if they could start already. The reaction nearly made Tyne explode. The moment the duel began, he charged. In his mind, this fight should have ended immediately. The idea that someone like Aiden had defeated his father still felt ridiculous. He intended to settle everything in one decisive exchange. Then something happened. A sword struck him squarely on the head. The entire hall froze. Even the Crown Prince blinked. The match had ended almost before it started. Aiden calmly sighed and explained that he had merely slipped. Unfortunately for Tyne, his opponent happened to be standing exactly where he stumbled. Pure luck, nothing more. Maintaining a perfectly straight face, Aiden suggested that such an accidental victory probably shouldn't count. After all, it would be difficult to judge skill based on a mistake. The Crown Prince laughed and agreed. A proper duel required focus. Tyne clenched his teeth. He accepted the decision, but frustration boiled inside him. He knew he had lowered his guard. Still, something about that brief exchange bothered him. For a split second, he had seen an expression on Aiden's face that he couldn't explain, and he hated it. This time, there would be no mistakes. Staring directly at his opponent, Tyne declared that he would fight seriously from now on. Aiden let out a long sigh and casually told Tyne that there was no reason to keep waiting. If he wanted to attack, he could start right now. Tyne narrowed his eyes. There was no way he was going to fall for such obvious provocation. At least that was what he told himself. A second later, all of that restraint vanished. Fueled by irritation, he lunged forward and unleashed a relentless series of strikes. Yet no matter how aggressive the assault became, Aiden slipped through every attack with effortless precision. As he watched, Aiden couldn't help noticing how honest Tyne's swordsmanship was. Straightforward, clean, predictable. Then after casually deflecting another strike, he commented that compared to the Margrave's blade, Tyne's sword felt strangely light. The remark landed exactly where it hurt. Tyne's expression stiffened. Aiden continued without mercy. The Margrave's sword had weight behind it. Every movement carried purpose. What stood before him now felt less like a warrior and more like someone imitating his father's style. The words instantly ignited Tyne's temper. Aiden calmly clarified that he was speaking from experience. After all, he had personally crossed swords with the Margrave himself. Then he announced that he would demonstrate the difference. The next moment, he exploded forward. Tyne's eyes widened. The speed caught him completely off guard. Still, his instincts kicked in and he managed to intercept the attack. Part of him wanted to believe that this was proof his father could never have lost to such swordsmanship. But that confidence lasted only a moment. Suddenly, Aiden's blade bent. Before Tyne could process what he was seeing, another strike crashed directly into his head. He staggered. Confusion flashed across his face. He was certain he had blocked the attack, so why had he still been hit? Watching from the sidelines, the Demon Lord wondered whether Aiden planned to show a little mercy. After all, Tyne was the Margrave's son. Aiden immediately dismissed the idea. A stubborn knight like Tyne would never stop until he was unconscious. If he remained standing, he would keep charging forward even if it killed him. A moment later, Aiden noticed that Tyne had actually endured the blow. The young noble's pride refused to let him fall. As the eldest son of a prestigious family, the future head of his house, surrender simply wasn't an option. But then Aiden activated the skill he had inherited from the mercenary king. The battle ended instantly. Tyne collapsed heavily onto the ground. With that settled, Aiden casually offered a few words of praise to the troublesome young noble. There was no real hostility between them. In fact, he was starting to feel a little awkward about the whole thing. As he turned away, his attention landed on someone else entirely. The person he had actually been looking for, the younger brother of the traitorous knight Silbertus, Dear Sayas. The young man greeted Aiden politely and introduced himself. The Sayas family stood at the very peak of the northern continent. Known as the sword that guarded the north, they were famous for producing swordmasters generation after generation. It was said that anyone carrying their bloodline eventually reached that realm. Their family valued strength above everything else. Even the selection of their lord depended entirely on martial ability. Aiden knew exactly how terrifying that lineage was. Had he not been reborn into a different family, he likely would have already become a swordmaster himself. As he studied Deer, he remembered another title attached to him, a genius born once in a century. For a moment, Aiden simply observed him in silence. He had always known they would meet eventually. Then a strange sensation made him pause. He felt countless gazes gathering around him. When he looked up, the reason became obvious. Several young nobles had already surrounded him. They had witnessed the duel, now they wanted introductions, conversations, connections, everyone suddenly wanted to know him. Aiden found himself at a complete loss. This was the last thing he had expected. Some time later, he finally escaped to a terrace. Standing alone, he silently prayed nobody would find him again. The demon lord found the situation amusing. He asked whether Aiden hated nobles because they had spent so much time looking down on him. Aiden shook his head. People were people. Nobles weren't special. Mercenaries weren't any different. Most people clung to others when they were useful and abandoned them when they no longer served a purpose. That was simply reality. He even warned the demon lord not to trust him too much. After all, he was human too. The response caught him completely off guard. The demon lord casually admitted that he trusted him. Aiden stared. For a brief moment, he genuinely didn't know how to react. Then came the explanation. According to the demon lord, Aiden acted far more like a troll than a human. That was why he was trustworthy. Aiden nearly exploded. He immediately threatened to force several bottles of holy water down the demon lord's throat. Before the argument could continue, a soft voice interrupted them. A beautiful young woman approached with a smile. She casually asked whether they had just witnessed the swordsmanship of the mercenary king. Aiden froze. Had she recognized his master's technique? Then he felt it, that familiar presence. The final person he had come to meet. Calming himself, he asked whether she had truly seen that swordsmanship before. The woman smiled. She had never seen it personally, but she had heard stories. According to those stories, the mercenary king's techniques could render defensive swordsmanship meaningless. Had he been born a knight, he would have earned tremendous honor. Aiden nearly laughed. His mentor would have chosen money over honor every single time. Changing the subject, he casually complained about how boring banquets were. Formal gatherings had always been exhausting. At the same time, he carefully studied her. No matter how much she altered her appearance, he knew her presence too well. After hundreds of battles, there was no chance he could mistake her. Finally, Aiden called her by her real name, Nissa Florence. The reaction was immediate. The disguise disappeared. Nissa's expression sharpened as she demanded answers. Since he already knew who she was, she had questions of her own. Her first question focused on his sword. How had he awakened it? Aiden simply smiled and claimed that a friend had helped him. Nissa's patience evaporated instantly. She accused him of dodging the question. Then she asked what she truly wanted to know. Where had the demonic energy surrounding him come from? The pressure that followed was immense. Aiden immediately felt a terrifying killing intent. He quickly realized it wasn't directed at him alone. Most likely, the demon lord was feeling it too. There would be time to discuss that later. For now, he simply told her that he was on her side. The statement left her staring in confusion. He spoke as if he knew everything, and in many ways he did. Aiden calmly revealed her identities one after another: leader of the moderate faction of black magicians, the Silver Witch, one of the last descendants of the kingdom of black magicians, and the head of the intelligence organization known as White Moon. Nissa's eyes narrowed. She had no idea how much information he possessed, yet she could feel her killing intent weakening. Aiden then warned her that they were running out of time. Something was about to happen. Nissa demanded answers again. Then suddenly her expression changed. She felt it too. Moments later, black summoning magic erupted nearby. Undead began appearing. Nissa's expression darkened. Even she hadn't expected things to escalate this far. Aiden merely sighed. The radicals never changed. They always followed the same predictable pattern. Then he casually asked whether the black magic would end once the caster was eliminated. Nissa immediately realized he knew far more than he should. He even understood that she had attended the banquet specifically to capture the radical black magicians operating within the empire. The revelation left her visibly unsettled. Who exactly was this man? For now, however, there were more urgent matters. She informed him that they would continue this conversation later. Then she vanished. Aiden watched her disappear. He could leave everything to her. She would handle her side of the problem. As for him, there were undead to deal with. Meanwhile, chaos spread throughout the banquet hall. Tyne immediately sprang into action. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the undead, threatening the guests. He loudly reassured everyone that these creatures were merely weak undead. There was nothing to fear. Aiden watched carefully. For his age, Tyne was undeniably talented. He had already reached the Sword Aura stage. His future was bright. Unfortunately, he had challenged the wrong opponent earlier. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. A massive undead troll appeared. The knights immediately recognized the danger. Their expressions hardened. Nobody knew when reinforcements would arrive, and everyone understood that this enemy was far more dangerous than the others. Tyne didn't hesitate. He charged directly at it. With overwhelming force, he punched straight through the monster. Watching from afar, the demon lord remarked that Tyne stood only a single step away from becoming a swordmaster. Aiden agreed. The young man was unquestionably strong enough to become a legend. Yet fate had saddled him with a rival who was even more absurd. The demon lord eventually asked why Aiden was still standing around instead of helping. Aiden calmly replied that the situation was under control. He needed to confirm something first. Then Tyne suddenly shouted. He had sensed it. an incredibly dense concentration of demonic energy, something powerful was approaching. Everyone immediately felt it, a terrifying presence, a monster overflowing with murderous intent. Then it appeared. The creature charged directly toward the gathered nobles. Before anyone could react, Aiden moved. He stepped forward and shielded Tyne, activating his protective barrier. His gaze locked onto the approaching enemy. He remembered it all too clearly. In his previous life, this monster had turned the banquet into a nightmare. Standing before them now was the strongest of the undead, a Death Knight. Aiden immediately sensed that something about the situation was off. Looking at the battlefield, he knew Deer should have been capable of handling ordinary undead without much trouble. Yet in his previous life, Deer had still fallen here. That contradiction bothered him. Then the pieces finally began to fit together. The Death Knight wasn't a normal undead. Dark magic had enhanced it far beyond its natural limits, pushing it to a level that surpassed an ordinary half-master. Even Aiden would have been crushed by its attacks if not for the protection of the tower's spirit shield. Now he finally understood why Deer had lost. Then the Death Knight suddenly roared Deer's name. The young noble's expression stiffened. The monster bellowed that it had no use for any more distractions. Then it swung its blade with murderous intent. Aiden continued intercepting the attacks one after another, but every impact rattled through his body. The strength behind those blows was monstrous, and the more he observed, the more disturbed he became. He cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. The undead surrounding them had never been advancing to kill indiscriminately. Their purpose had been something far more specific. They were separating Deer from everyone else. The realization ignited Aiden's fury. This entire operation had been carefully designed to assassinate one person, Deer. The Death Knight continued pressing forward relentlessly. Aiden understood he was facing an opponent who had also reached the half-master realm. The pressure was overwhelming. At this point, he could do little more than block and endure. Still, he shouted for Deer to direct all of his strength into attacking the enemy. Moments later, Deer launched a powerful strike. The Death Knight casually deflected it. Aiden warned him that their opponent possessed strength comparable to a half-master at minimum. At the same time, a troubling question kept echoing in his mind. Why was this creature so obsessed with killing Deer? Then the answer struck him. A wave of disbelief washed over him. He suddenly understood who benefited most from Deer's death, his own brother. Aiden could hardly believe it, the eldest son of the family. The man destined to inherit only a knighthood because leadership of the house was decided through merit alone. For years, Aiden had assumed the future king of knights had simply risen through talent and opportunity. Now he finally saw the truth. The path had been cleared through murder. The more he thought about it, the more rotten the entire situation appeared. Deer glared at the Death Knight with frustration. He couldn't see any obvious way to bring down an enemy like this. Aiden calmly informed him that he did know a method. Deer stared in confusion. Was Aiden seriously claiming he could deal with a monster of this caliber? Aiden assured him that the tactic had worked against enemies far stronger than this one. Better yet, it was something he had developed himself. Deer's eyes lit up immediately. He wanted to know what kind of incredible strategy this was. Aiden grinned. It was simple, provocation. Deer blinked. For a moment, he genuinely didn't know how to react. What kind of strategy was that? Still, options were running out. They had to try something. The Demon Lord couldn't resist commenting that Aiden seemed to rely on provocation in nearly every battle. Aiden proudly pointed out that it worked every time. A few seconds later, the Death Knight proved his point. The undead warrior locked onto Aiden with pure hatred. Then it charged straight at him. Deer watched in stunned silence. Before the attack could land, Aiden stepped in front of him and raised his shield. The blow crashed against the barrier. Aiden's grin widened. Once again, the treacherous nature of his old enemies was revealing itself. But unlike the previous timeline, this battle would not follow their script. The Death Knight roared and ordered Aiden to move aside. His sword descended with crushing force. At that exact moment, Deer unleashed a devastating strike. Aiden couldn't help smiling. The young noble truly was a half-master. What impressed him most wasn't Deer's strength. It was the intensity behind the attack. If that strike had connected perfectly, even the Death Knight would have been finished. Then Deer suddenly froze. Something felt wrong. He couldn't sense any reaction from the spear. Turning around, he finally understood why. The Death Knight had completely ignored him. A moment later, the monster unleashed another devastating attack. Its attention had shifted entirely. Aiden immediately intercepted the blow again. With a mocking smile, he informed the creature that he had blocked another attack. Too easy. The Death Knight's fury exploded. It swore that it would kill Aiden first and then eliminate its true target. After that, the battlefield became a storm of steel. The Death Knight attacked relentlessly. Aiden and Deer defended together, forcing the monster to expend more and more energy. Time passed. The Death Knight gradually grew exhausted. Its rage, however, only intensified. Deer finally admitted that although they were successfully blocking its attacks, their own strikes weren't accomplishing anything. Not a single wound, not a single scratch. The situation made no sense. Then he turned toward Aiden. Something about his expression seemed strange. Even the demon lord noticed it. He immediately asked what was wrong. Then he glanced toward the sword and wondered whether it had somehow possessed its owner. The blade denied it immediately. Aiden simply laughed. There was nothing to worry about. He had been waiting for the perfect moment. With his normal strength, he couldn't even leave a mark on the Death Knight. That was why he needed the power hidden inside the shield. He reminded everyone about the Tower Spirit Shield's greatest flaw. The more its power was used, the deeper its owner sank into madness. In exchange, the user's strength skyrocketed. The Death Knight hesitated. For the first time, uncertainty entered its gaze. Aiden began walking forward, then madness consumed him. With a savage grin, he delivered a terrifying strike. Power surged through his body. He could feel himself approaching the Half-Master realm. Deer could hardly believe what he was seeing. Had Aiden been hiding this level of strength all along? He already knew Aiden was powerful, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. This wasn't merely the strength of a Half-Master. It felt even greater. Aiden stumbled slightly. The madness was beginning to affect him. At that moment, the Demon Lord warned him that several of his artifacts were becoming unstable. Aiden wasn't surprised. The stronger an artifact was, the more dangerous its flaws tended to be. The shield's madness was especially difficult to control, which meant he needed to finish this battle quickly. Without hesitation, he activated the Ring of Swiftness. The Death Knight immediately attacked again, but when the strike landed, its target was gone. The monster's rage erupted. It wanted Aiden dead. Now, then pain exploded through its body. Aiden had already appeared elsewhere and delivered a devastating blow. The Death Knight screamed. It hadn't even seen the attack. Another strike followed, then another. Deer watched in disbelief. Aiden had become even stronger. At this point, joining the battle would only get in the way. Aiden stared at the monster with cold eyes. He informed it that it would soon burn in hell. And after that, its master, the future King of Knights, would be next. The Death Knight roared in agony. It refused to accept death. The mission had not been completed. Gathering every ounce of remaining strength, it charged once more. Its objective had never changed. Deer's expression stiffened. The speed was terrifying. For the first time, he wasn't sure he could defend himself. His body locked up. Fear rooted him in place. The Death Knight's gaze remained fixed on its target. The mission had to be completed. Aiden's anger exploded. This fight needed to end now. Then something unexpected happened. The Death Knight suddenly changed direction. Aiden stared in confusion. Why would it abandon him now? A second later, he understood. The monster was heading straight for Deer. The creature continued calling his name as it charged. At that exact moment, Aiden felt the backlash from the Ring of Swiftness. His expression darkened. Everything was starting to move exactly according to the enemy's plan. He watched helplessly as the Death Knight raised its sword above Deer. Then another figure burst into the battlefield. Tyne. Without hesitation, he threw himself between the attack and his friend. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't defeat an enemy of this caliber. Not now, maybe not ever. But there was no way he would allow the Death Knight to kill his greatest rival, or his closest friend. As he raised his sword, Tyne suddenly remembered Aiden's words, the difference between his sword and his father's. Tyne snapped back to his senses. Without hesitation, he gathered every ounce of strength he had left and unleashed a devastating strike at the Death Knight. The undead warrior let out a furious roar. In that instant, it realized the mission had failed. A moment later, its body began to dissolve into nothingness. Then the impossible happened. The Death Knight vanished. All across the battlefield, the remaining undead started fading away as well. The knights watched in disbelief as the nightmare that had threatened the banquet collapsed before their eyes. Cheers erupted from every direction. To them, it looked as though Tyne had defeated the Death Knight with a single swing. The celebration spread rapidly. Voices filled the hall. Soldiers shouted in triumph. The crisis was over. A short while later, Deer approached his friend with a bright smile. He congratulated Tyne on becoming a half-master and thanked him for saving his life. Looking directly at him, Deer admitted that he finally understood what it felt like to be surpassed. Still, he promised that one day he would repay that debt. The two clasped hands firmly. Around them, the knights continued celebrating their hard-earned victory. Then Deer suddenly remembered someone. With a grateful smile, he turned toward where Aiden had been standing, intending to thank him as well. Only to pause. His expression stiffened. Aiden was gone. Tyne, meanwhile, felt none of the excitement surrounding him. Deep down, he wasn't convinced that he had truly defeated the Death Knight himself. Something about that final exchange didn't feel right. At the same time, Aiden was already quietly leaving the scene. He understood the risks of repeatedly pushing his enhancements beyond their limits. Now that the battle was finished, recovery came first. The Demon Lord asked whether he could at least enjoy the victory for a moment. Aiden simply shook his head. Celebrating now would be premature. This was only the beginning. The road toward revenge was still long. More importantly, he never expected the future Night King of Sela to be involved with black magicians. The Demon Lord pointed out that the timing had been perfect. If things had unfolded even slightly differently, everything could have gone exactly according to the Night King's plan. Then Aiden suddenly stopped. Someone stood before him, the Silver Witch. He could immediately tell she had already dealt with the black magicians. Considering her strength, that outcome wasn't surprising at all. Thanks to her intervention, the spell sustaining the undead had been broken. That was why the Death Knight disappeared. Aiden knew that if she had arrived any later, many of them would have died. Before he could say anything else, a familiar voice called out to him. Lo came running over with visible concern. Confused and exhausted, he asked whether his master was all right. He still couldn't understand why the dead had suddenly begun attacking everyone. Aiden looked at him and asked where he had been the entire time. The knight looked completely worn out. Lo immediately apologized and explained that he had spent the entire battle fighting undead on another front. Sometime later, Aiden finally returned to his room inside the Imperial Palace. The exhaustion hit him instantly. The moment he touched the bed, he fell asleep. When he eventually woke up, he was confused by how deeply he had slept. Then a familiar voice reached his ears. Nissa casually informed him that he was quite the sleeper. Aiden nearly jumped out of bed. Seeing her sitting, there was the last thing he expected. Nissa calmly explained that screaming would accomplish nothing. She had already placed a sound barrier around the room. No one would hear him even if he shattered his vocal cords. Aiden stared at her helplessly. He had expected many things. Her showing up in his room the very next day was not one of them. Still confused, he asked how she had even gotten inside. Nissa mockingly replied that sneaking into his room had been easier than wringing a goblin's neck. Then her expression hardened. The time for answers had arrived. Without hesitation, she altered their appearances and demanded the truth. How did he know who she really was? Aiden remained silent. Nissa's gaze grew colder. She warned him that one wrong move would cost him his life. Aiden calmly replied that he simply wanted to maintain a friendly relationship. After all, they shared the same objective. Nissa clearly didn't trust him. An imperial noble claiming to share goals with her sounded ridiculous. She questioned whether he even understood what those goals were. Aiden smiled. He explained that he despised the current dark magicians. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere changed. Nissa's anger surged. Aiden instantly realized she wasn't bluffing anymore. The pressure she released was terrifying. She demanded that he repeat exactly what he had just said. Aiden sighed and explained that black magic had not originally been created for slaughter. Its purpose had been to cleanse lands corrupted by vile mana and fight the monsters of the underworld. The black magicians of the present had abandoned that path. Someone needed to remind them what black magic was truly meant to be. And just like her, he hated what they had become. Then he extended his hand. If they shared the same enemy, wasn't that enough to begin a friendship? Nissa froze for a moment. An imperial noble who understood the original purpose of black magic was already unusual. One who openly condemned corrupted dark magicians was even stranger. She couldn't tell whether he was speaking honestly or simply trying to save himself. Aiden casually told her she could take all the time she needed to decide. In return, he could offer information that would be extremely valuable. Nissa raised an eyebrow. As the leader of an intelligence organization, she doubted there was anything important she didn't already know. Aiden smiled. Some information, he explained, came from events that hadn't happened yet. He leaned closer, intending to tell her more. Then the door suddenly opened. Lo stepped inside with his usual cheerful expression and informed his master that a visitor had arrived. Right behind him stood Tyne. The moment both young men saw Nissa inside the room, they froze. For several long seconds, nobody said anything. Then they quietly closed the door, apologized, and immediately left. Aiden nearly lost his mind. He shouted after them that they had misunderstood everything. Much later, the misunderstanding finally settled enough for Aiden and Tyne to speak. Unfortunately, an awkward silence lingered between them. Tyne avoided eye contact and awkwardly asked whether Aiden had finished talking with the young lady. Aiden immediately denied anything suspicious had happened. It had only been a conversation. One look at Tyne's face was enough to tell that he had already imagined far more than that. Earlier, Nissa had openly questioned Aiden's claims. She found it impossible to believe that the agricultural heart of the empire, the Valkan estate, could suddenly suffer a devastating drought. Such a thing had never happened before. Yet Aiden insisted it would occur within a few months. He urged her to remember his warning. At the time, he had been desperately trying to catch up with Tyne before even more rumors spread. Nissa simply shrugged. Considering his reputation as the Duke's troublesome son, she doubted additional rumors would matter much. Aiden hurriedly escorted her out, promising they would continue the conversation later. Before leaving, she warned him that if he was lying, she would find him no matter where he ran. Aiden wasn't worried. The drought would happen. Once it did, she would have no choice but to believe him. After that, he turned his attention back to Tyne and finally asked why he had come. Tyne hesitated. Finding the words clearly wasn't easy. Aiden jokingly asked whether he had come to challenge him to another duel. Tyne immediately denied it. With visible effort, he admitted that he now recognized Aiden as the rightful owner of the sword. Even his father had acknowledged that Aiden had won it fairly. Aiden blinked. He genuinely hadn't expected that. Was that really the reason for this visit? Then Tyne suddenly bowed. Aiden froze. Of all the things he expected from the stubborn young noble, this wasn't one of them. Tyne sincerely thanked him. If Aiden hadn't intervened, Deer would have died. For that reason alone, he was deeply grateful. Everyone else believed Tyne had slain the Death Knight and protected the Imperial family. But he knew the truth. The undead had already been defeated before his final strike landed. More importantly, that battle had helped him understand something. For the first time, he had glimpsed the path toward becoming a true swordmaster, the same path Aiden had tried to show him earlier. Aiden smirked. The final strike had indeed resembled the Margrave's style. Tyne sighed and then declared that he officially recognized Aiden as his rival. Aiden stared at him in complete disbelief. Tyne said it with such genuine enthusiasm that it almost felt dangerous. With a bright smile, he explained that only one other person had ever earned that title from him. Aiden should be proud. Then Tyne confidently declared that one day he would defeat him, reclaim the family heirloom, and prove himself superior. So Aiden shouldn't get comfortable. Aiden immediately regretted every positive thought he had just had about him. The realization hit hard. The boy truly was his father's son. Still, despite everything, he wished him luck. Tyne smiled and suggested that now that formalities were out of the way, they could speak more casually. A few days later, the group began their journey home. As the carriage rolled onward, Lo informed Aiden that they would soon arrive at the Rem estate. Aiden glanced at his knight and asked about his injuries. Lo froze for a moment before quickly explaining that thanks to the holy potion his lord had given him, he had recovered completely. He sincerely thanked Aiden for his concern. Aiden answered with a satisfied smile and jokingly remarked that hearing gratitude more often wasn't such a bad thing. His mood was unusually good. The Imperial family had rewarded him generously. The amount of gold he received was so enormous that several mansions could have been built with it. Because of that reward, he had been able to purchase many useful items. He had even prepared gifts for his parents, his subordinates, and nearly everyone around him. Of course, there was one exception he worried about. He wasn't entirely certain Ellis would appreciate her present, even if it had been chosen with children in mind. Still, he hoped she would like it. Before long, they finally reached the duchy. The citizens welcomed their young lord enthusiastically. To them, he wasn't merely the man who defeated a troll. He was also the noble who had helped save the empire from the undead disaster. Aiden felt slightly bewildered by how quickly the rumors had spread. No matter how many times he experienced these grand welcomes, they never felt natural. Then his expression suddenly changed. Leaning out the carriage window, he stared in disbelief. The sight before him nearly made him shout. The demon lord examined it carefully and remarked with a grin that the face looked strangely familiar. Aiden looked horrified. Lo proudly explained that the Duke had secretly commissioned it to celebrate his son's return. Aiden stared at the enormous golden statue and felt his soul leave his body. He immediately asked whether this monstrosity had truly been inspired by his father's ideas. Lo enthusiastically confirmed that it was a masterpiece and a work of beauty. The demon lord immediately declared it hideous and claimed he felt the urge to throw up. Aiden instantly shouted at him not to vomit on him under any circumstances. Eventually, they reached the estate itself. Aiden instructed Lo to distribute the gifts while he visited the Duke. Meanwhile, he continued internally waging war against the golden statue his father had somehow approved. As he walked through the mansion, something felt wrong. The servants greeted him respectfully, yet the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Everyone seemed depressed. Aiden couldn't understand what had happened. For a brief moment, he wondered if the entire estate was upset because of the statue. That thought alone nearly made him angry again. Soon he arrived at the Duke's office. Entering the room, he greeted his father and immediately mentioned the giant sculpture in the village. Before he could continue, the Duke apologized. The sincerity in his voice made Aiden uncomfortable almost instantly. Trying to ease the mood, Aiden awkwardly claimed the statue looked wonderful. The Duke let out a long sigh. Then he explained that despite resisting as much as he could, there had been something he could not stop. Aiden's confusion deepened. The Duke finally revealed the truth. The father and daughter Aiden had brought to the estate had been taken away by the Inquisitors of the Church of Holy Fire. Aiden froze. A chill ran through him as he immediately understood who they were talking about. The Duke explained that the Inquisitors claimed the pair had escaped from church custody. Since they were under his protection, he had refused to hand them over. However, Joseph himself had eventually agreed to accompany them. Once he consented, there was little anyone could legally do. The moment those words ended, anger flashed across Aiden's face. He immediately demanded confirmation. Had they truly been taken to the Church of Holy Fire? The Duke confirmed it. Before another word could be spoken, Aiden turned and headed for the door. The Duke called after him. He warned his son that churches were effectively untouchable. If things went badly, not only Aiden but the entire family could face consequences. Aiden merely smiled and claimed he was only going to say goodbye. The Duke stared silently as his son departed. Then he simply told him to be careful. For a long time afterward, he could only watch him leave. The demon lord remarked that Aiden's inner thoughts and outward appearance were completely different. Aiden knew he was right. If he had told his father what he truly intended to do, he would have been stopped immediately. Rage burned inside him. Someone had taken his people without permission. For their sake, he prayed nothing had happened yet. The continent was dominated by three great faiths: the Church of Holy Fire, the Church of Divine Law, the Church of Divine Slaughter. Each represented its own deity and maintained enormous influence. Even the empire could not casually interfere with their affairs. At the center of every faith stood a saint, a chosen representative who embodied divine authority on earth. Saints acted as living symbols of their gods and served as intermediaries between humanity and the divine. But the Church of Holy Fire was different. For decades, it had been without a saint. Without that symbol, its influence had steadily diminished. Year after year, it lost prestige until only a fraction of its former glory remained. Some time later, the group finally reached their destination. Aiden smiled faintly at the sight of a small merchant cart. Back when he was a mercenary, he had traveled in countless wagons just like it. The nostalgia brought back surprisingly pleasant memories. He thanked the merchant for getting them there so quickly. The merchant laughed and explained that such speed was only possible thanks to special trade routes. That shortcut had allowed them to arrive several times faster than normal. It was one of the reasons Aiden continued doing business with him after selling the troll carcass. Even so, Aiden couldn't help noticing the poor condition of his knight. The young man insisted everything would be fine soon and asked his lord not to worry. Aiden turned his attention toward the horizon. Even weakened, the Church of Holy Fire remained one of the continent's three great religions. The structure looming ahead was still massive. As he stared at it, he quietly admitted that the merchant had been right. The merchant informed him that the church gates were currently closed. Getting inside would be impossible. Still, he had brought them because they insisted. At that moment, a desperate father begged the holy knights to heal his gravely ill son. The knights coldly informed him that the church was closed and directed him elsewhere. Aiden narrowed his eyes. At this time of year, the church should have been overflowing with visitors seeking healing and blessings. Instead, the gates were shut. And that closure had begun immediately after Joseph and his daughter were brought here. The connection was impossible to ignore. The merchant asked how he planned to enter. Aiden simply smiled. He had a few ideas. Then a fierce grin slowly appeared on his face as he looked toward the church. The merchant suddenly felt uneasy. He had no idea what the young noble was planning. Meanwhile, holy knights stood guard at the main gate. One of them noticed Aiden approaching and immediately became alert. Aiden introduced himself politely and explained that he had important business inside. The knight apologized and informed him that the church was closed to everyone, no exceptions. Aiden calmly replied that he would be entering regardless. The knight insisted that such a thing was impossible. Aiden demanded that the gates be opened immediately. The knight moved to stop him. A second later, the man's eyes widened. Aiden grabbed him and casually slammed him into the ground. Another knight immediately rushed forward in outrage. He demanded to know how a noble dared attack a holy knight. He threatened consequences. Unfortunately for him, he never finished the sentence. A powerful blow sent him flying as well. The merchant watched everything unfold in stunned silence. At that moment, he realized that some beast simply couldn't be chained. Aiden quietly told the demon lord to endure what was coming. The demon lord blinked. He hadn't expected concern from the young master. Aiden explained that beyond the gate lay an area overflowing with holy energy. The demon lord sighed and admitted that they were about to enter one of the most unpleasant places imaginable. Then the gates opened. The nearby knights were preparing to respond when they suddenly noticed who had entered. Aiden stepped inside and immediately realized the church was even larger than it appeared from outside. The holy knights charged toward him at once. Aiden scanned the area with a fierce grin. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He only had to break through their defenses and ring the crying bell. And to accomplish that, he activated the speed ring. The moment the ring activated, Aiden shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his eyes locked on the bell at the top of the structure. The demon lord stared in confusion, unable to understand why the bell was so important. Aiden explained while running that it was tied to one of the oldest laws of the Church of Holy Fire. Anyone suffering from a grave injustice or facing death from an incurable illness had the right to ring that bell and demand an audience with the high priest himself. Over time, however, too many people abused that privilege. To discourage frivolous complaints, the church moved the bell to the highest point of the building. Even so, the law still existed. As long as he rang it, they couldn't simply throw him out. With that thought in mind, he pushed forward at full speed. Soon, however, he realized the distance was greater than expected. The bell was still farther away than it looked. Grinding his teeth, he prepared to use the ring again. Moments later, victory seemed within reach. Aiden could already imagine the sound of the bell solving every problem standing in his way. Then suddenly, he felt a powerful presence. Instinct screamed at him. Aiden twisted his body at the last possible second, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. A massive man stood before him. The stranger wore a fierce grin and calmly informed the intruder that getting past ordinary knights was one thing. Getting past him was another matter entirely. The man introduced himself as Bali, the highest-ranking knight of the Church of Holy Fire. Aiden couldn't help staring for a moment. It was the first time he had ever seen someone built like a fortress. His mood darkened instantly. He had already exhausted the ring's daily limit. There was no retreat now. Only one option remained: fight. Drawing his sword, Aiden declared that if Bali insisted on standing in his way, then he would have to kill him. Bali simply smirked. The threat amused him. From his perspective, the young intruder had merely reached the advanced stage of sword aura. Nothing more. In fact, he thanked Aiden. After such a long time, he had finally found someone entertaining. Then he attacked. The first strike landed like a collapsing mountain. Aiden's eyes widened. The force behind it was absurd. There wasn't even mana reinforcing the attack. This was pure physical strength. And somehow it exceeded even the Margrave's monstrous power. In all his lives, Aiden had never encountered someone like this. Bali laughed loudly. Not a single person in the church had ever endured one of his blows, yet somehow the young intruder remained standing. The demon lord couldn't hide his confusion. He wondered whether every powerful human eventually lost their mind. Aiden immediately denied it. The demon lord had simply been unfortunate enough to meet all the crazy ones, but there was no time for further discussion. Bali was already charging again. Aiden instantly activated his shield. His plan was simple: block the attack, counterattack immediately. Instead, reality shattered that plan. Literally, his shield exploded. Aiden could hardly process what he was seeing. The impact launched him backward. Bali stared at him with amusement. He intended to enjoy himself a little longer before ending things. Walking forward casually, he remarked that the young intruder had lasted much longer than expected. Then he announced that death would soon send him to meet his ancestors. But before he could continue, a blade sliced through the air beside his face. Bali's expression stiffened. A fraction closer and it would have drawn blood. Only then did he understand what had happened. The young man had hidden himself within the smoke and thrown his aura-coated sword. Bali laughed. It was a clever attempt. Unfortunately, it had failed, or so he thought. Looking at the now unarmed intruder, he declared that death was inevitable. Then he paused. Aiden was smiling, not nervously, not desperately. A predatory grin stretched across his face. For a brief moment, Bali wondered if the boy had finally gone insane. Then he turned around and froze. Aiden's sword wasn't meant for him. It had pierced the bell. The realization hit instantly. From the very beginning, the intruder's goal had never been victory. It had always been the bell. The ringing sound echoed across the church. Aiden listened to it with complete satisfaction. Now they would have no choice. The high priest had to answer. Unfortunately, the moment his objective was achieved, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He collapsed. Bali stared at the unconscious young man. For all his frustration, he knew the boy had won this round. Sometime later, Aiden opened his eyes. The church's healing treatment had already restored his condition. The fatigue that had been crushing him seemed to have vanished completely. Then the demon lord started screaming. Aiden blinked in confusion. The furious spirit explained that while the church was healing Aiden, they had flooded his body with holy energy. Since he had been trapped inside, he experienced torture that felt worse than death. Aiden simply grinned and informed him that he deserved it. The demon lord had caused enough trouble already. Before the argument could continue, the door opened. The deputy high priest entered the room. Aiden studied him carefully. The man looked far kinder than expected. The demon lord immediately asked whether Aiden knew him. Of course he did. This was the future successor to the high priest. Ironically, he would also become one of the worst high priests in church history. The man whose corruption eventually dragged the entire religion into ruin. Aiden had always imagined him differently. Someone capable of burying an entire faith should have looked more intimidating. Instead, he seemed surprisingly ordinary. Aiden politely apologized for the disturbance. The man introduced himself as Hackle and smiled warmly. Since Aiden had rung the bell, he explained, the church considered him an honored guest. Then Hackle informed him that someone wished to meet him. Standing nearby was Bali. The giant knight greeted him with a grin. Aiden carefully concealed his reaction. He claimed to be happy to see him again. Bali apologized for destroying the shield. As compensation, he offered Aiden any shield he wanted from the church's armory. Aiden smiled and declined. His shield was special. It could repair itself. Bali looked genuinely intrigued by that revelation. Aiden knew the reason. The shield originated from the spirit realm. Naturally, it could regenerate. Normally, it wouldn't have shattered from a single blow. Most likely, it had still been recovering from the previous battle. According to his estimate, it would need 4 more days before returning to full condition. Until then, caution was necessary. Aiden then returned to the issue that mattered. Since he had rung the bell, he wanted to meet the high priest. That was the entire reason he came. He needed his people back. Hackle nodded. According to church law, Aiden absolutely had the right to request an audience. Unfortunately, meeting the high priest directly would be difficult. Instead, another authority would receive him. Someone whose position currently surpassed everyone else within the church. Aiden immediately grew suspicious. The gates had been closed. Now even the bell's authority seemed to be ignored. Something was clearly wrong. A short time later, they walked through the church's massive corridors. Aiden had expected to meet the current high priest. The demon lord asked whether he knew the man. Aiden sighed. In his previous life, the high priest had saved him when he stood at death's doorstep. For that alone, Aiden owed him a great debt. Yet despite everything, he had never truly understood him. Memories surfaced. The high priest once asked why anyone should demand compensation for saving another life. Helping those in need of holy fire was simply what they were meant to do. Lost in those thoughts, Aiden barely noticed when they arrived. Hackle stopped before a grand chamber. Turning around, he informed Aiden that they had reached the highest authority currently residing within the church. Aiden narrowed his eyes. Whoever waited inside held enough influence to overrule even the deputy high priest. It didn't matter who it was. He would get his people back, no matter the cost. The doors opened. Hackle bowed respectfully and announced that the one who had rung the bell had arrived. Then Aiden saw the room and completely froze. Joseph was there. The alchemist stared at him in absolute confusion and immediately demanded to know what he was doing in such a place. At the same time, Alice happily greeted him. Then everyone present bowed. They respectfully addressed the highest authority in the room, the Holy Maiden of Holy Fire. The messenger of God, Saint Alice. Aiden could hardly believe what he was hearing. The little girl he knew was the Holy Maiden. Some time later, Aiden and Joseph sat together in a private room. Aiden stared at him with equal parts confusion and frustration. He demanded an explanation. Joseph blinked and promised that he would explain everything. But first, there was something important he needed to reveal. Smiling awkwardly, he reintroduced himself. He had once been a member of the Seven-Star Brotherhood serving the Holy Fire. Aiden was left speechless. The Seven-Star Brotherhood was no ordinary organization. It was an elite order reserved for the 7 greatest alchemists in the entire Church of Holy Fire. Since the church held an effective monopoly over alchemy throughout the continent, their influence was immense. Members of the Brotherhood ranked below only the High Priest and his deputy. Aiden stared at him in disbelief. If Joseph held a position that prestigious, how had he and his daughter ended up living in a slum? Joseph lowered his head. A heavy sigh escaped him. He wasn't even sure where to begin. Joseph let out a long sigh before finally revealing the truth. Within the Church of Holy Fire, a saint or saintess was born once every 40 years. Upon awakening, that individual would eventually rise to the position of high priest and dedicate their entire life to serving the church. When their life finally came to an end, the sacred status would return to the church and transfer to a newly branded child chosen as the next candidate. But 10 years earlier, something horrifying had begun. One after another, the candidates started dying. No one was spared. Adults, children, even infants barely a year old were hunted down and killed. Joseph's voice grew heavy. His daughter had been one of those branded candidates. As a father, he simply couldn't sit back and watch his child become another victim. That was why they ran. They fled so far that even the church lost track of them. Then Joseph revealed something even more disturbing. Recently, he had returned to the church. And there, he discovered a situation far worse than anything he had imagined. Aiden's expression stiffened. The story instantly caught his attention. In his previous life, nothing remotely similar had happened within the Church of Holy Fire. Something had changed, something major. A few days earlier, priests had arrived at the Duke's estate. The knights guarding the residence firmly informed them that no guest under the Duke's protection could be touched without permission. The priest was furious. He couldn't understand how anyone would dare interfere with the authority of the church's inquisitors. For a long time, both sides argued outside the estate. Neither wanted to back down. Then Joseph stepped forward. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to him. Looking at the knight, Joseph calmly asked to speak with the priest himself. He didn't want to create problems for Aiden. Turning toward the priest, Joseph demanded to know how they had found him. If they knew his location, why had they waited so long before coming? The priest sighed. After Joseph disappeared, they eventually concluded that he was dead. Years passed without a new branded candidate appearing, making them believe their assumption had been correct. Only recently did they realize they had been wrong. The priest explained that the destruction of the Cerberus Guild had exposed Joseph's whereabouts. That discovery led them directly to him. Their purpose was simple. They intended to bring both Joseph and Alice back to the church. Joseph couldn't understand why such force was necessary. There were still people targeting branded candidates. How could he possibly allow his daughter to stay in such a dangerous place? The priest insisted they had no alternative. No matter what happened, the two of them had to return. There was a reason too important to ignore. Then came the revelation. Aiden stared in disbelief. The high priest had fallen unconscious due to illness. Joseph confirmed it. Even the church's sacred authority and greatest healing methods had failed to cure him. With the church's reputation already declining and its leader now incapacitated, a massive crisis loomed over the entire faith. If things continued like this, the flame of holy fire itself could fade away. Generations of history would collapse. That was why they planned to perform the awakening ceremony within days. Once Alice became a true saintess, they intended to use her extraordinary powers to heal the high priest. Joseph apologized for keeping so many secrets. He regretted the trouble he had caused Aiden. Watching the young noble closely, he wondered whether anger would follow. And anger did come. Just not for the reason Joseph expected. Aiden's thoughts were in complete turmoil. The timeline was wrong. The old high priest should still have been traveling around, helping countless people. His illness wasn't supposed to happen for years. Why had everything accelerated? Aiden could only wonder whether his own actions had caused the future itself to shift. Later, he slowly followed the priest through the church. Now that Joseph had willingly returned, there was no reason for him to leave. He needed answers. The demon lord, meanwhile, complained nonstop. He demanded to know whether Aiden truly intended to abandon him in a place overflowing with holy energy. Aiden ignored the protests. He had to find the point where history diverged. Nothing else mattered. Eventually, the priest guided him to the high priest's chambers and reminded him that visiting time was limited. The moment Aiden entered, he froze. A foul smell filled the room. Looking toward the bed, he saw the high priest. The man's condition was horrifying. Aiden approached quietly. In his previous life, he had never managed to repay the debt he owed this old man before death claimed him. This time would be different. Then something caught his eye, something deeply wrong. The high priest's body was wrapped in a sinister energy. Aiden immediately recognized it. The demon lord asked whether he truly hadn't seen enough of that in his previous life. Aiden stared in confusion. The answer came immediately. It was a curse. Aiden could hardly believe it. The demon lord explained that ordinary people couldn't see such things. Only because of their connection could Aiden perceive it now. This wasn't some crude spell. It was a carefully crafted masterpiece of malice. A curse that accumulated slowly over time, destroying its victim from the inside until nothing remained. Aiden's fists clenched. The realization hit him instantly. Someone inside the church had cursed the high priest. That meant the old man hadn't died from illness in the previous timeline either. He had been murdered. Aiden demanded to know whether the curse could be removed. The demon lord's answer wasn't encouraging. The curse had merged so deeply with the man's body that even its creator would struggle to remove it. There were only two possible solutions. Either find a dark magician capable of fully understanding its structure, or overwhelm it with an enormous amount of holy energy all at once. Everything suddenly made sense. Alice wasn't merely a future saintess. She was a threat. If she awakened and healed the high priest, the culprit's entire plan would collapse. That meant whoever cursed the old man would eventually target her. Aiden immediately decided he needed to strengthen her protection. He had to speak with Joseph at once. Then a noise echoed through the church. Aiden instantly turned around. His expression darkened. A terrible feeling settled in his chest. Had the enemy already made a move? Without hesitation, he rushed from the room. Moments later, he arrived at a crowd gathered nearby. Aiden pushed through the people, searching frantically for Alice, yet the scene before him wasn't what he expected. There were no assassins, no signs of an attack. Then he spotted Joseph standing beside his daughter. Aiden immediately demanded an explanation. A nervous priest quickly answered. She hadn't done anything wrong, she had only extinguished the candles to replace them. The moment darkness filled the room, Alice began screaming. Aiden understood immediately. Back at the estate, the girl always slept with the lights on. After everything she endured underground, she had never truly recovered. Aiden calmly asked everyone to leave. Joseph hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Alice continued crying. Terrified thoughts raced through her mind. She didn't want to die, she wanted someone to save her. Then she heard a familiar voice. Aiden approached with a gentle smile. He assured her that nobody would harm her. The moment she recognized him, she froze. Aiden extended his hand. He promised that no one, not even the ruler of the empire himself, would be allowed to touch his people. There was no need to be afraid anymore. Tears filled Alice's eyes. Then she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Even Aiden wasn't prepared for that. After some time, the girl finally calmed down. Aiden smiled and asked whether she felt better. She quietly admitted that she did. Yet something still weighed heavily on her mind. After a long pause, she asked the question that had been haunting her. Was she really worthy of becoming a saintess? The heroes in fairy tales were brave, strong, beautiful. She wasn't any of those things. She was scared of everything. She wasn't special. More than anything, she wanted to return to Aiden's estate and play peacefully there. The next moment, Aiden flicked her forehead. Alice immediately cried out in protest. Tears formed again as she glared at him. Aiden simply smiled. He told her she was thinking far too narrowly. She was staring at tiny fragments while ignoring the larger picture. The truth was that she knew almost nothing about what it meant to be a saintess. Alice blinked in confusion and asked whether he somehow knew. Aiden confidently claimed that he did. He even started to say that in the past he and a saint had once, then he stopped. A memory surfaced. A saint asking him for forgiveness. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Alice tilted her head and innocently asked whether the two of them had been a couple. Aiden nearly choked on the question. After regaining his composure, he explained that a saint didn't need to be endlessly kind, nor did she need to be fearless. Saints were people first. Nothing more. If she felt angry, then she should be angry. If she wanted to cry, then she should cry. because before becoming a saint she was still simply herself. Aiden told Alice that if she wanted to cry, then she should cry. With a gentle smile, he reassured her that no matter what happened, she would always have a place to return to. Whenever she wished, she could come back home. Those words struck her deeply. The young girl looked at him with warm, grateful eyes. More than anything else, hearing the word home brought her comfort. After spending a long time talking with her, Aiden finally left the room. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a tired sigh. For some reason, that conversation had drained more energy from him than a brutal training session ever could. The Demon Lord immediately complained that simply listening to it had felt like being force-fed holy potions. At that moment, Joseph approached and anxiously asked whether his daughter was all right. Aiden assured him that she was fine and told him to stay with her for a while. Relief washed across Joseph's face. Thanking Aiden sincerely, he hurried off toward his daughter. As Joseph left, Aiden noticed someone nearby. His expression shifted slightly. He couldn't understand why that man was here. Hackle greeted him with a pleasant smile and explained that he had heard there was a small disturbance, but it seemed the young master had handled everything perfectly. He praised Aiden for helping the saintess. After all, she represented the future of their entire faith. Aiden returned the smile and casually replied that he had only done what needed to be done. Then the two shook hands, and in that instant everything changed. The Demon Lord suddenly stiffened. For reasons Aiden couldn't comprehend, the Demon Lord called him by the name he had used in his previous life. A second later came the warning. Hackle was a dark magician. Aiden's eyes immediately turned cold. He quietly studied the man's face while keeping his emotions hidden. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Church of Holy Fire, inside a secret hideout occupied by dark magicians, Hackle's composure finally shattered. He was furious. Everything had gone wrong because of Aiden. His carefully prepared plans were unraveling. Grinding his teeth, he cursed himself for not eliminating the branded fugitives the moment he learned they existed. One of the priests attempted to calm him down. It was useless. Hackle's anger only intensified. He declared that the church would become his no matter what sacrifices were required. He refused to let it belong to anyone else. After a moment, he turned toward a subordinate and demanded to know when their guest would arrive. The answer came quickly. Soon. Hackle's expression twisted into a sinister grin. There was no reason to worry about the saintess. Once she died, everything would fall into place. Within days, the awakening ceremony would begin, and during that ceremony, she would be murdered by his followers. The thought filled him with excitement. Laughing wildly, he declared that afterward the entire Church of Holy Fire would belong to him. Elsewhere, Aiden continued observing the priests from a distance. He had always suspected dark magicians were hiding inside the church. What he hadn't expected was the deputy high priest himself to be among them, and he clearly wasn't alone. The Demon Lord smugly reminded him that he had warned him earlier. Dark mana couldn't hide from his senses. The moment they shook hands, he had already noticed it, and Hackle wasn't some weak schemer either. He was powerful. Aiden agreed that dark magicians were likely scattered throughout the church. Yet something still didn't fit. One question continued bothering him. Why had Hackle accelerated his plans compared to the previous timeline? Why worsen the High Priest's condition years earlier than before? Had Aiden's own actions triggered these changes? Other than saving Alice, what exactly had altered the future? That same night, silence covered the outskirts of the city. Near the Church of Holy Fire, a lone figure moved through the darkness. Another man approached and ordered him to follow. The situation was becoming critical. Their plans were nearing completion, yet mistakes kept piling up because certain people couldn't keep their own affairs under control. The younger man immediately argued back. Everything had been forced to accelerate because of recent developments. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Aiden listened carefully. He instantly realized that he was the reason they had changed their schedule. Then another detail caught his attention. The voice sounded familiar. The younger man tried to calm things down, insisting that they shared the same objective. If the deputy high priest rose to power, everyone involved would benefit. Unfortunately for him, that argument only earned a violent response. The older man exploded with rage. He demanded to know who the fool thought he was threatening. Before another word could be spoken, the younger man was hurled aside and crashed into the ground. The warning was clear. Next time he should watch his tongue. Aiden narrowed his eyes and focused on the man's face. Then his expression froze. A wave of disbelief hit him. Standing there was Crimson Knight Beniger. The Demon Lord immediately asked whether this was another infamous figure from Aiden's previous life. Aiden's anger flared. Of course he knew him. Beniger had been one of Seela's most loyal hounds. Everything suddenly started making sense. In the past, Seela constantly preached about eliminating dark magicians. He claimed they had infested the world and deserved extermination. Now Aiden understood the truth. The corruption had existed from the very beginning. The noble ideals had been nothing more than masks. The Demon Lord couldn't understand why these people were helping Hackle become High Priest. Aiden quickly pieced it together. This was about influence, power, inheritance. Becoming the head of a powerful family required more than strength. It required allies. Originally, Sela had planned to gain an advantage after his brother was crippled during the palace attack, but Aiden had prevented that future. Now the entire plan was shifting. The realization made his blood boil. The man he once fought beside had always been rotten, a traitor through and through. Then Aiden felt another presence. He turned. His expression hardened. Someone had noticed him. Benijur's eyes immediately locked onto the hidden observer. A cruel grin spread across his face. He called the intruder a sneaky rat and attacked without hesitation. Aiden reacted instantly. Using every ounce of his skill, he narrowly avoided the strike. As he studied Benijur, he recognized the same brutal combat style he remembered from before. One question lingered in his mind. Had Benijur sensed him from the beginning or only near the end? Before he could think further, the younger conspirator rushed forward and complained that making such a commotion would expose them all. Benijur snapped back immediately. He hadn't sensed the spy earlier. And if the fool couldn't help, then he should stay out of the way. The younger man froze. Anger flashed across his face, but he remained silent. Benijur watched him leave with cold contempt. If not for his master's orders, he would have killed him long ago. Then his attention returned to Aiden. Looking him over carefully, Benijur admitted that anyone capable of dodging that attack couldn't be weak. Still, he demanded to know what Aiden was doing there. Aiden answered with equal hostility. Why should he explain anything? Benijur laughed. To him, the young man was entertaining. Aiden knew exactly how dangerous the situation was. Defeating this opponent now would be nearly impossible. His shield hadn't fully recovered and his strongest options were limited. Running was the smartest choice. Without hesitation, he turned and moved. Moments later, he froze. Benijur was already standing in front of him. The knight smiled like a predator cornering prey. People who revealed everything too quickly were boring. He wanted to see how long this one would last before breaking. Then the assault began. Blow after blow crashed forward with terrifying speed. Aiden defended himself relentlessly, managing to stop each attack. To Benijur, that only made the fight more enjoyable. He burst into laughter. Aiden studied him carefully. Out of everyone he had encountered so far, this man might have been the most insane. The situation was bad, very bad. Benijur's strength had already reached the level of Supreme Sword Aura. Aiden's shield remained damaged, and his options were rapidly disappearing. Then a thought flashed through his mind. There was still one way out. More importantly, his opponent had unknowingly walked straight into it. Aiden's lips curled into a grin. Then he calmly called Benijur by name. The reaction was immediate. Benijur stopped. For a brief moment, genuine confusion crossed his face. How did this stranger know him? It should have been impossible. Then suddenly he started laughing. Everything made sense now. He should have recognized the technique earlier. Fixing Aiden with a furious glare, he accused him of being one of Dyer's insects. Exactly what Aiden wanted. The trap had worked. Internally, he apologized to Dyer for dragging his name into this. Then he pushed further. He questioned whether Benijur and his master truly believed they could involve dark magicians in their schemes and escape the consequences. Benijur had no interest in listening. His sword flashed instantly. Another lethal strike followed. Aiden slipped aside just in time. As he watched Benijur's expression darken further, he realized the knight had become even more enraged after becoming convinced that Aiden belonged to Dyer's faction. Aiden studied the young man carefully and quickly came to a conclusion. A personality like Benijur's was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. The more emotional he became, the more reckless his decisions turned. Benijur flashed a savage grin and declared that his opponent needed to accept reality. There was no world in which someone like Aiden could defeat him. Then his expression suddenly stiffened. For the first time, something felt wrong. Aiden noticed the confusion immediately. Benijur glanced at the blood running down his face and hesitated for a moment, unable to understand how he had been injured. A second later, realization hit him. He had been attacked without noticing it. His balance faltered. For the first time in the fight, uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Aiden only smiled. The reason was simple. Benijur had failed to notice the true effect of Aiden's personal resonance skill. Every clash of their blades generated a nearly invisible ripple of mana that disrupted an opponent's internal mana flow. At first, the effect was so weak it felt non-existent. Like a harmless illusion, but little by little, strike after strike, it accumulated, and eventually it became poison. Aiden knew that most knights would have collapsed long ago under its effects. The fact that Benijur was still standing only proved how monstrous he truly was. Benijur glared at him with burning fury and demanded to know whether he genuinely believed such underhanded tricks could bring him down. Aiden casually shrugged. He reminded his opponent that he had never wanted to fight in the first place. If someone insisted on attacking, that was their own choice. The response only made Benijur angrier. His rage practically exploded. Aiden smirked and told him to keep his voice down. After all, dogs should stay quiet at night. Then he casually mentioned his master's name. That crossed a line. The fury in Benijur's eyes intensified instantly. He couldn't tolerate hearing his master's name come from Aiden's mouth. With murderous intent flooding his expression, he swore he would kill him. The next second, he launched himself forward, pouring every ounce of strength into a devastating strike. Aiden mockingly remarked that the display was truly terrifying and that he apparently had no choice but to respond. Then he suddenly threw something. Banijir reacted immediately and blocked the object headed toward his face. His irritation grew even further. Another cheap trick. But the moment the small bottle shattered, thick smoke exploded everywhere. In an instant, visibility vanished. Banijir roared in frustration and demanded that Aiden stop hiding and fight properly. Silence answered him, nothing else. His expression darkened. Only then did he realize the truth. His opponent had escaped. The furious knight erupted into a storm of curses as he shouted into the night after the fleeing young man. Meanwhile, Aiden was already creating distance between them. The demon lord watched the situation unfold with visible confusion. He couldn't understand why Aiden had chosen to run instead of finishing the battle. Aiden calmly explained that without his shield, his current strength wasn't enough to defeat Banijir. The smartest move was retreat. That didn't stop him from appreciating the smoke grenade, though. He silently thanked the young lady who had made it for him. Still, there was a problem. He couldn't allow the dark magician to slip away. That was why he immediately shifted his attention toward tracking down the true culprit. His eyes hardened. Those people never stopped causing trouble. The following morning, an uneasy silence filled the underground chambers beneath the Church of Holy Fire. Eventually, Hackle's patience snapped. His furious shout echoed through the room. Something was wrong. The messenger still hadn't returned. He was supposed to bring the knight with him. Hackle's thoughts spiraled toward darker possibilities. Had the man betrayed him? Had someone intercepted him? Either way, the awakening ceremony was approaching and interference was no longer optional. Then a grin slowly spread across his face. No matter what happened, he still possessed a perfect trump card. The day of the saint's awakening ceremony finally arrived. Near the altar entrance, Joseph wrapped his daughter in an emotional embrace. His eyes were already full of tears. The thought that his daughter was about to become a saint felt almost unreal. Alice, meanwhile, looked thoroughly embarrassed. She gently asked her father to let go before he humiliated her even further. Nearby, Aiden watched with a faint smile. He asked whether she remembered everything they had talked about. Alice nodded confidently. Then, with a bright smile, she declared that she would face every hardship placed before her by God's will and accept responsibility for it. Joseph immediately stared at Aiden in confusion. What exactly had he been teaching his daughter? Aiden awkwardly replied that he had simply told her to live without regrets and not waste time dwelling on setbacks. Then he quickly suggested they stop discussing it and move forward. A priest soon approached and announced that the saint could enter. Joseph instinctively reached out toward his daughter. But he was stopped. She had to walk this path alone. Unable to hold back his emotions, he tearfully shouted for her to return safely. Aiden sighed. The way Joseph was acting made it sound as if they were saying their final farewell. As Alice disappeared inside, Hackle approached Aiden with a pleasant smile and politely asked for a few minutes of his time. Aiden followed him. A short while later, he asked what urgent matter required such privacy. Hackle claimed it was nothing serious. He merely wanted to express his gratitude. Then he revealed a beautiful high-grade pill. According to him, it was an extremely rare treasure that required tremendous effort to create. If he publicly gifted it, the entire church would lose its mind. That was why he wanted to hand it over personally. Aiden examined the pill with apparent excitement. Then he asked whether it was truly acceptable for him to receive something so valuable. Hackle assured him that it was. After everything Aiden had done for the church, this reward was justified. Aiden smiled. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. The moment it disappeared into his body, Hackle's expression changed. A sinister grin appeared on his face. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The pill contained a curse of obedience and brainwashing. Even a swordmaster wouldn't be able to resist it. Satisfied, Hackle prepared to issue his first command. His order was simple. Someone needed to leave through the rear entrance and murder the child currently undergoing the awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Alice slowly walked through the vast sacred corridor. A beautiful light stretched before her. The radiance seemed almost dreamlike. Guided by it, she eventually reached the altar. There she learned the final requirement. To meet God, she had to pass through the holy flames. Everyone insisted the fire wasn't hot. Even so, fear gripped her heart. Then she remembered Aiden's words. The memories steadied her. They gave her courage. She convinced herself that he had been right all along. There was no reason to be afraid. Determination filled her eyes as she rushed toward the altar. Elsewhere, someone watched everything unfold with predatory anticipation. Joseph and the gathered priests anxiously awaited the result. Hackle could barely contain his excitement. In his mind, victory was already assured. The troublesome intruder would soon become a murderer. The saint would die. The church would descend into chaos. And afterward, he would rise as high priest. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Then a loud disturbance shattered the atmosphere. Heads turned immediately. Bali stepped forward and ordered everyone to remain seated. Hackle rushed toward the approaching knights in disbelief. Why were holy knights arriving in full battle armor during the awakening ceremony? Didn't they understand the importance of what was happening? His anger grew with every step. Bali remained calm. He explained that he was fully aware of the ceremony, but he had arrived because of something far more important. Then he made his announcement. A heretic stood among them. Someone within the church had conspired with darkness. As an inquisitor, he had come to carry out his duty regardless of the consequences. For the first time, genuine panic flashed across Hackle's face. His mind raced. How had they discovered him? The crowd immediately erupted into whispers, yet Hackle refused to surrender. Not now. Not after coming this far. He angrily demanded to know how anyone could accuse a member of the church of falling to darkness. Then another voice echoed through the chamber. The high priest himself had summoned the inquisitors. Hackle's expression completely froze. He slowly turned. A wave of disbelief crashed into him. Standing there was the high priest. Alive, healthy, everyone present reacted at once. The chamber filled with astonished cries. The man who had supposedly been on the verge of death was standing before them. Hackle struggled to process what he was seeing. The curse he had nurtured for years should have been impossible to remove. Who possessed enough holy power to break it? Only one possibility came to mind. The saint. The high priest fixed his gaze on his deputy and calmly informed him that his end had finally arrived. Rage flooded Hackle's face. Nothing was unfolding according to plan anymore. The surrounding priests stared at him in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that the deputy high priest had been involved in something so vile. Even now, however, Hackle refused to yield. Grinding his teeth, he shouted that the high priest clearly hadn't recovered completely. Hackle raised his voice and desperately claimed that his mentor had forgotten everything he had done after serving him for so many years. Then, in a final attempt to turn the situation around, he pointed directly at Aiden. According to him, the real dark magician was standing right there. He insisted that he had personally overheard Aiden plotting to murder the saint, and he demanded that everyone stop the young man before it was too late. The accusation echoed through the hall. Then Hackle suddenly turned toward the ceremony chamber. The moment he noticed Aiden emerging from within, panic flashed across his face. Immediately, he demanded to know what had happened to the saint. Aiden merely smiled. The saint, he explained, was currently undergoing her proper awakening ceremony. For the first time, genuine confusion appeared in Hackle's eyes. A wave of disbelief washed over him. He couldn't understand how the curse had been removed. More importantly, he couldn't figure out when Aiden had managed to interfere with his plans. The answer traced back to the previous night. Before his confrontation with the Crimson Knight, Aiden had been quietly contemplating his next move. After a long silence, he glanced toward an owl nearby and let out a heavy sigh. He already knew Nissa was watching through it. There was no point pretending otherwise. He calmly invited her to stop hiding and talk. The owl immediately flew closer. Moments later, Nissa's voice emerged. She asked what exactly he was planning. Aiden sighed and remarked that she probably already knew the answer. Chaos was preparing to make its move. Since they shared the same enemy, he intended to deal with them, but first he needed a favor. With a confident grin, he asked to borrow something. Nissa narrowed her eyes. She couldn't understand why he suddenly needed an artifact capable of removing curses. For a moment, she wondered whether he was actually planning to wage war against the entire church. Aiden shook his head. That wasn't the goal. He needed to save the high priest. The man's body was completely paralyzed, though his mind remained intact. And now Aiden finally understood which side the deputy high priest truly served. If the high priest regained consciousness, dealing with the black magicians would become simple. After thinking it over, Nissa admitted the reasoning made sense. Then she offered something even better. She informed him that she possessed a special anti-curse ring she had personally created. If he managed to get it to the high priest, the curse would disappear. Still, she warned him to stay cautious. Chaos had likely already brainwashed much of the church. There was a real chance they would try the same thing on him. Aiden only laughed. He assured her she didn't need to worry. One curse was already hanging over his head. A few more wouldn't make much difference. Back in the present, Aiden stared directly at Hackle and smiled. The deputy was in far deeper trouble than he realized. The confidence instantly drained from Hackle's face. Around him, murmurs spread through the crowd. People were beginning to believe the impossible. Could their deputy truly be a dark magician? The high priest stepped forward and calmly ordered Hackle to surrender. That command shattered whatever restraint remained. Hackle exploded. He demanded to know whether anyone understood what it felt like to spend an entire lifetime chasing the position of saint, only to be ignored every single time. Everything he had worked for had amounted to nothing. The high priest attempted to calm him. It was pointless. Hackle had already lost control. His eyes burned with madness as he declared that everyone present would soon become corpses. Afterward, they would kneel before him and serve him forever. Bali immediately requested permission to act. The traitor needed to be dealt with now, but Hackle only laughed. He claimed nobody could stop him, then he called for his hidden allies. A moment later, the truth finally surfaced. The traitors revealed themselves. One priest desperately urged everyone not to panic, reminding them that holy fire still protected them. But the reassurance lasted only seconds. Dark magic surged through the chamber. One after another, priests abandoned the light and submitted themselves to darkness. Under Hackle's command, they turned on their own brothers. Bali's expression hardened. Every one of them had become heretics. He wanted to cut them down immediately. Before he could move, however, the high priest stopped him. Bali stared in confusion. The high priest's gaze never left Hackle. He couldn't believe his former disciple had fallen this far. Hackle answered with a grin. In truth, he wasn't interested in victory. He wanted something far more entertaining. He wanted to watch everyone slaughter each other. That was why he had secretly placed a curse of submission on all of them. The high priest's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Hackle proudly declared that nobody had any options left. The only path remaining was surrender. At that exact moment, Aiden quietly began counting. Hackle noticed and frowned. Then everything changed. Without hesitation, Aiden launched himself into action and began eliminating the corrupted priests with astonishing speed. Moments later, he turned back with a satisfied grin and casually announced that there were already fewer enemies than before. Hackle nearly exploded with rage. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Threatening everyone present, he warned that he would kill them all if Aiden continued. Aiden simply shrugged. He openly stated that he didn't particularly care. If Hackle wanted to kill them, he was free to try. After all, Aiden wasn't even part of the church. Then he looked directly at the Chaos members. A grin spread across his face. More than anything, he simply wanted to beat them up. That statement hit Hackle like a hammer. His expression stiffened. How did this boy know about Chaos? A terrible realization began forming in his mind. Had Aiden known everything from the very beginning? Had he entered the church specifically to hunt them? Immediately, Hackle ordered all his followers to kill him. The demon lord stared at Aiden in disbelief. Was he seriously planning to wipe everyone out? Aiden sighed. Of course not. Chaos members were individually weak. Their true strength came from maintaining the curse together. Reduce their numbers and the curse would collapse on its own. The moment he finished speaking, he charged. Small bombs flew from his hands. Seconds later, explosions erupted throughout the battlefield. Hackle couldn't understand what the young man was trying to accomplish. Still, he continued screaming for his followers to kill him. Then panic suddenly replaced his anger. Something was wrong. The number of dark magicians was dropping far too quickly. Years of planning were crumbling before his eyes. Everything was falling apart. At the same time, several panicked priests attempted to flee and seek help. Aiden wasn't interested in letting anyone escape. One by one, he dismantled the remaining black magicians. Watching the smoke spread through the hall, he grinned. Anyone hiding inside would soon be launched far away from the battlefield. Then he paused. Something wasn't adding up. The enemy numbers were decreasing faster than expected. He began scanning the battlefield, trying to understand what had changed. For a brief moment, he even wondered whether one of Hackle's own followers had accidentally joined the fight while drunk. The demon lord immediately corrected him. The dark magicians hadn't disappeared. They were gathering. Every trace of dark mana was converging into a single location. Elsewhere, a terrified priest begged Hackle for mercy. The deputy ignored him completely. His desire for revenge had already consumed him. In desperation, he offered half of his lifespan. Then he called upon the barons of the underworld. The moment Aiden realized what was happening, his entire expression changed. This wasn't desperation anymore. This was catastrophe. All around him, priests froze in stunned silence. None of them had ever witnessed anything like it. Even the high priest trembled. For the first time, he wondered whether this truly was the end. Dark magic surged through the church. Something ancient and horrifying began to emerge. At the same time, the remaining priests suddenly regained their senses. The curse had broken. Bali immediately barked orders. Everyone needed to prepare. The real battle was only beginning. Even he could barely process what he was seeing. Then the world exploded. A deafening blast thundered through the church. The shockwave hurled priests across the chamber. Everyone was thrown backward, everyone except one. The surviving priests stared in disbelief. Aiden had somehow protected them. Without wasting a second, he ordered the priests to move the high priest to safety. The farther away they got him, the better. Then he turned toward the smoke. A massive silhouette slowly emerged. The creature inhaled deeply, savoring the air of the human world after an unimaginably long absence. Aiden's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly how much destruction this monster could cause. Even the demon lord sounded genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected to see that being again. The beast glared at everyone present and demanded to know who had summoned him. Hackle immediately stepped forward wearing a triumphant grin. With complete confidence, he declared himself the summoner. He proudly announced that he had sacrificed half his life to bring the creature into existence. At that moment, despite everything that had gone wrong, satisfaction filled his face. After all, he believed he had successfully called forth a truly terrifying monster. Talos had arrived. Hackle immediately tried to assert control over the creature, shouting for it to obey his command. It never got that far. Before he could finish, disaster struck. Talos casually turned his attention toward the summoner and devoured him without hesitation. To a creature like him, the soul of the one who performed the ritual was simply another meal. Aiden watched the scene with cold fury. He knew exactly what kind of monster stood before him. In his previous life, this beast had helped drag the world toward ruin. Judging by both its intelligence and power, Talos wasn't some ordinary demon. It was a high-ranking monster. Even accomplished swordmasters would struggle against a creature like this. There had once been a time when Aiden could have erased it with a single strike. Unfortunately, those days were long gone. Then something else caught his attention. Everyone around him was collapsed on the ground. Not a single person seemed capable of standing. Aiden frowned. The situation felt wrong. The demon lord quickly explained. This was one of Talos' signature abilities, the dream fog. Any living being who inhaled it would become trapped within their own nightmare. While imprisoned inside those visions, their vitality would slowly be drained away. Fortunately, Aiden remained unaffected. Simply being near the demon lord protected him from the fog's influence. Aiden immediately asked if the demon lord recognized the monster. The answer came with a grin. Talos was notorious for being cunning and manipulative. Long ago, he had even tried to deceive the demon lord himself. The attempt had ended badly. Eventually, the demon lord had torn apart his soul and turned him into a servant. Aiden stared in disbelief. The fact that Talos had once tried to trick even the demon lord was insane. Then a chill ran through him. Without warning, the monster appeared directly in front of him. Aiden's expression stiffened. He hadn't sensed it approach at all. Talos grinned. The fog had no effect on this human, which immediately made him curious. He wanted to know what kind of soul tasted so unusual. Even standing face to face with the creature felt suffocating. Aiden could feel the danger radiating from every inch of its body. The demon lord calmly reminded him not to panic. Talos hadn't yet reached his final form. That was the only reason this fight was still possible. Talos licked his lips and declared that Aiden would become his first meal. Instead of retreating, Aiden smirked and casually called the monster by its true name. The reaction was immediate. Rage exploded across Talos' face. A mere human knowing his real name was an insult he couldn't tolerate. Aiden only made things worse. Mockingly, he remarked that plenty of people on the surface knew Talos' name. After all, he was nothing more than a mutt dragged around by the demon lord. The words struck deep. Malice flooded Talos' eyes. How dare a lowly human speak to a high-ranking beast like that? With a furious roar, he lunged. Aiden instantly leaped backward, vaulting through the air above the monster. Talos bellowed that he would make him experience the same agony of a shattered soul that he had once suffered. The statement left Aiden confused. He immediately demanded an explanation from the demon lord. The response wasn't reassuring. The demon lord admitted that he had once conducted soul experiments on Talos. He had repeatedly torn apart the beast's soul simply to see whether it could preserve its identity after multiple separations. Aiden froze for a moment. Then he shouted that the demon lord was completely insane. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to dwell on it. Too many people remained trapped nearby. He needed to move the battle elsewhere. Talos wasn't interested in allowing that. The monster rushed forward and unleashed another devastating strike. Aiden barely endured it. The force alone made him wonder whether this was truly only half of Talos' power. Before he could recover, another attack arrived. The blow slammed him into a wall with tremendous force. Pain exploded through his body. Talos looked down at him with open amusement. The fact that Aiden was still alive impressed him. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary human. Aiden gritted his teeth. His tower shield was still recovering. Counting on it wasn't an option. That left him with only one remaining method. He hated it, but he had no choice. The high-grade pill had enhanced all of his abilities by an entire level. For that much, he would eventually have to thank Hackle. Suddenly, Talos' expression changed. A sinister aura began pouring from Aiden. The beast felt a sudden sense of unease. The power of gluttony, Aiden's sword, had evolved. Now it could summon absorbed souls as spectral servants. Without hesitation, he activated spirit subjugation. Talos watched in disbelief. Only dark magicians should have been capable of something like that. Then a familiar figure emerged. The spirit of the troll materialized before him. Aiden grinned. Now the real fight could begin. Talos erupted in fury and swore to drag his enemy into the deepest reaches of hell. Elsewhere, far beyond the battlefield, Alice found herself standing in a place unlike anything she had ever seen. The surroundings were breathtaking, beautiful, peaceful. She looked around in confusion, unable to understand where she had arrived. Then someone appeared, the Lord of Holy Fire himself. The deity glanced at her and immediately admitted that it had been a very long time since he had met a human. In fact, he wanted to go back to sleep as quickly as possible. She should simply take the holy power and leave. Alice stared at him. Then she asked the obvious question. Was he really a god? The Lord blinked. Then he watched in disbelief as she pointed directly at him. Alice boldly informed him that she had suffered quite a lot because of him. As compensation, she expected repayment with interest included. The Lord couldn't hide his reaction. Demanding compensation from a god required a truly remarkable amount of audacity. He wondered what kind of person had influenced this child. Still, he was bored, and entertaining himself sounded appealing. Smiling, he promised to repay both this debt and another one connected to her previous life. Alice stared in confusion. She had no idea what he meant by a previous life. The Lord examined her quietly. Then he remarked that she was a child whose fate had been altered by someone who had lost his own. This time, he hoped things would turn out differently. With that, he told her he would be watching. Back in the church, a terrifying roar echoed through the battlefield. The spectral troll charged forward. Talos immediately retreated, creating distance. His eyes narrowed as he studied the ghost. The creature glared at him while launching attacks empowered by fire. Talos felt only contempt. Fire magic wasn't enough to threaten him. Then his instincts screamed. A presence appeared behind him, Aiden. The young swordsman wore a fierce grin. He mocked Talos for becoming so distracted by a simple high troll. Then he casually referred to the monster as Experiment Number 1. Talos froze. He had completely forgotten about his real opponent. That mistake cost him dearly. A brutal strike slammed into him. Pain erupted through his body. Moments later, he crashed into the ground. Aiden landed lightly nearby. Looking down at the monster, he asked whether Talos truly thought he could ignore him while focusing on a troll. Talos roared in fury. One of his wings had been destroyed. An arm had been torn away. The humiliation was unbearable. He swore he would never forgive Aiden. The young swordsman only laughed. Maybe Talos should ask his master for replacement limbs. Perhaps he could even get a nice pair of angel wings. Then Aiden's grin widened. None of it mattered. The monster would soon be crushed anyway. Talos violently rejected the idea. The next instant, a massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. Aiden watched with satisfaction. At the same time, he apologized to the Demon Lord. It looked like he might need to find a new test subject. The Demon Lord snorted. Talos wasn't nearly fragile enough to die from something like that. Then Aiden saw it. The monster was regenerating. His expression stiffened. He knew Talos was powerful, but watching severed limbs regrow almost instantly was absurd. The Demon Lord explained. Among high-ranking beasts, Talos possessed the greatest resilience. That was the true source of his status. Even fire couldn't properly harm him anymore. Aiden struggled to understand how such a ridiculous ability existed. The explanation was simple. The Demon Lord had personally increased Talos's fire resistance. At one point, he had thrown the beast into the hottest hellfire imaginable and left him there for a very long time. Aiden could only stare. Somehow, that explanation raised even more questions. Meanwhile, Talos stood within the flames, healing at an unbelievable rate. His injuries vanished almost instantly. With a vicious grin, he informed Aiden that his pathetic companion had failed. Now the human would finally understand the gap between them. The Demon Lord asked whether Aiden had any other ideas. Aiden remained silent. He couldn't abandon everyone behind him. That wasn't an option. The next moment, both combatants charged. Each intended to unleash their strongest attack. A tremendous explosion shook the battlefield. When the dust settled, Aiden was the one lying on the ground. His condition was far from good. Talos slowly approached. Mockingly, he admitted that Aiden was stronger than ordinary humans, but that was all. There was still a distance between them that the young swordsman couldn't cross. As Aiden struggled to stay conscious, a terrible feeling washed over him. Everything felt painfully familiar, just like before. His thoughts became sluggish. His body grew heavy. Sleep threatened to pull him under. For a brief moment, he wondered whether this was how it would all end once again. And more than anything, he hated the thought that he might die before making every one of his traitors repay what they had done. In that moment, more than anything, Aiden wanted to thank the people who had brought warmth back into his life. They were the reason he kept moving forward, the reason he refused to give up. This life was different from the last. He had people he cared about, people he genuinely wanted to protect. And because of them, he had already grown far stronger than the man he used to be. Talos stared down at him with a vicious grin and declared that dying at his hands should be considered an honor. Aiden let out a tired breath. For a brief moment, it truly felt like history was repeating itself. The end seemed unavoidable. Slowly, he closed his eyes. He thought that perhaps the last face he would ever see would be that of the Demon Lord. Then a voice cut through the darkness. The Demon Lord clicked his tongue and muttered that Aiden was arrogant, reckless, and painfully ignorant. Even so, there was still one thing he could do. He could borrow his power. The very next second, Talos froze. A violent tremor raced through the monster's body. Something had changed. Aiden was awakening the Demon Lord's authority. Fear instantly surfaced in Talos's eyes. The aura surrounding his opponent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Aiden rose to his feet. Without even looking directly at the beast, he issued a simple command. Kneel. The effect was immediate. Talos gritted his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter. His entire body trembled with rage. Yet despite all his resistance, he dropped to one knee. The monster could hardly process what was happening. A long-buried terror surged from the depths of his soul. Lowering his head even further, he admitted that he no longer knew who stood before him. To encounter such a being was an honor. The authority of a ruler was absolute. The one chosen to govern the lower world possessed power recognized by all creatures dwelling beneath it. Every being of that realm instinctively acknowledged its sovereign. Now, for the first time, Aiden was witnessing that authority with his own eyes. A grin spread across his face. The power was far greater than he had imagined. The demon lord awkwardly admitted that he suddenly understood how insignificant he truly was. After all, the entire world had once admired him. Still, he sighed. No matter how impressive this was, he wasn't at his peak anymore. Aiden chuckled. Nobody had asked the demon lord to save him, but since he had, a little praise was only fair. Calling him amazing immediately brightened the demon lord's mood. The ruler loudly insisted that every word was true and encouraged him to keep talking. Meanwhile, Talos nervously called out to his master. Aiden blinked. He had almost forgotten the monster was still there. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. He admitted that he was in a terrible mood and needed something to vent his frustration on. The realization hit Talos instantly. His expression stiffened. This wasn't going to end well for him. At the same time, Alice slowly began returning from her awakening. Then she heard a familiar voice. Without hesitation, she ran toward Aiden. But the moment she arrived, she stopped. Looking around in confusion, she asked what had happened. Aiden smiled and casually remarked that the awakening ceremony seemed to have ended with quite a spectacle. Then he asked whether she had gotten a good look at her god. Alice nodded enthusiastically. She had definitely seen him. Unfortunately, that strange glowing uncle hadn't given her anything. He simply shined brightly, disappeared, and sent her back empty-handed. Then her attention shifted elsewhere. She stared behind Aiden and pointed. What exactly was that giant bat, and why did it look so miserable? Aiden answered without missing a beat. According to him, it was just a pet belonging to a friend. Everything was fine. The poor thing had simply lost a little game and was now resting. The demon lord immediately protested. Calling that ordeal a game felt incredibly disrespectful. Aiden decided it was best if Alice never learned the full story. The young girl carefully examined the battered creature. It looked like it had suffered quite a lot. Feeling sympathetic, she reached out and touched Talos. Then she instinctively released her holy power. The reaction was immediate. Talos screamed. His entire body felt as though it were burning alive. The mighty beast begged for mercy. He apologized repeatedly while writhing in agony. Aiden watched in stunned silence. There was no doubt anymore. Alice had truly awakened. The demon lord called out to him with an ominous tone. Aiden sighed. He already knew what needed to be done. Walking over to Alice, he gently asked her to close her eyes for a few moments. Once she did, he turned toward Talos. With a calm farewell, he gave his final command. His sword obeyed. Gluttony opened its jaws. Talos's eyes widened. He could hardly believe it. Even Beelzebub, the monarch of gluttony, existed in this world. Before he could react further, the sword consumed him completely. The monster vanished. At last it was over. Aiden released a long breath. Relief washed over him. Unfortunately, exhaustion followed immediately afterward. His body felt terrible. Several days later, the Church of the Holy Fire launched a massive campaign against heretics. The purge swept through the organization. Countless traitors were exposed and captured. Those who had fallen asleep under the influence of dream fog later shared the same story. According to them, Aiden had helped the saint defeat the dark magicians threatening the church. Aiden listened quietly, then he fell into thought. The battle had taught him something important. He was still far too weak. The people who had betrayed him in his previous life would have defeated even Talos without much difficulty. Compared to them, he still had a long road ahead. He needed more power, more speed, more strength. While contemplating that reality, he heard a familiar voice. The high priest approached with a warm smile and asked what occupied his thoughts. Aiden turned toward him. Seeing the man healthy again still felt strange. Thanks to Alice's awakening, the high priest had completely recovered. The old man explained that the church had successfully uncovered the heretics and completed the purge. Aiden smiled. He was glad things had worked out. After all, he merely happened to be good at sensing dark mana. The high priest shook his head. That explanation wasn't enough. Then, before everyone present, he bowed. On behalf of the entire Church of the Holy Fire, he offered his gratitude. Without Aiden, he would have died. The missing saint would never have been found. The church itself might have collapsed. To them, Aiden was a savior. Aiden smiled awkwardly. He explained that he was simply repaying a debt owed to someone from the church. The high priest looked curious. Who exactly was this person? Aiden answered with a nostalgic smile. It was someone who had once helped him without asking for anything in return. Someone who believed that people didn't need a reason to help others. The high priest's expression brightened immediately. Knowing that one of his followers carried such values filled him with pride. Aiden quietly reflected on the past. The debt from his previous life had finally been repaid, with interest. Now they were even. After a pause, the high priest brought up another matter. He already understood why Aiden had come to the church in the first place. Alice was the future of the Church of the Holy Fire. Normally, she should remain there and receive the education she had missed. However, considering the tragedy years ago and everything that had recently happened, the church had failed its duty. Because of that, the high priest no longer believed she should be confined to a single future. Instead, he proposed something unexpected. A branch church would be built within Remy's territory. There, Alice could continue her training while remaining under the protection of Aiden's family. Such churches were normally established only in powerful and influential regions. Its construction would greatly elevate the prestige of the family. In the end, every effort Aiden had made to save his people had led to this remarkable outcome. Elsewhere, deep within a dark forest, another conversation was taking place. Several dangerous men stood hidden among the trees. One of them sighed and admitted that he had expected the Crimson Knight to fail. The man was far too emotional, far too reckless. Still, failure was unacceptable. No matter what happened, they had to ensure that Lord Sela became the next Archduke. Meanwhile, Aiden's group continued moving toward their next destination. As they traveled, Aiden glanced at Lo and asked why he looked like he was suffering. Lo immediately denied it. Everything was perfectly fine. Nothing was difficult at all. Aiden wasn't buying it. He reminded Lo that he had ordered him to lie low and track down Chaos members. Instead, the knight had ended up cursed with accelerated aging. Although they successfully captured everyone, they ultimately needed Alice's help to fix the problem. Aiden immediately declared that intense training awaited him once they returned home. Lo nearly choked on the announcement. Trying to change the subject, he asked what had happened to all the treasures the church had given Aiden before his departure. There had been quite a lot of them. Aiden casually produced a small, unimpressive pouch. Everything was inside. Lo stared at it. Then he froze for a moment. Was that really a spatial pocket? The artifact was incredibly rare. Items stored within it couldn't be damaged. The fact that his master had received something so valuable left him speechless. Aiden simply smiled. That wasn't even the only reward. The church had given him plenty of useful things. Then he reached into the pouch and pulled out a small egg. Curiously, he asked Lo if he knew what it was. The knight examined it carefully. At first glance, it resembled an ostrich egg, but the enormous amount of mana contained inside immediately ruled that out. Whatever was inside that shell, it was definitely not an ordinary bird. Aiden casually explained that he had found the egg inside a strange room alongside an equally strange book, so he simply took both of them. Lo immediately pointed out that the book was probably the key to understanding what the egg actually was. Aiden had already considered that possibility. The problem was that the entire thing was written in a language he couldn't recognize. Then the knight narrowed his eyes and asked a very specific question. Had Aiden truly found those items, or had he stolen them? Aiden immediately looked away. With the confidence of someone who knew exactly how suspicious he sounded, he insisted that it wasn't theft. He had merely discovered a room that looked abandoned. No one seemed to have entered it for years. On top of that, the place radiated a strange aura. Lo nearly lost his mind. He loudly reminded his lord that people weren't supposed to casually borrow mysterious artifacts from one of the continent's major churches. Some time later, the group finally reached their destination. The freezing air immediately greeted them. They had arrived in Hammert, the capital of the Cetus Margraviate. Lo glanced around before turning toward Aiden in confusion. If they were heading home, why had they come here? Aiden blinked. He never remembered saying they were returning home. The knight stared at him. Earlier, Aiden had specifically mentioned that intense training would begin once they got back. Aiden raised an eyebrow. From the way Lo kept bringing it up, it almost sounded like he was eager for hellish training. The knight hurriedly denied that accusation. Still, he couldn't understand why they were here. Did Aiden intend to meet the Margrave? Aiden confirmed that he did. However, that wasn't his main objective. His real destination was the Forest of Death. According to information he had gathered, a particular species of ant lived there. Those ants were an essential ingredient for creating a top-tier elixir. As they approached the gates, heavily armed guards stepped forward and blocked their path. One of them informed the visitors that they had entered Cetus territory. The Margrave was currently absent. Because of that, outsiders weren't being allowed inside. Without a prior appointment, they would have to leave. Lo immediately stepped forward. Unable to tolerate the disrespect, he loudly introduced Aiden as the eldest son of Duke Ramiz. They had come to meet the Margrave. The guards should open the gates immediately. The moment Aiden's name was mentioned, the atmosphere worsened. The knight's expressions darkened instantly. Aiden couldn't understand why they seemed even angrier than before. The demon lord, however, understood perfectly. To these people, Aiden wasn't a respected noble. He was the thief who had walked away with the Cetus family heirloom. The scoundrel who had beaten their young lord in front of the entire royal banquet. Aiden froze for a moment. He had honestly forgotten how that situation looked from their perspective. Still, he figured he could probably use that reputation to his advantage. The demon lord immediately became nervous. Whenever Aiden started smiling like that, trouble usually followed. Aiden casually asked whether they would allow him inside if he displayed a sword that technically belonged to someone from this estate. The moment the guards saw the weapon, irritation flashed across their faces. One of them stiffly repeated that the Margrave wasn't present. Aiden would have to come back another time. Aiden then asked whether Tyne was available. The guard restrained his frustration and answered that the young master was busy. Without an appointment, there would be no meeting. If they continued causing problems, force would be used. Lo looked ready to explode. He couldn't believe these men were speaking to his lord this way. Aiden calmly stopped him, then he nodded. Apparently there was nothing they could do. Turning around, he began walking away. The guards watched him leave with satisfied expressions. They believed the problem had finally resolved itself. A few minutes later, Aiden suddenly stopped. Lo immediately sensed disaster approaching. He asked what his lord was planning. Aiden flashed a grin. If an appointment was required, he would simply arrange one himself. The guards exchanged confused glances. They assumed he intended to make some kind of scene. Then Aiden took a deep breath. The next second, his voice thundered across the entire estate. He loudly asked Tyne how his head was feeling after Aiden had beaten all the nonsense out of it. Until that moment, the fortress had stood peacefully. Then everything changed. A roar erupted from somewhere inside. The entire estate seemed to shake. Everyone present clearly heard Tyne's furious response echoing through the grounds. Aiden smiled with complete satisfaction. Now he had an appointment. The guards slowly turned around. Sure enough, a familiar figure was already charging toward them at frightening speed. Tyne arrived almost instantly. Aiden greeted him as though they were old friends meeting after a long separation. Tyne's response was to grab him by the collar. He demanded to know what kind of lunatic would shout something like that in the middle of Cetus territory. What exactly was he thinking? Aiden calmly explained that the guards hadn't been willing to let him in. Therefore, he had no other option. Tyne immediately turned toward the guards. The men looked like they wanted to disappear. Before they could defend themselves, Aiden politely suggested continuing this conversation inside. The vein twitching on Tyne's forehead made it clear he was barely holding himself together. Some time later, everyone gathered in the mansion's guest room. Aiden relaxed comfortably and enjoyed the atmosphere. Then he casually asked whether the Margrave was truly absent. Earlier, he had heard that the man had left the estate. Tyne confirmed it. His father had gone to the Tower of Execution. Something strange had begun happening near the wastelands surrounding the Forest of Death. Since those lands belonged to their territory, the Margrave had personally gone to investigate. There was even suspicion that the High Troll responsible for recent incidents had originated from that region. The moment Aiden heard that, his expression shifted. He remembered this period from his previous life. This was around the time the first signs of a major disaster had begun appearing. Soon, catastrophe-class monsters would emerge. Among them would be the Berserker Dragon. Back then, he had been so busy fighting one disaster after another that he never learned the true cause behind their appearance. This time was different. Now he possessed knowledge he lacked before, and that meant he needed to become much stronger. If possible, he intended to discover the source and prevent those disasters before they spiraled out of control. Tyne eventually brought the conversation back on track and asked why Aiden had come. Aiden answered honestly. He needed access to the Forest of Death. Tyne stared at him. Did he even understand what kind of place that was? The forest was saturated with poison. Undead creatures wandered freely. Venomous plants covered the land. Monsters lurked everywhere. Aiden simply smiled. That was exactly why he wanted to go. A rare poisonous plant only grew there. He needed it. Tyne rubbed his forehead. He had already accepted that Aiden was crazy, yet somehow this managed to sound even worse. Unfortunately, there was another problem. Entering the forest wasn't possible right now. The Forest of Death truly lived up to its name. It was a land overflowing with danger. Even so, people still survived there. Criminals, refugees, and those unable to pay taxes often fled into the forest. Over time, entire communities formed. Villagers cleared sections of land, cultivated crops, and built small settlements among the dangers. Recently, however, a group of bandits had appeared. According to reports, they intended to attack one of those villages. Even worse, people had been disappearing ever since the gang arrived. The Margraviate strongly suspected a connection. As a result, knights were preparing to enter the forest and eliminate the threat. Those villagers belonged to Cetus territory. Abandoning them was never an option. Aiden quietly looked away. That situation was worse than he expected. Tyne knew Aiden could be infuriating, yet despite everything, he could clearly see genuine concern in the young man's eyes. For a brief moment, he wondered if there was more humanity inside Aiden than people realized. Meanwhile, Aiden was fighting an entirely different battle in his head. If those bandits discovered the ants before he did, everything would fall apart. The creatures would inevitably be captured and sold. The elixir he desperately needed would disappear. He couldn't allow that to happen. At the same time, innocent villagers needed help. Ignoring them wasn't an option either. The demon lord immediately noticed where Aiden's thoughts were headed. Aiden turned toward Tyne, then his expression brightened. With a cheerful smile, he announced that he would help. They could hunt the bandits together. Some time later, everyone gathered near the fortress gates. Aiden looked toward Lo and casually told him to stretch properly before departure. Several nearby knights immediately frowned. One of them stepped forward. He requested permission to speak. Then, with very little respect, he questioned whether Tyne was seriously planning to bring these outsiders along. Tyne's expression hardened. He calmly asked the knight to repeat what he had just said. The man didn't back down. According to him, the visitors looked weak, clumsy, and completely useless. They would only slow everyone down. More importantly, Aiden had humiliated both their lord and their young master. The knight couldn't understand how any loyal Cetus warrior could willingly travel alongside him. Tyne stared directly into the man's eyes. Then he asked a simple question. Was a knight's wounded pride truly more important than the suffering of their people? Tyne couldn't understand it. How could one of his own knights treat a man who had risked his life for them as nothing more than an inconvenience? His expression darkened instantly. With clear irritation in his voice, he declared that such narrow-minded thinking brought shame to the Cetus name. Both he and his father had already acknowledged Aiden's abilities. They knew exactly how capable he was. Sure, from the outside he often looked completely unhinged, but that didn't change the fact that his strength was real. Walking over to Aiden, Tyne sincerely thanked him once again. At the same time, he warned him that the mission ahead would be extremely dangerous. Aiden merely smiled. Helping people was never something he minded. Then he glanced around at the gathered forces and raised a concern. For a moment, he wondered whether a single detachment would really be enough. Bandits were operating freely inside the Forest of Death. If they were bold enough to terrorize the region without fear, their numbers were probably significant. Tyne immediately sighed and stared at him as if he had asked something ridiculous. Did Aiden seriously think he hadn't considered that? That was precisely why they had hired additional help. At that moment, he turned around and announced that their mercenary had already arrived. The instant Aiden saw the newcomer, he froze for a moment. This was his first time meeting her. Even so, he immediately understood where she came from. He asked the demon lord if he could sense her aura. The demon lord quickly realized who stood before them. The young woman introduced herself with a bright smile. She was a servant of the god of slaughter. Lo blinked several times before asking if Tyne had actually hired a priestess from the divine slaughter cult. Aiden chuckled. Out of all places, Tyne had somehow found a mercenary there. Tyne shrugged and said the rumors surrounding her weren't entirely wrong. People often described her as aggressive. Yet after getting to know her, she turned out to be surprisingly gentle. Aiden nodded thoughtfully. That had been his first impression too. Lo stared at his master in confusion. Aiden simply assured him that he would understand eventually. Luna stepped closer and greeted Aiden warmly. She had heard quite a lot about him. Aiden returned the greeting and introduced himself. Then he casually mentioned that it had been a long time since he had worked alongside someone from the Divine Slaughter cult. Curious, Luna asked if he knew any of her brothers or sisters. Aiden smiled. Beneath that smile, however, a trace of restrained irritation lingered. He admitted that he did. In fact, he had worked with one particular member for a very long time. Unlike Luna, that person had been extremely quiet and reserved. Luna laughed and explained that most priests of their faith worked as mercenaries during their pilgrimages. They had probably crossed paths more than once. Then, with her usual enthusiasm, she declared that it must be fate. Together, they would punish evil. Aiden knew exactly what kind of organization the Divine Slaughter cult was. It stood among the continent's 3 major holy religions. Their entire doctrine revolved around combat. If Luna truly belonged to that faith, ordinary bandits wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Seeing everyone assembled, Tyne finally gave the order. It was time to enter the forest. Some time later, the group stepped into the Forest of Death. A strange silence blanketed the entire region. The deeper they walked, the more unnatural it felt. Aiden carefully observed his surroundings. At first glance, the forest didn't appear much different than usual. Tyne explained that local villagers had cleared a safe route through the area. Without those paths, travel would be nearly impossible. Still, something felt wrong. Aiden frowned slightly. There was an unpleasant sensation hanging in the air. Turning toward the demon lord, he asked whether he felt it too. The demon lord snorted. He had noticed it long ago. According to him, an ominous energy was seeping upward from beneath the ground itself. It felt eerily similar to the underworld. He hadn't sensed anything like it in ages. For once, the Forest of Death truly deserved its name. Even he found it remarkable that ordinary people managed to survive in a place overflowing with poisonous and malevolent energy. The situation made him suspicious. Perhaps the rabbit had intentionally sent Aiden somewhere this dangerous. The thought irritated him enough that he promised himself revenge later. Aiden eventually shifted his attention toward Tyne. There was something else bothering him. Would everything really be okay? Tyne looked confused and asked what he meant. Aiden reminded him that the Margrave wasn't exactly fond of mercenaries. Luna might be a pilgrim of the Divine Slaughter cult, but she was still a hired sword. Wouldn't that cause problems? Tyne considered it briefly. If his father found out, there would definitely be consequences. Still, none of that mattered right now. People were suffering. This wasn't the time to be selective. Besides, when it came to hunting bandits, mercenaries often had more practical experience than knights. Viewed from that perspective, the decision made perfect sense. Aiden stared at him for a moment. To his surprise, the young lord was actually making intelligent points. Clearly, he wasn't nearly as stubborn as his father. The moment Aiden voiced that opinion, Tyne's face twitched. The compliment somehow turned into an argument almost immediately. The two began bickering as they continued walking. After traveling for some time, one of the scouts announced that they were approaching the first village. Then everyone saw it, and the atmosphere instantly changed. The sight ahead left the entire group frozen. Several people instinctively began praying. Aiden felt his expression stiffen. They were too late. The Forest of Death contained 5 villages in total. The first one was gone. Nothing remained except ruins and ashes. Every building had been reduced to rubble. No survivors appeared anywhere. A grim silence settled over the group. Without wasting time, they moved toward the second village, then the third. By the time they reached the fourth, despair had already begun creeping into everyone's hearts. Every settlement looked exactly the same. Burned, destroyed, empty. As they slowly searched through the wreckage, not a single living resident appeared. Aiden's frustration continued growing. Even isolated farming communities normally maintained guards. A massacre on this scale shouldn't have been possible. Whoever was responsible wasn't some ordinary group of bandits. Then suddenly, a shout echoed through the ruins. Someone had found survivors. Tyne immediately rushed over and demanded confirmation. Moments later, several knights began lifting collapsed debris. Beneath the wreckage, they found children. The youngsters had hidden beneath fallen structures while the village burned. It was the only reason they survived. Tyne knelt down beside them. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself as a knight. They had come to protect everyone. Everything would be all right now. One small boy looked up with tears filling his eyes. Were they really knights? Had they truly come to save them? At that moment, a young girl burst into tears and ran toward them. Tyne lowered his head. He apologized for arriving too late. The boy immediately asked them to save his parents. If they were knights, then surely they could do that. The words struck harder than any blade. Tyne quietly explained that the adults had most likely already passed on, but the child violently shook his head. That wasn't true. The bandits hadn't killed everyone. They had dragged the villagers away somewhere. His parents were still alive, he was certain of it. The revelation changed everything. Tyne's expression hardened instantly. If people had been taken alive, then there was still hope. Sometime later, the group pushed deeper into the forest. Aiden remained unusually quiet. Something about the situation bothered him. Why would bandits abduct entire villages instead of simply killing them? The answer felt important. At the very least, the surviving village might provide clues. As they advanced through the dense undergrowth, a sound suddenly echoed nearby. Everyone reacted instantly. Someone was following them. Tyne's hand moved to his sword. For a brief moment, he assumed one of the bandits had been tracking their movements. Weapons were drawn all around. Then Tyne abruptly shouted for everyone to stop. A smile appeared on his face. The newcomers weren't enemies. Marcus stared at the young lord in disbelief. What was Tyne doing here? Had he really come to help them? Aiden glanced between the two men. Apparently, they already knew each other. Tyne explained that Marcus had once belonged to their knightly order. Years ago, a severe injury forced him into retirement. Seeing him again here was completely unexpected. Tyne immediately began asking whether Marcus was healthy, whether he had been eating properly, and whether everything was all right. Marcus could hardly believe what he was hearing. The recent attacks had left them with barely any peace. Then he paused. Looking carefully at Tyne, he admitted that the young lord had changed so much he barely recognized him. Tyne smiled faintly. More than anything, he was relieved to see the man alive. Then Marcus hesitated. A sense of unease crossed his face. He quietly asked whether the other villages had already fallen. Tyne answered honestly. Every settlement they had passed had been attacked. Almost nothing remained. Very few survivors had been found. At least the final village seemed to still be standing. Marcus released a heavy sigh. It was already getting late. For now, he would take them back to the village. Some time later, the group finally arrived. The moment they entered, everyone stopped. The village was in chaos. The signs of recent battle were everywhere. Tyne immediately asked if they had been attacked as well. Marcus nodded. They had. Fortunately, many of the villagers were former knights. That was the only reason they managed to repel the assault. Then his expression darkened. There was something else, something far worse. One of the attackers possessed terrifying power. Everyone stared at him, waiting for an explanation. Marcus swallowed heavily before revealing the truth. Among the enemy ranks was a magician capable of raising the dead. The mood of the entire group changed instantly. The moment they heard there was a dark magician involved, anger spread through the ranks like wildfire. Aiden's expression darkened. Now everything made sense. He finally understood how entire villages had been erased so quickly. What he couldn't understand was why the victims had been taken alive. Then the answer struck him. His eyes narrowed as a cold fury settled over him. The captives weren't prisoners. They were sacrifices. Even so, something about the situation bothered him. In his previous life, he had never heard of a ritual involving a sacrifice on such a massive scale. As those thoughts raced through his mind, his attention shifted toward a man suffering from a severe wound. After examining him, Aiden immediately realized ordinary healing potions wouldn't be enough. Without hesitation, he pulled out a holy potion and handed it over. The injured man struggled to process what he was seeing. Such a precious item was being given away so casually. Still, he accepted it immediately and expressed his gratitude. Aiden then turned toward the rest of the villagers. Anyone whose wounds carried traces of dark energy had been struck by demonic power. Regular medicine wouldn't help them. Anyone suffering from those injuries needed to come directly to him. One by one, he distributed holy potions to the wounded. The villagers accepted them with sincere thanks. Fortunately, he still possessed a large supply. Watching all this, the demon lord couldn't help commenting. He had always assumed Aiden valued money above all else. Seeing him hand out expensive potions so freely genuinely caught him off guard. Aiden simply knew this wasn't charity. Every debt would be repaid eventually. More importantly, he had no intention of allowing chaos to continue doing as it pleased. The demon lord chuckled and remarked that perhaps the old Aiden hadn't disappeared entirely. A worried villager suddenly approached and asked whether the potion would work on a child. Aiden immediately assured him it would. Then he turned toward the patient and froze for a moment. The child wasn't human, he was an ant. At the same time, elsewhere near Marcus's village, another group continued moving toward its objective. The bandits were growing increasingly irritated. Even after being pushed back repeatedly, the villagers continued resisting. One of the men approached the magician and questioned him. Until now, he hadn't been using his full strength. Why hold back? With a greedy grin, he explained that they were working together. The bandits would take the food, money, and valuables. The people themselves could belong to the magician. The magician let out a long sigh. To him, they were fools. All they possessed was brute force and loud mouths. He ordered them to transport the captives to the location he had specified earlier. The bandit leader clenched his teeth. Things weren't unfolding according to his expectations. Still, he remained silent. Once everything was over, he intended to dispose of the bandits as well. After all, more bodies meant more material for his research. Some time later, the ant child slowly regained consciousness inside one of the village houses. His eyes opened cautiously. He had no idea where he was. Aiden sat nearby and calmly asked whether he was feeling all right. The child immediately recoiled. Tears filled his eyes as he begged not to be eaten. Trembling from head to toe, he insisted he wasn't tasty and pleaded for his life. Aiden sighed. He had absolutely no intention of eating him. The demon lord, however, found that difficult to believe. Considering Aiden's expression, the child probably had every reason to panic. Aiden insisted he wasn't going to eat him. Then, under his breath, he casually referred to the boy as his elixir. The child burst into tears again. He desperately explained that ants were poisonous and anyone who ate them would suffer for it. Ignoring the panic, Aiden opened a small pouch and offered him food. The boy stared in disbelief. Was he really allowed to eat it? Aiden smiled and assured him he could eat as much as he wanted. After all, he didn't need the bone powder. Moments later, the boy was happily eating. Aiden found it slightly surprising that the remains of a lick suited his taste so well. Still, if the child liked it, that was good enough. The demon lord reminded him that he had warned him earlier. That powder would eventually prove useful. Once the boy calmed down, Aiden began asking questions. How had he ended up wounded and unconscious in the forest? The child suddenly became anxious. He immediately asked about the others who had escaped with him. Aiden explained that the villagers found him alone in the forest. No one else had been seen. The boy couldn't hide his confusion. That shouldn't have been possible. Aiden gently pressed further. If the boy knew what happened in the forest, he needed to tell them. Only then could they help. The child hesitated. His parents had always warned him not to trust strangers. Before he could answer, Aiden heard noise outside. His expression hardened immediately. The bandits had returned. Turning toward the boy, he explained that staying silent wouldn't help anyone. For now, the safest thing was to hide. The child's eyes filled with tears. He asked if Aiden could truly save their forest. The young man felt different from everyone else. Outside, chaos had already erupted. Bandits were storming through the village, intent on slaughter. One of the knights immediately rallied his comrades. They were to protect the villagers and stand their ground. Meanwhile, the magician observed everything from afar. There hadn't been any knights here before. The appearance of local forces changed things. Still, more casualties only benefited him. Without hesitation, he activated his magic. Moments later, the dead began clawing their way out of the earth. The knights felt their expressions stiffen. Fear and excitement mixed together. Most of them had never faced undead before. Then Luna stepped forward. The moment she saw the walking corpses, she understood exactly what kind of sinner was behind this tragedy. One knight desperately tried to stop her. She was running directly toward danger. The knights would handle the bandits. She should focus on the undead. Tyne immediately intervened. Everyone needed to calm down. There was no one better suited to this battlefield than Luna. The knights stared in confusion. The enemy numbers were overwhelming. Tyne simply shook his head. They didn't understand. Luna might look like a gentle angel, but she was a warrior devoted to slaughter. The priests of her faith existed to deliver death in their god's name, and that was exactly what she intended to do. A fierce grin spread across Luna's face. She charged forward without hesitation. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. An explosion followed. Watching from afar, the magician's expression twisted with rage. Where had this woman come from? Luna raised her weapon and offered a prayer to the god of slaughter. She called upon his authority and released her power. Then she attacked. Her strike tore through the battlefield and scattered the undead in every direction. The magician could hardly believe it. A single seemingly fragile girl had just obliterated his entire undead force. Furious, he gathered his dark mana and unleashed a concentrated attack directly at her. The spell raced forward. Luna saw it instantly. Then she vanished. The magician froze. His target had disappeared completely. But Luna had no intention of retreating. She reappeared behind him. The man hurriedly turned around. Too late, the only thing waiting for him was her weapon. Moments later, his vision went dark beneath a devastating blow. After the battle finally settled, a knight approached Tyne with a report. The remaining bandits had been surrounded. Tyne immediately asked the question that mattered most. What had they done with the captured villagers? The knight hesitated. The answer wasn't what anyone expected. Apparently, the bandits themselves didn't fully understand what was happening. Tyne stared in confusion. The knight explained that the bandits only stole valuables. After that, they delivered the captives wherever the magician instructed. Nothing more. A heavy silence followed. Tyne's anger intensified. It sounded as though the villagers had already been lost. Then Aiden stepped forward. There was still one possibility. Tyne turned toward him, puzzled. He hadn't even noticed where Aiden had been all this time. Aiden repeated himself. There was still a chance, but they were running out of time. Every second mattered now. Only minutes earlier, he had learned something critical. The dark magicians had captured all of the ants. The rescued boy confirmed it. He had been the only one who escaped. Not only were members of his tribe imprisoned, but human captives were being held there as well. Aiden fell silent as he considered the implications. Why gather humans and ants together? Either they were preparing a large-scale summoning ritual, or they intended to turn everyone into undead. Neither possibility was acceptable. Rage burned inside him. He couldn't allow it to happen. More importantly, he absolutely refused to let anyone touch his precious elixir. Tyne was equally furious. He couldn't understand what the dark magicians were planning. Aiden explained that the boy didn't know the details. Then Tyne asked the obvious question. If they knew the captives were alive, how would they find them? Aiden answered immediately. One of the escapees had revealed the location of the hideout, and he intended to go there himself. First, he would confirm everything with his own eyes. Tian immediately told his companion to leave the matter to them. This was their territory, their people, and their responsibility. But Aiden refused to back down. There was no way he could stand aside while they walked directly into the most dangerous place imaginable. If they were going, then he was going too. Hearing that, Tian's eyes began to water. He could barely process it. For so long, he had judged Aiden incorrectly, yet the young man kept proving himself again and again. Aiden stared at him in confusion. He had no idea why Tian suddenly looked emotional. To him, chaos was the real problem. Everything else could wait. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of death, inside the crater of a dormant volcano, another conversation was unfolding. A man slowly approached a dark magician and asked how far the research had progressed. The magician immediately reported that the main circuit was complete. Only one final step remained. The essence of the sacrifices needed to be melted down and absorbed into the formation. The man then asked about the group sent to the village. Had they returned yet? The answer was no, but they were expected soon. The dark magician burst into laughter. As far as he could tell, everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Once the others returned, he would gain even more material for his creation. And when the ritual was finally completed, his lord would move one step closer to achieving his goal. The man nodded. Of course, that was the reason for all of this. He intended to pave the road for his master to become the next Grand Duke, no matter the cost. Sometime later, Aiden learned something important. The ant village hidden within the extinct volcano had indeed been captured. The demon lord couldn't hide his confusion. Even he hadn't expected the Night King's influence to stretch this far. Earlier, the rescued boy had finally revealed the name of the person responsible. The moment Aiden heard it, his expression darkened. According to the boy, that man and his dark magicians had attacked the village, cut down the guardian tree, and imprisoned everyone. Aiden's anger immediately flared. Just like the Crimson Knight, Dars was one of Seela's loyal hunting dogs. Now he needed confirmation. He had to see everything with his own eyes. Originally, he intended to bring only the boy on a quiet reconnaissance mission. Instead, everyone insisted on coming. That already irritated him, and having an overly energetic mercenary tagging along only made things worse. Before he could complain further, the roar of monsters echoed through the forest. Luna immediately lit up. With an excited grin, she charged straight at a group of giant spiders, calling them adorable. Moments later, every monster blocking the road had been blasted aside. The path was completely cleared. The rest of the group watched in stunned silence. Aiden quickly realized the truth. She wasn't fighting because she needed to, she was simply bored. He immediately asked whether she had already wiped out all the bandits and dark magicians too. The answer was yes. That only made things feel stranger. The Demon Lord wasn't exactly a model of sanity, but even he thought this girl was abnormal. Aiden narrowed his eyes. Something about her obedience felt unnatural. The Demon Lord nearly choked on that statement. From his perspective, Luna was the opposite of obedient. Aiden disagreed. He knew the priests of the Divine Slaughter cult better than most. They usually lived for violence and chaos. Yet Luna acted completely differently. Not only had she crushed the bandits and dark magician, she had effortlessly eliminated monsters empowered by demonic energy. For a normal priestess, that level of strength made no sense. She was clearly a high-ranking member of her order. Even so, something still wasn't adding up. After all, another important figure was supposed to appear soon, the iron-blooded saint. Aiden decided he would keep a very close eye on her. Just then, Luna turned around with a bright smile and cheerfully announced that they should continue moving. Not long afterward, the group finally arrived at the volcanic crater containing the ant village. Aiden stared into the distance and asked the boy if this was truly his home. The boy clenched his fists. His voice trembled with anger. It was. There should have been a massive tree standing in the center. Instead, it had been cut down. The sight devastated him. That tree had been the source of the spirit's power. Destroying it weakened all of his people. Aiden frowned. To dark magicians, fairies were far more valuable than ordinary humans. That only made the situation more confusing. Why gather both humans and ants together? Then his eyes landed on a familiar figure. A swordsman, a very familiar swordsman. For a moment he hoped he was mistaken, but that hope vanished immediately. His expression turned cold. The Dark Knight was standing right there. The moment Tian recognized him, he surged forward. He wanted revenge. Aiden immediately stopped him. Tian turned around in frustration and demanded an explanation. That man had invaded their lands. He had kidnapped their people. He intended to sacrifice them, and honestly, he didn't even seem that strong. Tian believed he could handle him. Aiden told him to calm down and actually look around. The Dark Knight wasn't alone. 7 dark magicians were standing with him. More importantly, that swordsman wasn't ordinary. Aiden knew exactly how dangerous he was. By his estimate, the man had already reached roughly the half-master level. And even that didn't fully represent his strength. Purely in terms of combat ability, he surpassed almost everyone Aiden had encountered since returning to the past. Even attacking together wouldn't guarantee victory. And if civilians became involved, casualties would be unavoidable. Fortunately, Aiden had another idea. Just as he began thinking it through, he noticed the Demon Lord staring into the distance. Aiden asked what he was doing. The Demon Lord replied that ever since entering the forest, he had sensed something deeply unsettling. Aiden sighed and told him the only unsettling thing at the moment was his face. The Demon Lord immediately exploded with irritation. Still, he insisted that ordinary people would never notice what he had found, but he recognized it instantly. Aiden finally asked what he had discovered. A wicked grin spread across the Demon Lord's face. Then he revealed everything. The moment Aiden heard it, his expression changed. A wave of understanding washed over him. All the strange pieces finally clicked together. The inconsistencies, the unusual movements, the hidden motives, everything connected. And more importantly, he suddenly realized he could use it to his advantage. Turning toward the others, he announced that he had a plan. Tian immediately asked whether he truly knew how to solve this situation. Aiden ignored the question and looked toward the ant boy. Did he really know every corner of the forest? The boy immediately answered yes. Aiden then asked something else. Did he truly want to save his people? The answer came without hesitation. Of course he did. He was willing to risk his life for them. Aiden's grin widened. He asked if he was absolutely certain, because once those words were spoken, there would be no taking them back. The boy suddenly felt a chill run through his body. For some reason, Aiden's smile was more terrifying than any monster in the forest. Aiden then turned toward Luna and asked for her help. According to him, this would be extremely exciting. She accepted immediately. A short time later, chaos erupted on the left side of the crater. The ant boy sprinted through the forest while loudly cursing Aiden. At this point, he was convinced the young man was trying to get him killed. At the same time, an even bigger disturbance exploded on the opposite side. Monsters fled in absolute terror. They ran for their lives as Luna chased after them with a cheerful grin. She happily warned them not to let her catch them, because if she did, they were dead. Even the monsters looked traumatized. Watching the scene, the boy finally realized what Aiden was attempting. He asked if the plan was really to drive an entire wave of monsters straight toward the dark magicians. Aiden sighed. The boy was close, but not quite there yet. The monsters were only part of the plan. What Aiden truly wanted was to awaken a genuine nightmare. Something far worse than the dark magicians. After centuries without food, he was certain the snakes beneath the forest would be starving. As the realization settled in, the boy began trembling. Aiden asked whether he was afraid. Without raising his head, the boy quietly insisted that fear wasn't the problem. What he felt was anger and shame. If his people had been stronger, none of this would have happened. Aiden told him not to carry that burden. The people responsible would pay for everything, every last thing. Then Aiden suddenly smiled. He realized he still didn't know the boy's name. The child blinked in surprise before introducing himself. His name was Isses. Aiden released a portion of his power and asked if Isses remembered their earlier conversation in the village. Back then, Aiden had asked what reward he would receive if he risked himself to save the ants. After thinking about it for a long time, Isses had finally answered. If Aiden truly saved them, then he could have as many tears as he wanted. After all, among humans, ant tears were said to be incredibly valuable. A grin slowly spread across Aiden's face as he reminded the boy of their agreement. From this point forward, he told him, there was no need to worry only about his family anymore. Now he could start thinking about himself as well. The boy blinked in confusion, unable to grasp what those words truly meant. Some time later, Aiden finally released his power and called forth his newest subordinate. Even he looked slightly dissatisfied. His current strength still wasn't enough to summon the creature in its complete form. Still, what he had now would be enough. Turning toward Maisto, Aiden immediately gave an order. Deep within the forest lived poisonous lizards. He wanted every single one of them driven toward the volcanic crater at the forest center. Without hesitation, Maisto bowed his head and accepted the command. Moments later, he vanished into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Aiden watched him leave with a satisfied smile. Having a powerful subordinate who actually listened was surprisingly convenient. More than anything, it made him want to grow stronger even faster and unlock the full extent of his abilities. He then turned toward the boy and casually informed him that the preparations were already underway. The boy stared in confusion and asked where they were heading next. Aiden smiled. It was time to fulfill the promise he had made, which meant they were going to save his family. Meanwhile, silence hung heavily over the crater inside the extinct volcano. Dars couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. There was still no word from the group sent to the village. For a moment he wondered whether they had been wiped out. Then he dismissed the thought. That should have been impossible. Yet moments later his expression stiffened. The surface of a perfectly still body of water suddenly rippled. Something was approaching, and he did not like it. Instinctively he reached for his sword. Then he turned and noticed a figure in the distance. At first he assumed it was one of the thieves, but as the figure came closer his confidence disappeared. The full scene finally revealed itself, and for the first time genuine alarm crossed his face. Monsters, an entire wave of them. Immediately he shouted for everyone to protect the laboratory. At the same time, Tian charged forward with tears burning in his eyes. His voice echoed with pure rage as he swore that the moment he reached Dars, he would kill him. Dars could hardly believe what he was seeing. There were far more monsters than expected. Even so, he believed they could handle it. Then a sound erupted behind him. He spun around and felt a wave of disbelief crash into him. More monsters. Another horde was approaching from the opposite direction, and leading them was Luna, casually herding the creatures forward with a cheerful grin. Dars stared in confusion. Poisonous ogres weren't supposed to be here. This wasn't the center of the forest. None of this made sense. Then things somehow became worse. He turned again and froze for a moment. An enormous group of giant lizards was sprinting straight toward them. Behind them flew Maisto. With a delighted grin, he threatened to tear them apart if he managed to catch them. Dars's face twisted with fury. Immediately, he ordered his men to stop the monsters before they reached the laboratory. At that moment, Aiden finally emerged from hiding and told everyone to focus entirely on the incoming monster wave. While the enemy scrambled into action, he hurried Isses toward the huts. The boy followed without hesitation. A moment later, he informed Aiden that everyone was inside. The instant Isses entered the building, he froze. His people were there, alive, locked behind bars. Emotion overwhelmed him. He immediately shouted that he had come back for them. The prisoners rushed toward him in disbelief. They could hardly believe he had truly returned. With a small smile, Isses reminded them that he had promised he would. Then confusion replaced his relief. Why were only they still here? Where had everyone else gone? The answer hit him like a hammer. The bandits had claimed the others would be used as sacrifices. Then they dragged them away. The boy lowered his head. His shoulders slumped. He believed he had arrived too late. Aiden immediately cut that thought apart. This wasn't his fault. If anything, it was proof of how unforgivable their enemies truly were. He instructed everyone to step back against the wall. Then, with a single strike, he sliced through the bars. The prisoners looked at their rescuer with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Aiden wasted no time. He understood this wasn't the moment for long conversations, but he needed answers. He asked if anyone knew where the captives had been taken. If he found that location, he would finally understand what the dark magicians were planning. Outside, the battle continued to intensify. Steel clashed. Monsters roared. Above ground, chaos consumed everything. Beneath a quiet lake, however, something far more dangerous was stirring. For countless years, a gigantic serpent had slept in silence. Then it smelled blood, monster blood. Instantly, ancient hunger awakened. A monstrous craving surged through its body. At that same moment, several people felt the earth tremble. Aiden looked into the distance and smiled. The snake had finally awakened. Moments later, everyone witnessed it. The king of serpents emerged, and it was furious. Even Dars struggled to process what he was seeing. Some time earlier, the demon lord had informed Aiden that a basilisk nest existed nearby. According to him, the Snake King possessed venom powerful enough to fatally wound even a swordmaster. The creature had likely entered hibernation because it was weakened. In fact, he believed the Forest of Death itself had been shaped by the poison leaking from the beast over countless centuries. Aiden had found that strange. Basilisks usually lived in the warm southern forests. They had no reason to exist in the frozen north. The demon lord's answer was simple. The creature had been starving for hundreds of years, and now it was enraged. Dars couldn't understand why the basilisk had appeared directly in his path. Still, he refused to panic. No matter what happened, he believed no one could stop his master's plans. With that conviction, he rushed toward the monster. Elsewhere, the dark magician remained focused on his masterpiece. To him, the monster wave was a blessing. Every corpse created during the battle would become additional material. Monsters, humans, it didn't matter. All of them would help complete the ruby even faster. And once it was finished, he believed his master would finally acknowledge him. Then Aiden arrived. His eyes immediately locked onto the stone. Something about it felt wrong. It wasn't an ordinary gemstone. The magician noticed him and felt a sudden sense of unease. But before he could react, a powerful strike smashed into his head. Earlier, the prisoners had explained that countless victims were being sacrificed to create a single stone. Now Aiden was finally looking at it. The ruby. The very object he had heard about before. He still had no idea why such a thing existed. Curiosity got the better of him. So he reached out and touched it. The moment he did, brilliant light erupted. Aiden stared in confusion. Then a notification appeared before him. The conditions for a hidden item had been fulfilled. An unfinished ruby had been absorbed by the user. Aiden blinked. He had no idea what that meant. Nothing felt different. Nothing seemed to have changed. The system only informed him that the ruby remained incomplete. That explanation somehow created even more questions. He didn't know what the item was. He didn't know why it had entered his body. And he certainly didn't know how to remove it. With a long sigh, he concluded that it was simply another piece of baggage to carry around. The demon lord immediately exploded in outrage. Apparently being compared to baggage was deeply offensive. Aiden instantly denied saying anything like that and attempted to change the topic. They still had work to finish. The demon lord wasn't fooled for a second. Meanwhile, above ground, the battle had become a struggle for survival. The basilisk rampaged through everything in its path. Dars gritted his teeth in frustration. The poisonous fog restricted his movements. He knew his master could have ended this creature with a single strike. Unfortunately, he wasn't his master. He was alone, and his opponent was terrifyingly powerful. Still, a thought entered his mind. If he could overcome this battle, perhaps he would finally move one step closer to reaching his master's level. Gathering every ounce of strength he possessed, he launched himself forward. The attack connected. A devastating blow. The basilisk collapsed. Breathing heavily, Dars dropped to one knee. For a brief moment, satisfaction filled him. Maybe he really was getting closer. Then a familiar voice reached his ears. Aiden calmly congratulated him. He had finally become a sword master. But at the same time, Aiden informed him that this was goodbye. Dars's expression tightened. He spun around, having never sensed anyone approaching, but it was already too late. A blade struck him. The impact was overwhelming. Agony surged through his entire body. He couldn't even understand what had happened or who was standing before him. Aiden met his gaze coldly. Then he revealed his identity. He was the man whom Dars's master had once called a comrade. Without wasting another second, Aiden commanded his loyal sword to devour the enemy. The blade obeyed instantly. A horrifying scream echoed through the battlefield as Dars felt himself being consumed. Even in the final moments of his life, his thoughts never turned toward himself. Instead, he desperately shouted that he still needed to report back to his master, that he had only just become useful. But those words never reached their destination. Moments later, his voice vanished into nothingness. Aiden stared coldly at the empty space where the young man had stood. Even with death right in front of him, Dars had cared more about his master than his own life. In a strange way, Aiden almost had to admit it. His enemy had been blessed with exceptionally loyal followers. His attention soon shifted toward the basilisk's corpse. What surprised him most was not the creature itself, but the fact that Dars had actually managed to kill it. Originally, Aiden had intended to finish the monster personally. Now, however, the result remained the same. The beast was dead. Who delivered the final blow no longer mattered. At that moment, the demon lord asked why Aiden seemed so pleased about a dead monster. Aiden's eyes gleamed. To him, this wasn't just a corpse, it was a treasure trove. The basilisk's fangs could become powerful weapons. Its scales could be crafted into exceptional armor. And above all else, its venom was priceless. When properly utilized, it could gradually make a person's body completely resistant to poison. With a satisfied smile, Aiden declared that they had already gained everything they needed. It was time to leave. Then the demon lord abruptly told him to stop celebrating and look inside the creature's mouth. According to him, a weakling like the basilisk shouldn't possess something like that. Aiden frowned in confusion. Then he saw it. A demonic soul stone, a vessel overflowing with dark energy. Everything suddenly started making sense. That explained why the monsters throughout the region had become abnormally powerful. What he still couldn't understand was why such an object had ended up inside the basilisk. Then something even stranger happened. The pendant hidden inside his spatial storage suddenly flew out on its own. Immediately, Aiden remembered the gift his teacher had left behind in the dungeon. The pendant began reacting violently. Moments later, the demonic soul stone shot toward it and fused with it completely. Aiden stared at the pendant. Could the stone have originally belonged to it? A notification appeared before him. The pendant's properties had changed. It now increased both magical power and dark element affinity. More importantly, it had become soul-bound. As long as its owner remained alive, it could never be removed. Aiden's expression stiffened. He had somehow ended up with a dark magician's artifact permanently attached to him. Instantly, he demanded that the thing be removed. No one had asked for his opinion before sticking it to his soul. Unfortunately, the pendant disagreed. Moments later, it appeared directly on his chest. Aiden could hardly believe it. The artifact seemed to have a will of its own. For quite a while, he fought a losing battle against a piece of jewelry, desperately trying to tear it off while completely ignoring his surroundings. Then a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Rabbit arrived with his usual cheerful smile and enthusiastically congratulated him for clearing the dungeon. The moment Aiden looked up, however, the merchant felt a sudden sense of unease. The young man before him looked ready to commit murder. Aiden immediately focused on one specific phrase: clearing the dungeon. Rabbit instantly regretted speaking. Trying to backtrack, he awkwardly claimed he had misspoken. Aiden wasn't buying it. He demanded to know where the dungeon core was. If one existed, he intended to destroy it immediately. Rabbit nearly burst into tears while begging him to calm down. Nearby, Nisette quietly observed the exchange. Her attention lingered on the pendant. It looked strangely familiar. Some time later, Rabbit found himself kneeling on the ground while Aiden stared down at him. The merchant could barely process his bad luck. Somehow, he had once again crossed paths with this terrifying customer. Aiden demanded answers. Was the entire Forest of Death actually a dungeon? Rabbit reluctantly admitted the truth. Aiden already knew that when the influence of an immensely powerful being lingered in one location for centuries, the area could eventually transform into a dungeon. That explanation fit perfectly. Then his smile became noticeably colder. He accused Rabbit of intentionally telling him about the village despite knowing where it was located. The merchant had knowingly pointed him toward one of the most dangerous places imaginable. Aiden wanted to know how he dared to treat one of his most valuable customers that way. Rabbit stared in confusion. He couldn't understand how Aiden had figured it out. Quickly, he tried claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Aiden casually replied that if it truly was a misunderstanding, then everything was fine. However, he also mentioned that perhaps the chief trader should hear about a certain rabbit's behavior. Rabbit immediately froze. How did this human know about the chief trader? Aiden's grin widened. Then he calmly asked whether Rabbit wanted to gamble his career on the outcome. Would he still keep his position afterward? The merchant broke instantly. Lowering his head, he begged for forgiveness and promised to do anything necessary to make up for his mistake. Aiden listened patiently, then he declared his condition. He would forgive everything, but only if Rabbit signed an exclusive contract with him. The merchant was left speechless. That was not a simple request. Merchants could only sign one exclusive contract during their entire lives. Afterward, every item obtained from dungeons had to be sold through that merchant. In exchange, the merchant was required to guarantee absolute confidentiality and fulfill virtually any request from the client. The agreement was built entirely upon trust. Because of that, merchants treated such contracts with extreme caution. Rabbit wanted to refuse, desperately. But when he saw Aiden's smile, he realized there was no escape. Some time later, a silver-haired young man strolled through the forest looking extremely satisfied. He had just secured an exceptionally profitable deal. Rabbit had made the mistake of sending him into a deadly situation. Now Aiden intended to squeeze every possible benefit out of him. Then someone called his name. Turning around, he saw Tian charging toward him. The young noble looked furious. Aiden casually smiled. Apparently Tian had been worried. The demon lord couldn't help asking whether Aiden seriously thought a smile would fix the fact that he had thrown his allies into a tidal wave of monsters. Then something unexpected happened. Tian thanked him. The demon lord froze, so did Aiden. Tian explained that without Aiden's absurdly complicated plan, they never would have saved the captives. More importantly, many of his knights would have died. Aiden silently endured hearing his strategy described as absurdly complicated. Then Tian handed him a symbol of the Cetus family. This emblem represented absolute loyalty and a promise to answer a call for help whenever it came. For a moment, Aiden couldn't hide his reaction. With that token, he now possessed tremendous influence over the Margrave's household. He immediately questioned whether Tian truly had the authority to hand something like that over. Surely the Margrave wouldn't approve. Tian simply smiled. None of that mattered. Aiden had saved them all, that was enough. Afterward, Aiden asked what would happen to the remaining prisoners. Tian glanced toward the surviving antfolk. With a sigh, he explained that they weren't subjects of the Margraviate. Because of that, he had no intention of interfering. If Aiden had plans for them, he was free to decide their future himself. He also casually mentioned that he already knew Isses wasn't human. Aiden immediately understood. Tian stared at him and asked whether he really thought he couldn't tell the difference between a human and an antfolk. Aiden silently accepted that point. Moments later, he approached Isses. The boy stood beside the remains of the fallen fairy tree. Aiden asked why they remained there. Isses answered quietly. The tree wasn't simply a tree, it was a sacred being. Long ago, their ancestors had planted a branch from the world tree in their homeland. From that branch, the fairy tree had grown. It carried the history of their people. It protected the village. It watched over them like a guardian. More importantly, it had been their friend since childhood. The boy's voice grew heavier. Now they had come to say goodbye. Aiden listened in silence. The scene was undeniably sad. Still, he couldn't help finding it slightly ridiculous that he felt jealous of a tree for having such loyal companions. Then everything changed. The moment he touched the trunk, a voice reached him. The tree was speaking. It asked for his help. The ancient spirit explained that only he could hear it, and the reason was simple. A tiny sleeping fairy rested on his left hand. Aiden immediately realized what it meant. The spirit was referring to his shield. Like the tree, it was also a spirit. The fairy tree explained that it was nearing eternal sleep, yet it didn't want its friends to suffer because of its passing. That was why it asked for help. Aiden sighed. Normally, he considered himself a mercenary. If there was no profit involved, he rarely bothered helping anyone. But this situation was different. A small fairy had already asked him to save the village. Now another spirit was making the same request. In the end, he smiled. Then he gently reassured the tree. There was no need to worry anymore. It could rest peacefully. At that moment, the ancient spirit expressed its gratitude and bestowed a blessing upon Aiden. The instant it happened, something strange unfolded. A mysterious aura wrapped around him, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Everyone nearby watched in stunned silence. The fairy tree had personally blessed him. Then another surprise followed. Aiden suddenly found himself holding an unfamiliar object in his arms. The boy smiled brightly and explained what it was. The tree had left behind a seed. With it, they could one day restore everything that had been lost and grow the fairy tree once more. Aiden could hardly believe it. That outcome had never crossed his mind. But before he could process it, he noticed everyone staring at him with unusually intense expressions. The attention made him visibly unsettled. He couldn't understand why they were looking at him that way. Then someone revealed the reason. Anyone chosen by the fairy tree's blessing became the leader of the tribe. For a second, Aiden completely froze. That was absolutely not part of the plan. The next moment, every antfolk member bowed and welcomed their new chief, loudly declaring that they would follow him from now on. Aiden's mood instantly crashed. This was exactly the kind of responsibility he had been trying to avoid. Even the contract he forced out of Rabbit wasn't enough compensation for something like this. The demon lord called out to him in an unusually thoughtful tone. After reflecting for a moment, he began to suspect that perhaps Aiden was the person destined to fulfill the purpose of the mysterious pendant. Several days later, Aiden finally returned home. His father greeted him warmly and admitted he was relieved to see his son return safely once again. At the same time, the Duke couldn't help mentioning something peculiar. Every time Aiden left, he somehow came back with even more followers than before. Aiden sighed and admitted that he hadn't expected this outcome either. As far as he was concerned, he had been completely tricked. The tree had dragged him into becoming a tribal leader, and now an entire group planned to settle within his territory. Still, despite all the complaining, gaining an endless source of valuable antfolk tears felt a little like winning a grand prize. Then something else caught his attention. Aiden stared into the distance in confusion. A gigantic dog was charging across the estate. Behind it, someone was screaming for help. The terrified victim ran desperately while calling for their leader. Meanwhile, the young saint chased after the enormous beast with obvious excitement. The Duke let out a tired sigh. Apparently, the tracking dog had become even larger. Aiden stared at the creature. There was no way this thing should have reached that size. The sight made absolutely no sense. The demon lord quickly informed him that the cause of this problem was actually Aiden himself. Naturally, Aiden demanded an explanation. The demon lord reminded him of an earlier expedition to the goblin village, when he had given one of his special potions to a dog. Now the consequences had arrived. Apparently, the animal later found various mana-enhancing plants, and combined with the potion's effects, it continued evolving far beyond normal limits. Aiden remembered everything immediately. Unfortunately, that only made the situation even more terrifying. Some time later, Aiden finally relaxed inside his own room. After being away for so long, he was reminded once again that nothing compared to sleeping in his own bed. Unfortunately, peace never lasted around him. There was still far too much work left to do. The Demon Lord asked what exactly he planned to accomplish now. Without answering immediately, Aiden produced the basilisk's venom. His intention was simple. He planned to drink it. The Demon Lord stared at him in disbelief and wondered if the young man secretly had a death wish. Aiden simply smiled. He had consumed countless poisonous herbs throughout his life. A little venom wasn't going to stop him. Then he drank it. Unfortunately, that was also the exact moment someone entered the room. Carl immediately noticed the sinister-looking liquid. He had never seen anything like it. Curious and concerned, he asked what his brother had just consumed. Aiden answered casually. It was basilisk poison. Silence filled the room. The brothers simply stared at each other. Then Carl exploded. He immediately lunged at Aiden and demanded that he spit it out. His brother's life was far too valuable for insane experiments like this. Aiden fought back while insisting he wasn't going to die. Then poisonous energy surged through his body. Carl became increasingly frantic. Aiden's skin had turned completely green. The sight alone was enough to make anyone panic. Carl begged him to stop immediately. Then a notification appeared. Aiden had gained complete immunity to poison. Even after hearing that, Carl still looked ready to force the venom out of him manually. At that exact moment, a young woman entered the room. After witnessing the scene, she calmly remarked that the brothers seemed to share a wonderfully close relationship. Later, they moved elsewhere to speak properly. Aiden immediately asked the unexpected visitor what had brought her all the way here. Nisette explained that she wanted to greet him formally. That answer alone seemed strange. But the situation became even stranger when she suddenly addressed him as master. Aiden nearly questioned his own hearing. In his previous life, they had practically been enemies whenever they crossed paths. For a moment, he wondered if she had traveled all this way simply to mock him before his death. Instead, she abruptly apologized. Then she stood and formally introduced herself. She revealed that she was the leader of the Dark Fire Mage Forces, the head of the White Moon Information Guild, and the final surviving member of the Florence bloodline. After countless years spent in darkness and solitude, she declared that she had finally found the Lord of the Underworld. Aiden blinked, then blinked again. He had absolutely no idea who she was talking about. Surely she couldn't mean the Demon Lord. Nisette calmly explained that she had already seen enough. There was no point hiding the truth. When Aiden asked what truth she meant, she reminded him of the events at the Church of the Holy Fire. She had witnessed Talos bow before him. She had heard Talos address him as the ruler of the underworld. Only then did Aiden realize exactly what misunderstanding had taken root. Nisette then pointed toward the pendant resting on his chest. Aiden looked down in confusion. To him, it was still just an annoying accessory. Nisette quickly corrected him. That pendant was no ordinary item. It was Barak, the lost treasure of her family. More importantly, it was a sacred relic that responded only to members of their bloodline. If someone lacked that lineage, wearing it should have been impossible. Aiden immediately pieced together the truth. Her family originated from the underworld. The pendant likely reacted because of the Demon Lord residing inside him. Aiden instantly became annoyed. The Demon Lord had neglected to mention such an important detail. The Demon Lord simply smirked. According to him, Aiden had never bothered asking. Meanwhile, Nisette struggled to process her own mistake. She couldn't believe she had failed to recognize someone so important. Even worse, she had acted casually in his presence. After apologizing again, she admitted that she couldn't understand why such a great being would choose to walk the middle world disguised as an ordinary human. Still, she assumed he had his reasons. She bowed deeply and offered absolute loyalty. Whatever order he gave, she would obey. To her, he was the great master and the lord of the underworld. Aiden looked at her carefully. There was definitely something wrong with her reasoning. Still, buried beneath all the misunderstandings was one undeniable fact. The White Moon Information Guild now stood within his reach, and opportunities like that couldn't be ignored. Immediately, his expression shifted. A predatory grin spread across his face. He praised her for finally recognizing him and declared that she had been very observant. Then, with all the dignity he could fake, he introduced himself as the ruler of the underworld. Somewhere inside his mind, the Demon Lord erupted in outrage. He demanded to know how Aiden dared create such a ridiculous imitation. According to him, a true ruler should radiate overwhelming authority and grandeur. Aiden ignored the complaints. Instead, he found the situation strangely amusing. In his previous life, he had been the hero who defeated the Demon Lord. Now he was pretending to be him. The irony was almost too good. Still, the Information Guild would allow him to track the movements of future traitors. That alone made the act worthwhile. The following day, Aiden wandered through his territory near the forest alongside his newest allies. The tribal chief greeted him warmly and happily informed him that everyone loved the land he had given them. Aiden smiled politely. Internally, however, he was still slightly confused. As far as he was concerned, he had simply handed over a random section of his territory. Still, if they were happy with it, then there wasn't much reason to complain. At that moment, Aiden's attention shifted toward the newly planted fairy tree, and he found himself staring at it in disbelief. He had expected an ordinary sapling, nothing more. Instead, a tree that should have taken years to mature had grown at an absurd pace in only a matter of days. The boy smiled proudly and explained the reason. According to him, it was all thanks to the saint's power. Just the day before, Alice had poured divine energy into the young sprout, and from that moment onward, its growth had accelerated dramatically. Aiden couldn't hide his reaction. The effect of her holy power was far greater than he had imagined. Once again, he was reminded that Alice's potential exceeded every expectation. A moment later, the boy informed him that the tribe's deputies had completed every task he had assigned. That news caught Aiden completely off guard. He hadn't expected them to finish everything so quickly. Sometime later, he visited the residence of the tribe's deputy chief. There, Aiden asked Echoed whether he was truly certain that the mysterious egg belonged to a spirit beast. Echoed confidently confirmed it. The spiritual energy radiating from the egg was unmistakable. Originally, Aiden had suspected that the egg recovered from the Church of Holy Fire might have belonged to the fairy race. That was why he had asked them to investigate. Never in his wildest expectations had he imagined discovering a spirit beast. Across multiple lifetimes, encounters with such creatures had remained extraordinarily rare. Echoed explained that spirit beasts normally developed by absorbing energy from their surroundings. However, this one appeared dormant. As a result, nothing was happening. Aiden asked if that meant it would never hatch. Echoed shook his head. The process could begin again if someone supplied it with energy, whether aura, divine power, or another suitable source. Then he shared an even more important detail. The type of energy absorbed while still inside the egg determined what the beast would become. A dragon-type spirit beast exposed to water energy would grow into a water dragon. If it absorbed fire energy instead, it would become a fire dragon. Echoed also explained that spirit beasts naturally viewed those with matching energy as familiar figures. The more energy a person supplied, the easier it became to form a bond with the creature. The realization immediately struck Aiden. He could effectively shape the beast's future himself. Shortly afterward, Echoed mentioned that he had finished translating the strange book as well. Aiden thanked him and asked whether he was familiar with the language. Echoed explained that it was an ancient fairy language and that the text described a mana cultivation method intended for human users. Aiden let out a disappointed sigh. He had secretly hoped the book contained something far rarer. Returning the volume, Echoed admitted that such topics weren't his specialty, so he couldn't provide any additional help. As Aiden prepared to leave, he thanked him once again and jokingly promised to bring more bone powder next time. Echoed smiled and gratefully accepted the offer. Later, Aiden sat alone in his room, carefully reading through the translated text. The more he read, the more confused he became. At first, the writing seemed almost impossible to understand. He eventually concluded that the author likely came from another continent. Since the Church of Holy Fire itself originated overseas, the explanation made perfect sense. The demon lord watched him and asked why he was bothering with the book at all. After all, Aiden already possessed a mana cultivation technique. Aiden admitted that curiosity was the main reason. The book came from another continent and that alone made it interesting. Yet the more he studied it, the more irritated he became. For a while, it seemed like complete nonsense. Then something changed. His eyes suddenly locked onto a particular section. The demon lord immediately noticed and asked what he had discovered. Aiden told him to stay quiet. Only now was he beginning to understand the unfamiliar terminology scattered throughout the text. As the meanings became clearer, a startling realization emerged. The technique described inside the book was incredibly similar to the method taught to him by the mercenary king, the same technique he currently used. But there was one crucial difference. This wasn't the same technique. It was an improved version. Aiden immediately recognized the opportunity before him. With this knowledge, he could refine his cultivation method and eliminate weaknesses he hadn't even realized existed. The author's identity no longer mattered. What mattered was that he had found a path toward becoming much stronger. Not long afterward, Aiden entered his private training area. Following the book's instructions exactly, he began circulating his mana. Minutes passed. Then the room exploded with brilliant light. The radiance consumed everything around him. Eventually, the light faded. The demon lord studied him carefully and asked whether he was all right. Aiden himself could barely process what had happened. He had acquired a new cultivation method, but what truly stunned him was the difference in mana circulation. The flow throughout his body felt entirely different, smoother, stronger, more complete. Then he looked toward the demon lord. His expression immediately stiffened. Something seemed wrong. The demon lord looked noticeably larger. Aiden stared in confusion. He was certain the ruler had been smaller before. Now his growth seemed almost absurd. Looking away in discomfort, Aiden muttered that he honestly preferred the old appearance. The demon lord instantly became furious. He reminded Aiden that reading thoughts wasn't exactly difficult for him. Then he revealed the truth. His own existence was directly tied to Aiden's growth. The stronger Aiden became, the more of the Demon Lord's true form returned. That was why his appearance continued changing. Aiden exploded in frustration. From his perspective, he was the one risking his life to become stronger while the Demon Lord reaped all the benefits. The accusation immediately sparked another argument. The Demon Lord fired back, claiming that without him, Aiden would have become rat food long ago. Much later, Aiden returned to studying the book. Even now, he struggled to believe that something this valuable had fallen into his hands. It felt almost like fate. Previously, the text had been completely useless to him. Now he could understand most of it. Not all of it, but enough. He was confident that every new section he deciphered would push him one step further. Meanwhile, far away in the Empire's slums, another man wandered the streets. His mood was terrible. The Magic Tower had ridiculed him relentlessly. They mocked his dream of combining magic and engineering, dismissing all of his research as nonsense. Yet he refused to abandon his work. He knew he stood on the verge of a breakthrough. Given enough time, magical engineering would change everything. The humiliation of being thrown out still burned inside him. What he lacked now was money. Without funding, his dream would die. Then a memory surfaced. He suddenly remembered a certain young noble who had shown genuine interest in magical engineering. His expression changed immediately. Unlike everyone else, Aiden had recognized the value of his research. That realization filled him with hope. Without hesitation, he decided to find him. Elsewhere, Lu continued training relentlessly. Each strike carried frustration. Each breath carried disappointment. He couldn't forget his master's words. Again and again, he remembered being told that he would only get in the way. The thought tormented him. Lu had sworn to protect Aiden. Instead, he felt like dead weight. His weakness angered him more than anything. He knew he might never surpass his master. But he also swore that he would never become a burden again. Some time later, Aiden met with Joseph. The conversation immediately caught him off guard. Joseph revealed that the saint would soon be required to begin her pilgrimage. Aiden stared at him in disbelief. Joseph calmly explained that this was one of the fundamental traditions of the Church of Holy Fire. Every saint who completed the awakening ceremony was expected to begin a pilgrimage across the continent within the same year. Every predecessor had followed the tradition. Alice would be expected to do the same. Despite saying this, Joseph's concern was obvious. His daughter had awakened far younger than any saint before her. Aiden asked whether the journey could be postponed until she became older. Joseph admitted that he had already tried. The church's response had been simple. The decision belonged entirely to the saint herself. When he asked Alice what she wanted, her answer came without hesitation. She intended to go. Joseph desperately urged her to think more carefully. The continent was vast. Countless dangers awaited beyond their home. No one could predict what might happen. Alice simply smiled. Previous saints had completed their pilgrimages and returned safely. If she abandoned tradition, it would only create problems. She had no intention of running from hardship. Joseph eventually sighed and revealed another complication. The high priest had attached a condition. Aiden immediately asked what he meant. Joseph reluctantly explained. The strongest member of the Ray family was expected to accompany the saint throughout her entire pilgrimage and serve as her protector. The moment those words left his mouth, Aiden's expression darkened. He immediately recognized the high priest's scheme. The old man had found another way to pull him into the situation. Joseph, however, felt guilty about the request. He had no desire to waste Aiden's time or burden him with such responsibility. If Aiden refused, Joseph intended to search for another solution. Aiden answered with a sharp grin and declared that he was ready. The Demon Lord looked at him with curiosity and asked whether he was truly certain. There was still an enormous amount of work waiting for him, but Aiden had already made up his mind. This journey would only benefit him. For the first time, he would be free to travel across the continent without restrictions. More importantly, the time for revenge was approaching, and the first target on that list was the King of Knights. The Demon Lord raised an eyebrow and asked why he had chosen him of all people. Aiden let out a long sigh before explaining. By tradition, the Empire's second prince would eventually inherit the Alchemist Tower and devote himself to alchemy. Calchas had his own path. Shara had already become the youngest archmage in history, a monster by any standard. And another rising figure was almost certainly being protected by the cult of divine battle as a future saint. The Demon Lord couldn't help wondering if Aiden had simply picked the easiest opponent. Aiden immediately told him to be quiet. He knew very well that the title of King of Knights wasn't handed out for free. Even after becoming stronger through his new mana cultivation method, he still wasn't fully prepared. The man he intended to face stood at an entirely different level. Before he could think further, Philip arrived. With a troubled expression, he informed Aiden that a beggar was causing a scene outside. The man claimed to be the chief magician of Anges and insisted that he had met Aiden during the prince's birthday banquet. At first, Aiden had no idea who Philip was talking about, then realization finally clicked. A few minutes later, he met the visitor. The man was devouring food with terrifying speed. Aiden politely told him to slow down. Gustav drew aside and apologized. He knew exactly how terrible he looked. Aiden remembered the man from the banquet. Back then, he had appeared respectable. Now it was obvious that life had dragged him through absolute misery. Gustav looked at Aiden and claimed that only another genius could understand the loneliness and suffering of a genius. He believed Aiden would understand him. Unfortunately, Aiden was fighting for his life. Not because of danger, because he was trying not to laugh. The man's appearance was simply too much. He repeatedly tried to compose himself, repeatedly failed. Eventually, he turned away and burst out laughing. Gustav only smiled. To him, that reaction meant understanding. He felt he had finally found the right person. After gathering himself, Gustav explained that his research was nearly complete. All he needed was a little support. Then he asked for 1,000 gold coins. Aiden considered it quietly. The moment Gustav saw his expression, he immediately began lowering the amount. Perhaps it was too much. After all, nobody wanted to invest in a madman expelled from the magic tower. Then Aiden casually offered 50,000 gold. The room fell silent. Gustav could hardly process what he had just heard. Aiden even added that he could provide more if necessary. The inventor stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he truly supported the research. Aiden confirmed that he did, but there was one condition. Gustav immediately grew nervous. He prayed this wasn't some scheme to turn him into a servant of the ducal family. Aiden shook his head. He openly admitted that he despised the arrogance of both mages and knights. More than anything, he wanted to see the faces of the people who had thrown Gustav away. He hoped the research would become so extraordinary that the magic tower would regret losing him. He wanted them to suffer from their own short-sightedness. For a moment, Gustav couldn't find any words. He asked if Aiden truly meant it. Aiden smiled and confirmed that this was his only condition. If Gustav agreed, he would receive not only funding but also the title of Baron and the land that had been stripped away from him. Gustav stood frozen. He couldn't understand why someone would go this far for him. Aiden simply called it intuition. He believed the man standing before him would accomplish something incredible. Those words struck Gustav harder than any reward. For the first time in his life, someone had acknowledged both magical engineering and the man behind it. His eyes lit up. He swore that he would make everyone in the magic tower regret their decision. Aiden smiled in satisfaction and quickly looked away. He still had to focus very hard not to laugh at the man's appearance. Meanwhile, Gustav completely misunderstood the situation. Seeing Aiden repeatedly avert his gaze, he became convinced he was standing before a truly noble soul. By the time he left, he had already decided to dedicate himself completely to Aiden. The moment the door closed behind him, Aiden released a long breath. Only then did he finally allow himself to laugh. The demon lord watched the entire scene and asked whether magical engineering was really worth throwing away such a fortune. Aiden looked genuinely confused. How could he not know? One of the major reasons the demon lord's army had eventually lost the war in Aiden's previous life was because of magical weaponry. Without those weapons, the outcome of countless battles would have been completely different. And the first generation of magical engineering weapons, the ones Gustav created, were terrifying. Aiden still remembered the day they proved their power. Back then, during a brutal battle, even a monstrous opponent had been forced to acknowledge Gustav's invention. She had watched his creation resist powerful magic and found it fascinating. Gustav had proudly declared that everyone would finally witness the power of magical engineering, the very field people had mocked for years. Eventually, after an incident involving the magic tower itself, word spread throughout the capital. People finally began recognizing the value of Gustav's work. Back in the present, several months had already passed since Gustav had begun his research. Aiden knew the man had barely left his workshop. Tomorrow morning, the pilgrimage would begin. He couldn't help wondering whether he had placed too many expectations on him. Before he could dwell on it further, Lu approached. The knight explained that he had heard about the pilgrimage. There was no way he could allow his master to travel alone through such dangerous lands. He wanted to come along. Aiden stared at him in confusion. Why was Lu insisting on protecting someone stronger than himself? Lu answered immediately. He wanted a chance to prove himself. He admitted that their abilities were nowhere near equal, but he had changed, and he could prove it. Aiden couldn't hide his surprise. Lu had spent every day training relentlessly. Perhaps he had truly achieved something. Eventually, Aiden agreed. The two prepared for a duel. He remembered that in his previous life, Lu had possessed enough talent to become a sword master and wield blades in both hands. Now Aiden wanted to see how far he had come. Lu focused his gaze and announced that he was coming. In the next instant, he exploded forward with incredible speed. His sword raced toward Aiden in a decisive strike. Without the slightest hesitation, Aiden blocked it. Immediately, he noticed the difference. Lu's attacks were faster, sharper, stronger. Yet there was also a glaring flaw. He had become obsessed with offense and neglected defense entirely. Aiden had hoped for more. Instead, he saw a dangerous imbalance. Realizing there was no point dragging the duel out, he launched a decisive counterattack. Lu's eyes widened when he saw the blade racing toward his face. Instinct immediately took over. In a split second, he defended himself. Then something unbelievable happened. Aiden watched in stunned silence as his wooden sword shattered into pieces. For a brief moment, he couldn't process what he had just seen. At the same time, he noticed that Lu's body itself seemed different. Lu wasted no time. He surged forward again. Aiden dodged the next strike, but this time he was genuinely impressed. His opponent had just broken an aura-enhanced wooden sword with nothing but his bare hand. After creating some distance, Aiden looked directly at him and asked the obvious question. How had he managed to do something like that? After all, once reinforced with aura, that sword should have been as durable as iron. Lo explained that during his training, he spent countless hours thinking about one question: what was the one thing he could do that others couldn't? Eventually, his answer came from the very injury that had once plagued him. He remembered how mana had flowed through his damaged arm, how the narrowed vessels altered the sensation entirely. Instead of treating it as a weakness, he began studying it. He wondered whether that wounded arm could become something more. Again and again, he recreated those sensations in his mind, channeling mana through the same pathways. The result was astonishing. Now, whenever he wished, he could harden his arm like solid stone. Aiden's expression stiffened. Only then did he realize the truth. Lo had intentionally left an opening during their duel. He had baited him. Even the Demon Lord couldn't hide his interest. In all his years, he had never seen someone transform a disease into a weapon. Lo lowered his head and admitted that compared to his master's overwhelming combat skill, this ability was nothing more than a small trick. Still, he had no intention of falling behind. That was why he asked once more to be taken along on the journey. For a moment, silence lingered. Lo watched as Aiden walked past him without saying a word. His heart sank. Perhaps even this wasn't enough. Perhaps his master still saw him as a burden. Then, without warning, Aiden casually told him to hurry. They were leaving tomorrow. If Lo intended to come, he needed to pack his belongings immediately. The young knight froze. Then his eyes widened. He spun around and asked if that meant he was truly being allowed to join them. Aiden glanced back and calmly remarked that having an excellent shield nearby wasn't a bad thing. Joy instantly spread across Lo's face. He bowed deeply and thanked his master. Meanwhile, Aiden found himself quietly satisfied. Both in this life and the last, Lo possessed extraordinary talent. Maybe the young man had been right all along about his own potential. The following day, preparations were complete. Everyone gathered as Joseph tearfully said goodbye to Alice. The man looked absolutely devastated. He repeatedly begged his daughter to return safely. Alice could only sigh helplessly. She assured him everything would be fine, though she also admitted that his dramatic farewell was becoming embarrassing since everyone was staring at them. Nearby, the Duke watched the scene and apologized to Aiden. He admitted he was still nowhere near Joseph's level when it came to fatherhood. Aiden simply told him not to worry. Everything was fine. Then something else caught his attention. His gaze landed on an incredibly strange carriage. Immediately, he turned toward his father and asked whether he had prepared it. The Duke looked just as confused. This was the first time he had seen it as well. Then, right on cue, Gustav appeared. With a proud grin stretching across his face, he announced that he had almost been disappointed nobody had asked about the carriage. Aiden instantly sensed trouble. Gustav proudly revealed his newest masterpiece. Determined to keep his promise before the group departed, he launched into a lengthy explanation of his creation. Aiden listened with visible confusion but still thanked him for his efforts. Even the Demon Lord couldn't resist commenting that Maniac suited Gustav better than ever. Before leaving, Gustav also handed over special instructions. However, he repeatedly warned that they should only follow them in absolute emergencies. Otherwise, they might create problems far worse than the original danger. That warning alone made Aiden nervous. He genuinely didn't want to know what Gustav had hidden inside the carriage. Soon after, Aiden turned toward the young woman accompanying them and asked if she was truly certain about joining the journey. Cassie smiled confidently. She pointed out that every group benefited from having an alchemist nearby. People got sick, people got injured, and after spending so much time locked inside the mansion, she missed fresh air. Aiden nodded. A new addition wasn't a bad thing. Then Bali appeared. Greeting Aiden with a broad smile, he remarked that it had been a while. Since they would be traveling together for a long time, he hoped they would get along well. Aiden's expression became complicated. He understood why the cult had sent him. For a pilgrimage tied to the Holy Fire Church, sending one of their strongest members made perfect sense. That didn't mean he was thrilled about sharing a carriage with someone who looked like a walking fortress. Still, everyone was assembled. The preparations were complete. Aiden looked at the group and declared with satisfaction that it was finally time to leave. The journey had begun. And so had the first steps toward revenge. During the trip, Aiden found himself disturbed by something else entirely. His companions were treating him differently. Then came another nightmare. In that dream, he saw familiar faces from his previous life. Former comrades stood before him. Calchas mocked him while bidding him farewell. The sight reignited old hatred. The rage buried deep within him surged back to the surface. He knew there were some betrayals he would never forgive. Suddenly, he woke up. The demon lord immediately asked whether he had been suffering through another nightmare. Aiden didn't answer, he simply cursed under his breath. Moments later, he noticed his companions looking at him. They had been wondering whether he was finally awake. Aiden greeted the young women and asked how they had slept. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. He stared at Choco in confusion. The dog seemed smaller. Aiden remembered refusing to bring a giant beast because they couldn't afford to attract attention during their travels. Apparently, Choco had somehow solved the problem by shrinking down. Aiden genuinely had no idea what the creature had been eating to achieve something like that. Alice cheerfully explained that she had just been speaking with her father. Then she asked if Aiden wanted to talk to him as well. Almost immediately, Joseph's distant crying could be heard again. Aiden sighed. He decided he would speak with him later. When it came to Alice, the man became unbelievably emotional. The protective bracelet gifted by the ant tribe continued to fascinate him. He knew it had been crafted from the bark of the fairy tree and blessed by the spirit of wind. Beyond that, very little was known. Yet the bracelet allowed communication across vast distances. That alone made it invaluable. Still, after his nightmare, unease lingered. For a moment, he questioned whether he could truly trust the people around him. Then Bali announced that they were nearing Carton. Aiden pushed those thoughts aside. Dwelling on the past only reopened old wounds. In the end, he chose to trust his new companions. Some time later, they arrived at a bustling town. Alice was immediately captivated by the atmosphere. At the same time, she noticed something unusual. Armed adventurers seemed to be everywhere. Aiden explained with a smile that the settlement was known as a mercenary town. More than 100 dungeons surrounded the region. Adventurers and mercenaries from every corner of the continent gathered there to challenge them. Unlike ordinary cities, this one was governed entirely by the Mercenary Guild. Alice excitedly mentioned that she had read about a place like this before. For a brief moment, Aiden nearly revealed that he already knew it firsthand. Thankfully, he caught himself in time. Nearby, one of the knights muttered that the city was disgusting. It was overflowing with reckless mercenaries. He hated the idea that such people effectively controlled the town. The moment he finished speaking, a tremendous impact sent him crashing into the ground. Bali stared at him and calmly asked whether they hadn't already discussed that attitude. Aiden could only sigh. Unfortunately, the man wasn't entirely wrong. According to the records recovered from Chaos's laboratory in the Forest of Death, suspicious activity was taking place in this city. Someone connected to the Holy Fire incident was operating here. That alone was enough to make Bali interested. He complained that he had missed all the excitement while sleeping. Now he finally had a chance to release some pent-up frustration. Aiden felt a sudden sense of relief. Thank goodness they were allies. Soon after, Bali asked what their next move would be. Aiden had already decided. Mercenaries wandered across the entire continent. They collected stories, rumors, secrets, and information from every corner of the world. If anyone knew what was happening, it would be them. That was why they were heading directly to the Mercenary Guild. He intended to meet the guild leader and uncover what was going on. The demon lord casually asked whether there were any other guilds in the city. The more sources of information, the better. Aiden immediately thought of the Amber Guild. Unfortunately, their reputation was questionable. Reliable information wasn't something he expected from them. The demon lord suggested using the White Moon Intelligence Network instead. Aiden agreed that he would contact them eventually. Still, local knowledge was often the most valuable. Not long afterward, the group entered the Mercenary Guild. Aiden glanced around with a faint smile. The atmosphere stirred old memories. For a brief moment, he even experienced a strange sense of déjà vu. Eventually, he approached the receptionist. The young woman greeted them warmly and asked how she could help. Aiden explained that they wanted to register as a mercenary party. After completing the paperwork, the receptionist informed them that the registration was successful. As first-time members, they would begin with E-rank bronze badges. She carefully handed them over and advised them not to lose them. Aiden stared quietly at the badge resting in his hand. For a moment, memories of his first days as a mercenary came rushing back. The demon lord looked puzzled. He couldn't understand why Aiden bothered registering instead of directly seeking out the guildmaster. But Aiden knew exactly who the guildmaster was. Marcus Mel, the famed Lightning Blade. A veteran mercenary of immense reputation. More importantly, he was unbelievably cautious. Meeting someone like him was never as simple as walking through the front door. Aiden knew exactly how people like Marcus operated. Someone as cautious as the guild master would never ignore a newcomer who climbed the ranks at an absurd speed. Eventually, curiosity alone would force him to investigate. Meanwhile, the receptionist happily congratulated the group on officially joining the guild and wished them luck on their future adventures. Not long afterward, the party entered the Rabbit Burrow dungeon. Bali glanced around with an excited grin and admitted that despite everything, this was actually his first time entering a dungeon. Aiden reminded him that they had intentionally chosen a low-rank dungeon, so there was nothing worth worrying about. Still, a dungeon was a dungeon. No matter how weak it appeared, danger could always appear unexpectedly. That was why he had left Cassie and Choco behind at the inn as a precaution. The Demon Lord questioned whether this was really the only option. Aiden already knew the answer. Alice needed real combat experience. If she wanted to survive future dangers, she had to learn how to fight. Low-rank monsters were the perfect training partners. At least, he was doing a better job than his own mentor had. Unlike that man who had abandoned him inside a hidden dungeon and disappeared without a trace. Before he could dwell on the memory any longer, Alice suddenly called out with excitement. She had spotted what she believed was an adorable rabbit. A second later, her expression changed. These weren't ordinary rabbits, they were monster rabbits. The creatures immediately bared their fangs and screeched aggressively. Aiden sighed and instructed Bali to leave one alive while restraining the others. The priest accepted the task with a savage grin. Moments later, he strode forward. One rabbit foolishly charged him. The result was immediate. Bali crushed it effortlessly. The remaining monsters visibly recoiled. Even they couldn't process what they had just witnessed. Looking around with a dangerous smile, Bali casually asked whether any of them wanted to be next. Aiden wasn't surprised. Even monsters understood power. When faced with an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, survival instinct took over. He knew that better than anyone. After all, he'd nearly died to a single mace strike before. Soon, Bali focused on one surviving rabbit and calmly informed it that he would be back shortly. The creature trembled. Under the combined pressure of everyone's stares, fear overwhelmed it. Instinct told it to retreat, then its gaze shifted. It noticed Alice standing nearby. Unlike the others, she looked harmless. Immediately, the rabbit's eyes changed. Malice filled its expression as it stared directly at her. That decision turned out to be a terrible mistake. Alice exploded with fury. She punched the rabbit without hesitation and screamed that she wasn't a carrot and that it should stop looking at her like one. Bali stood there in complete confusion. The girl continued pouring power into her fists, unleashing strike after strike. He had never seen anything quite like it. Unable to understand what he was witnessing, he asked Aiden whether he had taught her this. Aiden admitted that he had. He had only encouraged her to experiment with using mana during combat. He definitely hadn't expected results like these. Normally, priests used holy power to strengthen weapons or reinforce their bodies. Holy techniques were generally support-based enhancements. Alice, however, was doing something entirely different. She was directly channeling energy through her body and fighting with it. Ordinarily, holy power and mana couldn't coexist properly. It simply wasn't possible. But Alice was an exception. Aiden suspected the reason was obvious. She had consumed high-grade elixirs since childhood. Those elixirs had already opened her mana pathways. When her holy power awakened, it naturally flowed through those same channels. Because of that, she could use both forces simultaneously. Very few people could accomplish something so ridiculous. Aiden suddenly remembered the kick she had given him during their first meeting. Looking back, the signs had been there from the start. Since her natural talents already resembled another person's abilities, he had unconsciously guided her toward that same fighting style. The Demon Lord asked who exactly he was comparing her to. Aiden immediately thought of the iron-blooded saint, a true monster among monsters, someone who combined overwhelming physical strength, saintly power, and the brutal martial arts of the divine slaughter cult. The realization hit him like a brick. Without meaning to, he might have created another monster entirely. Eventually, every rabbit inside the dungeon was defeated. The moment the battle ended, Alice rushed toward the treasure chest with sparkling eyes. Aiden smiled and reminded her that she had practically cleared the dungeon by herself. That meant the reward belonged entirely to her. Alice froze. She couldn't believe she was allowed to keep everything. The moment she opened the chest, her eyes widened. Jewelry, armor, treasures, all sorts of valuable items filled the container. Then she noticed something strange, a hat floating in midair. Before anyone could react, the familiar rabbit spirit appeared and cheerfully introduced himself as their friendly merchant spirit. His greeting lasted approximately 1 second. Then Alice punched him. The rabbit spiraled through the air. She angrily accused him of being an evil rabbit. The merchant immediately protested. He couldn't understand how she dared attack such a good rabbit. Alice wasn't interested in listening. She repeatedly ordered him to come down while continuing to call him evil. The rabbit desperately insisted that he was innocent. Alice remained unconvinced. Several days later, rumors spread throughout the guild. A mysterious group had cleared every northern dungeon they entered. Mercenaries couldn't stop talking about them. One man claimed he had personally seen their leader. Another described the enormous warrior carrying an ominous mace. The entire guild was baffled. Nobody understood why a group with members that strong was wasting time farming beginner dungeons. At that moment, the group entered the guild hall once again. The receptionist greeted them with a smile. News of their accomplishments had already reached her. She congratulated them on clearing their 10th dungeon and informed them that their rank had officially increased. Before the conversation could continue, a man approached her and quietly whispered something into her ear. After listening, she sighed and nodded. Then she turned toward Aiden. The guild master wished to meet them. Aiden's eyes lit up. Everything had unfolded exactly as he planned. A few minutes later, they were led into a private room. Marcus Mel thanked the receptionist and studied the newcomers carefully. Aiden examined him in return. The man's scar-covered face looked exactly as it had in his previous life. He already knew why Marcus had summoned them. The guild master had heard the rumors and wanted answers. Unexpectedly, Marcus approached Alice first. Then he bowed. Everyone in the room froze. Alice herself looked completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected anyone in a place like this to recognize her. After greeting the saint, Marcus turned his attention toward Aiden. Aiden admitted that he expected Marcus to hear about them eventually. He just hadn't expected it to happen this quickly. Marcus calmly explained that very little happened inside the city without him hearing about it. Besides, their group stood out far too much to ignore. Aiden immediately sensed there was another reason behind the meeting. Marcus sighed and acknowledged that observation. Then he revealed the real purpose. He needed help. Specifically, he needed help from Alice. The young saint blinked in confusion. She never expected the conversation to head in that direction. Marcus began explaining that he had a daughter. Before he could continue, the door burst open. A panicked man rushed inside and announced an emergency. The girl's condition had worsened again. Her fever had returned. Marcus felt his expression stiffen instantly. Aiden also struggled to process what he had just heard. A daughter? He had never heard anything about Marcus having a child. Soon afterward, everyone followed Marcus to the girl's room. The situation was grim. The child lay in bed burning with fever. Marcus explained that she had suffered from a mysterious illness for a very long time. No medicine had ever cured her. No treatment had ever worked. That was why he had placed his hopes on the saint. Desperation was obvious in his voice. If Alice could heal his daughter, he was willing to pay any price. Aiden immediately recognized an opportunity. Winning Marcus's trust could become incredibly valuable. But first, they needed to help the girl. He looked toward Alice and asked whether she could do anything. She answered honestly she would try. Without hesitation, Alice approached the bedside and began channeling her holy power. She prayed for the child while continuously pouring healing energy into her. 10 full minutes passed. Nothing changed. Alice refused to give up. She wanted to try again. Marcus gently stopped her. With a tired smile, he thanked her for the effort and said there was no need to continue. Then he walked over to his daughter and gave her medicine. Almost immediately, her condition stabilized slightly. Seeing that, Aiden couldn't hide his curiosity. If medicine existed, why seek out the saint? Marcus explained that the medicine only delayed the symptoms, nothing more. He had acquired it from the Umbra Guild, but the price was outrageous. He had hoped saintly power would succeed where medicine failed. Instead, they were back where they started. At this rate, he would eventually have to sell the entire guild just to keep buying more doses. Aiden fell into deep thought. Something about the situation didn't add up. If the girl suffered from an ordinary illness, holy power should have helped. If it was a curse, saintly energy should have reacted. Yet Alice's healing had accomplished absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the medicine from the Umbra Guild clearly produced results. The more he thought about it, the stranger everything became. And the less sense it made, the more suspicious he became. Just as Aiden was trying to make sense of the situation, the demon lord suddenly claimed that he already knew the answer. Aiden immediately looked at him in disbelief and asked whether he was serious. The ruler calmly instructed him to summon the tower's armor. According to him, the armor wasn't merely a shield. It also allowed its wearer to perceive things that ordinary eyes could never see. That revelation caught Aiden completely off guard. Even after using the armor in his previous life, he had never realized it possessed such an ability. Still, he decided to test it. With a warning that he would have Alice blast him with holy power if he was lying, Aiden activated the armor. Moments later, his expression froze. The demon lord had been right. Marcus stood there in stunned silence, unable to understand what Aiden was suddenly staring at. Aiden slowly explained what he was seeing. Countless wandering souls, ghostly remnants of the dead. Like parasites, they had attached themselves to the young girl and were continuously feeding on her life force. Even Aiden found himself struggling to process the sight. Normally, a person might attract 1 or 2 lingering spirits. What he saw here was something entirely different. The girl's body was covered in them. The demon lord grinned and finally revealed the reason. She possessed an extraordinarily high affinity for spirits. Aiden stared at him. The ruler explained that spiritual affinity determined how easily a person could perceive and communicate with spirits. Those blessed with enough talent could even become spirit sorcerers by forming contracts with them. But this girl's affinity wasn't merely high. It was abnormal, far beyond what ordinary spirit sorcerers possessed. That immense attraction had turned her into a beacon for lost souls. At this rate, they would eventually drain every last bit of her vitality. Only then did everything begin to make sense. The saint's healing had failed because the girl's strength was being stolen the instant it returned. No matter how much holy power she received, the souls immediately consumed it. Aiden clicked his tongue in irritation. The spirits surrounding her were far too numerous and far too loud. Without hesitation, he ordered the demon lord to get rid of them. The ruler accepted with a satisfied grin. Moments later, his power spread through the room. One by one, the wandering souls vanished. Marcus watched in stunned silence. The horrifying spirits that had clung to his daughter were gone. Relief flooded his face. At the same time, he couldn't understand how Aiden had resolved something so terrifying so casually. Aiden simply brushed it off and claimed it wasn't difficult, but he knew the truth. This was only a temporary solution. If they didn't uncover the root cause, the problem would return. Then the demon lord narrowed his eyes. Something about the situation still bothered him. Aiden asked what he meant. The ruler explained that someone with such overwhelming spiritual affinity should have attracted a powerful guardian spirit long ago. Yet he couldn't sense one anywhere around her. Only weak wandering souls remained. That observation immediately raised another question. Why hadn't she formed a contract with a spirit? The demon lord shook his head. That wasn't the issue. If she had never contracted a spirit, things would be different. According to him, she already had one. The real problem was that her contracted spirit had vanished. Aiden's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. A contracted spirit abandoning its partner was almost unheard of. The ruler explained that if the original spirit had died, she could simply form a new contract. But before making assumptions, they first needed to locate the missing spirit. Aiden asked how they were supposed to find it. The answer was surprisingly simple. Ask another spirit. The spirit world was interconnected. Spirits constantly interacted with one another and often knew exactly what others were doing. With that in mind, Aiden contacted one of his allies. Soon, he greeted the ant tribe's chief and asked whether he could help with an investigation. The chief happily responded and asked how the journey was going. After a brief exchange, Aiden explained the situation and asked whether they could locate a specific spirit. The chief admitted he couldn't do it personally. However, his girlfriend could. He explained that his contracted wind spirit, SSY, specialized in gathering information and could likely find the spirit they were searching for. Aiden immediately asked him to investigate. The message was passed on. After some time, a response finally arrived. They had found a spirit matching the description. Everyone visibly relaxed. The spirit's name was Plague. The spirit of epidemics. Aiden froze. That was the last name he expected to hear. The chief cheerfully continued. Apparently, one of Plague's friends often talked about him. They were supposedly close companions. They even shared spirit stones together. The chief also mentioned that Plague had disappeared roughly a month ago, which had worried his friends. Aiden couldn't hide his reaction. Spirit stones were incredibly valuable. To spirits, they were practically what lick bone powder was to the ant tribe. He couldn't understand why Plague would share something so precious. The more he listened, the stranger the story became. Apparently, Plague often interacted with other spirits despite his reputation. The chief explained that the spirit hated being feared. People always associated his name with disaster and misfortune. As a result, he avoided humans whenever possible. Aiden understood perfectly. A spirit called Plague was destined to terrify people on sight. After thanking the chief for the information, the connection ended. Marcus remained beside his daughter, visibly shaken. He recalled stories from his wife's family. Her grandfather had been a spirit sorcerer. Now it all made sense. His daughter had inherited that same spiritual affinity, and after losing her guardian spirit, she became an easy target. Aiden immediately told him not to blame himself. The priority now was finding out where the spirit had gone. Only then could they solve the problem permanently. Lo, meanwhile, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He pointed out that the girl was clearly suffering because the wandering souls were draining her life force. If that was true, why did the medicine help? Marcus admitted he never trusted the Umbra Guild completely. Even so, the pills seemed effective. Unfortunately, he had no idea what they were made from. Before anyone else could respond, Cassie suddenly spoke. The pills were poison. The room went silent. Marcus stared at her. For a moment, he couldn't even process what he had heard. Then he angrily rejected the claim. His daughter always improved after taking the medicine. How could it possibly be poison? Cassie calmly explained that the medicine only created the illusion of improvement. The poison forcibly disrupted the flow of mana while weakening the body's vitality. As the life force diminished, the wandering souls mistook the girl for someone already close to death and temporarily lost interest. That brief pause made it seem as though her condition was improving. In reality, the medicine was slowly killing her. If she continued taking it, death was inevitable. Marcus staggered backward. A wave of disbelief washed over him. All this time, he had unknowingly been feeding poison to his own daughter. Aiden immediately focused on another detail. How had the Umbra Guild created something so specific? The medicine seemed almost perfectly designed for her condition. It felt as though they knew exactly what was happening to her. That realization made him even more suspicious. Marcus eventually composed himself and announced that he would handle the matter personally. Before leaving, he thanked Aiden for everything he had done. But the rage burning inside him was impossible to hide. He intended to confront Umbra immediately. Aiden stopped him before he could act. Marcus demanded to know how he was supposed to remain calm after learning the truth. Aiden pointed out the obvious. If he stormed into the guild now, they would simply deny everything. People like that never left evidence behind. They were far too careful. Instead of charging in blindly, they needed proof. Marcus hated hearing it, but he knew Aiden was right. Sometime later, the group gathered inside the guild master's office and began reviewing records. Marcus handed over every document he had regarding the Umbra Guild, trade routes, warehouses, vault locations, financial information, everything. Aiden carefully studied the files. There was a mountain of information. Unfortunately, most of it was superficial. Nothing directly connected them to the girl's condition. Then the demon lord suddenly asked whether Aiden was looking for a specific person. Aiden admitted that he was, someone useful, someone worth finding. The ruler casually pointed out a particular name. At first, Aiden didn't recognize it. He stared at the file, then memories surfaced. A slow grin spread across his face. The demon lord was right. He remembered exactly who this man was. Elsewhere, inside a noisy tavern, tensions were rising. Several patrons glared at a group of guild members. One of the guild men approached a visitor and aggressively asked whether he had a problem. The man immediately backed down and insisted that he didn't. Before things escalated, another voice interrupted. Armand casually told his companion to leave the customer alone and come join them instead. The drinks were excellent after all. Unlike everyone else, Armand was in an unusually good mood. Life had certainly taken him on a wild ride. Once, he had stood at the top as the leader of the Cerberus Guild. Back then, failure wasn't even part of his vocabulary. Fear had never existed in his world. Then everything collapsed. A single madman destroyed everything he had built. His guild fell apart. His followers abandoned him. And to make matters worse, Joseph's daughter became the saint of the Holy Fire Church. The moment anyone discovered he was still alive, the church would hunt him down without hesitation. That reality forced him to abandon everything. A new name, a new face, a new life. He convinced himself that no cult would ever think to search for him here. Then the tavern doors opened. Every conversation stopped. A newcomer had arrived, and before anyone could react, that person casually called Armand by his real name. The color drained from his face instantly. Armand's face twisted with rage as he demanded to know who dared interrupt his miserable new life. Then he saw the visitor. The color drained from his face, his body locked in place. For a moment, he couldn't even breathe. Standing before him was the very man who had destroyed everything he once had. The man who had reduced his life to ruins. Armand couldn't comprehend how he had been found. Aiden simply wore a dangerous grin and calmly informed him that they needed to step outside and have a little conversation. Not long afterward, one of Armand's companions received exactly the punishment he had earned. Only minutes later, Armand stood trembling uncontrollably as he witnessed the aftermath. Aiden looked him over and remarked that he had changed so much he hadn't even recognized him at first. Shaking with fear, Armand forced out a nervous smile and claimed it was an honor to be remembered. At the same time, he couldn't understand how Aiden had tracked him down. His mind immediately jumped to the worst possibility. Had the Holy Fire Church finally come to drag him back? The thought alone nearly broke him. He could already see the end approaching. Desperate to survive, Armand suddenly collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for mercy. He promised complete cooperation. Anything, everything. He would reveal every secret he knew if only his life was spared. Aiden narrowed his eyes. Originally, he had planned to enjoy tormenting the man before hauling him to Marcus. Instead, Armand had skipped straight to the useful part. Honestly, that worked even better. Meanwhile, a heavy silence filled Marcus's guild hall. Everyone listened as Armand's confession unfolded. Marcus stared at him with barely restrained fury and demanded to know whether the guild had truly been conducting human experiments. Armand immediately admitted it. With an awkward smile, he explained that Carton was the perfect location. As the continent's dungeon hub, people vanished all the time. No one paid attention. No one asked questions. It was the ideal environment for illegal experiments. Aiden felt his expression stiffen. Even he hadn't expected something this twisted. The more he listened, the uglier the truth became. He immediately asked where those experiments were being carried out. Armand hesitated before admitting he didn't know the precise location. However, he had heard rumors. The experiments were supposedly taking place inside a dungeon near the city. That answer immediately caught Aiden off guard. A dungeon? The demon lord couldn't understand why that detail mattered so much. Aiden quickly explained. Dungeons weren't ordinary locations. They were official territories controlled by spirit merchants. Once adventurers cleared a dungeon, the merchants collected the cores, distributed rewards, and the dungeon itself vanished. Operating secret facilities inside one should have been impossible. Human experimentation was even worse. That was equivalent to setting up shop on someone else's property. Spirit merchants might follow strict rules regarding humans, but even they wouldn't tolerate blatant encroachment. In situations like that, it could easily be interpreted as an attack. And inside a dungeon, merchants possessed overwhelming authority. Even a novice merchant could erase a half-master in seconds. The demon lord asked the obvious question. If that was true, why hadn't the merchants stopped them? Aiden already knew the answer. There was only one possibility. Someone had offered the merchants a deal so profitable that they willingly ignored the rules. If the benefits were large enough, the merchants would delay reporting the dungeon core and quietly allow the operation to continue. Marcus clenched his fists. That level of influence was far beyond what a single guild should possess. He wanted names. He wanted to know who was protecting them. Aiden stepped forward and flashed a cold grin. Then he calmly informed Armand that if he refused to answer, he would personally hand him over to the Holy Fire Church. Armand immediately broke. Tears returned to his eyes as panic overtook him. He blurted everything out. The Grand Duchy of Sayas had been supporting them. The room exploded with outrage. Everyone felt a surge of anger at the revelation. Aiden's expression darkened instantly. Once again, the name of his sworn enemy had surfaced. Marcus struggled to process it. He couldn't understand why one of the North's most powerful duchies would cooperate with criminals like this. Armand quickly added that the duchy wasn't acting alone. Several organizations were involved. The conspiracy was much larger than anyone had imagined. Marcus felt a chill run through him. This was no longer something he could solve recklessly. Aiden, however, was already burning with fury. The moment he connected the pieces, he became convinced that one of his former comrades was tangled up in this mess. His answer was immediate. They needed to crush them. Marcus sighed heavily and reminded him that their opponents were far from ordinary. Aiden shot back with a simple question. Was Marcus really prepared to let the people responsible for hurting his daughter walk free? The answer was obvious. His voice rose with rage as he declared that anyone who dared touch family deserved destruction. And if Marcus chose to fight, Aiden would stand beside him. The demon lord glanced over and wondered whether this was truly about justice or simply another step in Aiden's personal revenge. Marcus watched the exchange in silence. For a moment, he couldn't hide his admiration. Even when someone else's family was involved, Aiden still stepped forward. After thanking him, Marcus admitted he had no idea where to begin. Aiden's lips curled upward. He already had a plan. Holding back his anger, he confidently declared that dealing with trash like this was practically his specialty. Elsewhere, inside a spirit merchant trading company, peace and quiet filled the room. Rabbit sat happily examining dungeon cores. Unlike humans, spirit merchants knew the truth. Dungeon cores were essentially high-density mana stones. That was why spirits valued them so highly. They were one of their primary sources of wealth. Unfortunately, Rabbit wasn't feeling very wealthy these days. Ever since crossing paths with Aiden, most of his earnings seemed to vanish. Instead of building his own fortune, he felt like he was working to fill someone else's pockets. His complaints ended abruptly when a middle-rank spirit merchant named Pest approached. Rabbit immediately straightened. Pest demanded to know why his performance had become so pathetic. His income reports were terrible. Rabbit quickly apologized and blamed his own incompetence. Pest snorted. According to him, Rabbit was too foolish to ever advance beyond novice status. Rabbit's eye twitched. The insult stung. But challenging a superior merchant was impossible, so he swallowed his frustration and politely thanked him for the criticism. Pest smirked and reminded him that he expected far better results next time. Rabbit quietly muttered something under his breath. The reaction was immediate. Pest glared at him and demanded to know whether he was actually arguing with a superior. Rabbit instantly backed down and insisted that he wasn't. He could only watch as Pest confiscated everything he had earned. After absorbing the goods, Pest looked annoyed by how little there was. Still, before leaving, he reminded Rabbit that next week's earnings had better be significantly larger. Rabbit obediently promised to try. The moment Pest disappeared, however, he began cursing him internally. One day he swore that filthy rat would pay for everything. That same evening, guards stood watch outside the rear entrance of the Umbra Guild. Their attention snapped toward an approaching figure. Immediately, they demanded that the stranger stop and identify himself. The response was a cold order to move aside. The guards frowned. One of them angrily asked whether the stranger had lost his mind. He stepped forward to drive the visitor away. Then the mysterious man barked a furious question. Did they seriously not recognize who they were speaking to? He pointed at the armor, the sword, the symbols. The guards stared in confusion. Then one of them suddenly grabbed his companion's shoulder. His expression stiffened. Before them stood a massive knight clad in black armor carrying an enormous blade. The stranger introduced himself as Dariz Klimen, the Dark Knight of Lord Sela. His voice thundered through the entrance as he ordered them to summon the guild master immediately. Earlier that day, the demon lord had asked Aiden whether he truly intended to handle everything alone again. Knowing him, that usually meant charging straight into enemy territory. Aiden admitted the observation wasn't entirely wrong. However, this time they wouldn't be smashing the door down. The demon lord sarcastically asked whether he planned to knock politely instead. Aiden grinned. Exactly. The ruler immediately suspected he was being mocked. Aiden simply laughed and reminded him of an important detail. The Duchy of Sayas was protecting the guild. That meant they only needed to appear as representatives of the duchy. The doors would open on their own. The demon lord stared at him. Was he seriously planning to ask his mortal enemy for assistance? Aiden's smile became sharper. Apparently, his companion had forgotten about the Dark Knight who had already fallen into Beelzebub's trap. Using him was the entire point. Eventually, the plan worked. The group was escorted directly into the guild master's office. The guild leader greeted them respectfully and declared it an honor to meet the famous Dark Knight. Aiden quietly observed him. As far as the world knew, the real Dark Knight was still alive. Only a fool would publicly announce the loss of such a valuable military asset. Talon apologized for the inconvenience and expressed regret that the guards had failed to recognize him immediately. He also remarked that no one had informed the guild of his arrival beforehand. At that moment, the guild master shifted his gaze toward the knight and asked who exactly had accompanied him. The disguised knight calmly explained that the man beside him was merely his subordinate mage and was not to be disturbed. The guild master accepted the explanation, though curiosity remained written across his face. He wanted to know why such an important figure had suddenly appeared. Was this some unexpected inspection? The knight replied with confidence, praising his intuition. He explained that he had come to personally verify everything and therefore wished to be taken to the dungeon immediately. Not long afterward, they arrived at the guild's hidden dungeon. It wasn't surprising that nobody had discovered it. The entire facility had been built directly beneath the guild itself. Even so, the moment Aiden stepped inside, he found himself struggling to process what he was seeing. The scale was far beyond anything he had expected. Rows of monsters sat imprisoned behind reinforced bars. The sight raised countless questions. Just how many experiments had they conducted to gather so many creatures? The guild master grinned proudly and informed the knight that his timing was perfect. Their research had finally achieved a breakthrough. With obvious excitement, he gestured toward a group of armored warriors and declared them to be the culmination of their work. The moment he gave an order, the knights rose obediently. At first glance, they appeared completely human. That was exactly the point. Talon proudly explained that they had successfully granted them the abilities of monsters while preserving their outward appearance. They possessed the regeneration of trolls and the overwhelming strength of ogres. And that wasn't even the most impressive part. He eagerly announced that he would demonstrate further. Aiden's expression stiffened as the warriors released aura from their swords. Then his eyes narrowed. The aura's color wasn't normal. Talon smiled wider. Their swordsmanship had advanced to the level of high-ranking aura sword users. Combined with monstrous strength, regenerative abilities, and absolute mental domination, they were the perfect soldiers. They would never rebel, never hesitate, never disobey. His voice rose with excitement as he declared that mass production would begin soon. Once that happened, the young lord would possess an army unlike any other, an immortal army. With pride overflowing from every word, he introduced them as the Blood Knights. The revelation ignited fury inside Aiden. He knew exactly who they were. The demon lord immediately asked whether he had encountered them before. He had. In his previous life, the Blood Knights had been the elite order personally commanded by Silith after his rise to power. They had become legendary during catastrophic monster waves and the Great War against Talos. Their fearless devotion and willingness to die had elevated Silith's reputation across the continent. Those achievements were what earned him the title of King of Knights. Now Aiden understood the truth. Those heroes had been monsters from the very beginning. The realization left him disgusted. The deeper he looked into his former comrade's history, the filthier it became. Talon continued speaking proudly. Earlier, he had mentioned that the human body was too weak to endure monster essence. That obstacle had finally been overcome. The disguised knight calmly asked how exactly they had solved it. Meanwhile, Aiden's attention had already shifted elsewhere. He couldn't stop staring at what stood behind a sealed chamber. Talon's grin turned predatory. The answer, he claimed, had been provided by someone very special. In that instant, everything clicked. Aiden finally understood where the missing spirit had been hidden. There, imprisoned inside the damp dungeon, was the spirit of epidemics. Talon proudly revealed their greatest secret. They had captured and sealed the spirit. Then they extracted one of its abilities, the lycanthrope curse. A curse similar to that of a werewolf. That power had been injected directly into the test subjects. Talon explained that after learning about the curse, he searched everywhere for the spirit. Eventually, a merchant informed him of its whereabouts. By sheer coincidence, the spirit had formed a contract with Marcus's daughter. To Talon, it felt as though fate itself had handed him victory. He laughed and declared that Marcus would never realize what happened until it was too late. His guild would collapse, everything would belong to him. Aiden had heard enough. His voice cut through the room. Talon immediately turned with irritation blazing in his eyes. How dare someone interrupt him? Who did this fool think he was? Aiden met his gaze without flinching. Then he calmly ordered his loyal servant to kill him. For a second, Talon stared in confusion. The words made no sense, then reality caught up. His own knight obeyed, immediately, without hesitation, without mercy. Talon's life ended before he could even react. Moments later, Aiden announced that it was time to free the spirit and dismantle both the guild and the dungeon. Then something unexpected happened. The loyal knight suddenly suffered a serious wound. A strange sound echoed from behind. Aiden spun around instantly. The sight before him left him genuinely unsettled. No ordinary human could have injured that knight. Yet standing there was something that could barely be called human at all. A monster. The creature wore a savage grin as it demanded to know who Aiden was. Without waiting for an answer, it attacked.